Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship here, the year-end tournament, brought to you by Yellowjacket Comics and LoadingReadyRun. My name is Wheeler, and joining me today on commentary for mostly all the day is Trent McIntyre. Trent, how you doing?
I'll be around most of the day. We'll see.
Good. Glad of it. It's not just us, though. In the back, we got Serge. He can't say anything, but he's gesturing at me. Don't try.
Does this work?
You know what?
It might have worked.
We got a Robin that'll show up on camera eventually. We got a Paul on tech, and we got you to thank over at your support by patreon.com/loadingreadyrun. It's because of all of you we're able to put on all of this. And as for all of this, it's some Canadian Highlander.
I'm so excited.
You're so excited? How excited are you? On a scale from 1 to 10.
Excited.
Great. We've got a heck of a lot of Magic the Gathering to showcase today. We have, 7 rounds.
7 whole rounds, and the matches are going to be pretty interactive.
Yeah, we've got a wild setup today. Let's give the people what they want. Let's at least show off what they're going to be seeing. For those of you that aren't familiar with what we're doing here, we're about to play some Canadian Highlander. 1v1, 100-card singleton. No ban lists, no sideboards, no commanders. But we do have a points list. And the points are what mattered this year, as players racked up qualifying points over the year 2024.
Yeah, and when it comes to the points list, we've had a pretty big change in the last month that definitely affected this metagame.
Heavily affected this metagame. If we could look at the bracket and we could show off this. We got a bracket of 8 players here playing 8 unique strategies with 8 unique point spreads. Do you want to run us down what we got on the left side of the bracket there, Trent?
So first off, we're going to be seeing Jason Jobin versus Mac, Golgari Aggro versus Goblins. I'm really excited for this match. I think it's going to be really interesting. And then in the other side of this bracket, we have Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange and Sacha Christensen on Czech Pile.
And then popping over to the right side of the back bracket, we've got Cameron Simons on Jund Midrange versus Matthew Grier on Paradox Combo. And we got Spencer Kanaka on 4-color Nadu Combo versus Chris Sutherland on good old Blue-White Control.
Blue-White Boomer, as it were.
It is so boomer. It is. We of course have seen all the lists. The deck lists are public and should be available in chat if you're looking to take a sneak peek at that. But it's going to be interesting because for events like these, obviously players are going to metagame a little bit. Mm-hmm. They don't know what each other is playing, but they know these people.
Yeah, this metagame is really interesting. I think if you're a player, it was really hard to figure out exactly what people were going to be on. You had some assurances, like you can probably assume that Mac is going to be on Goblins. You can probably assume that Cameron's going to be on Jund. Yep. But beyond that, these players have quite a lot of range and have been successful with a lot of different archetypes over the year. So it was really hard to identify. And I've been talking to a lot of the players before the tournament. A lot of their reads were wrong.
Oh.
A lot of their reads ended up not being correct. Some reads were good, but I'll say this. No one put Matt Grier on Paradox Academy. Not a single person I talked to.
I'm shocked. Are you telling me the reads of Magic players are off?
That
it's not all about the reads?
I would never imply that, Ben.
Well, thank you for taking an unbiased stance on this matter. Very quickly, do we want to run down the first matchup of the day, just so people know the structure? We are going to be showcasing every single round here. So we're going to have 4 quarterfinal matches, played best of 3, 2 semifinal matches, played best of 3, and then our finals, which is best of 5, with play draw across the entire tournament being based on seeding for the year-end results. So it wasn't enough just to qualify. You had to ideally qualify and keep on winning.
Yeah, I think you want to give players incentives to try and continue to win Monday nights throughout the year, even if they're already locked for the top 8.
Mm-hmm. It's we got some blood in the water here. We got some feisty players here.
Because of how efficient our format is now, the play draw is mattering more and more every year.
Right, it's huge. It's not just down to a matchup lottery. It's not just down to like, oh God, I hope I'm not on the draw against red. That is still the case, but it's play draw in Magic the Gathering. It can mean anything.
Even blue decks have plays where if you're on the play, it's significantly better. Tamio, for example.
That's a pretty good,
right?
one.
A lot of blue decks playing red, Ragavan, etc. So, yeah, the play draw is becoming more and more significant every year that we play Highlander.
And we're about to spend the next 8 hours complaining about exactly that. Is that correct?
That's the only thing I'm here to talk about. I don't know about you.
Well, how about we talk about, if we can get the bracket up again real quickly, just to talk about the 2 deck lists we're going to see here. Now, you have Jason's list in front of you. Jason is playing a Golgari aggro deck, affectionately called in the community Black Mold. This is a Jason Jobin special. This is what Jason got into the format playing like almost a decade ago. He had a huge amount of success with tokens this year, but I know he won a couple with this one too. Why do you think he went with Golgari over tokens?
So speaking before, Jason was talking about the tokens matchups in his expected metagame, like his idea of what this metagame would be. And he just felt like Black-Green had a lot more game. I'd say specifically in against like control matchups.
Right.
You have hand attack. A lot of your threats are very either versatile or they just continue to come back.
Right.
So I actually really like this pick from Jason. I think it's heads up. He does have experience with both archetypes. I think people, when they think about Jason over the year, they think about tokens because he was very successful with it. But having played Jason quite a lot over the course of the year, he's no slouch when it comes to the Black-Green Mold archetype either.
I was kind of hoping he would have brought Pirates.
Oh,
He
yeah.
has won an event with Grixis Pirates.
Pirates is the people's choice, but sometimes you have to have a little bit of self-control when it comes.
Speaking of the people's choice, we have Mac as our other player here. Mac is playing Goblins. That's no surprise.
Not surprising at all. Mac is just a consummate expert of his archetype.
Right. Yeah. Mac's list is also mono red. So this is something that, when you think of Goblins, mono red does pop up, but a lot of people tend to go towards Rakdos as being, you get that munitions expert and
hard removal, Dreadbore, Molten Collapse. You get Bogart Auntie.
Cards that can kill Triumph
Auntie.
of St. Catherine and Barrow-Goyf.
Yeah, exactly. For this tournament, I love playing archetypes that you're really comfortable with. And I think it is good to experiment throughout the year. But if I'm in Mac's seat, he's only really been playing mono red Goblins.
Right.
I'm just going to stick with that. I think the percentage points that you get from familiarity with your archetype outweigh a lot of the percentage points that you might gain from picking like a quote unquote slightly better deck.
Right.
Especially with a deck like Goblins, you have no manipulation of your library. Sans like Goblin Recruiter. And so you aren't like going to find these drastic changes that often. So even if you are testing for like, say, the full month before the tournament, it's possible you haven't seen as many iterations of what your cards do versus your opponents that you need to like regain those percentage points in terms of your familiarity with how the game plays out.
Sure.
So yeah, I love mono red Goblins from from Mac here.
Great. Well, I love seeing these decks fight. I would like to see these decks fight. I think the folks in chat would like to see these decks fight. So if the players are ready, let's go down to the battlefield, if you will.
I'm so excited.
Yeah. Kick off some Magic the Gathering here. Oh, the fist bump. Love to see it.
Oh, love the fist bump.
Highlander is all about camaraderie. Mac has a Tividar's Crusade over there as a... not in anybody's deck, but please don't have this.
So neither player playing a turn one play is pretty interesting in this matchup. They're both looking to get on the board early. So I'm interested in how this game is going to play out and what they both kept feeling like they wanted to keep hands that didn't start the game on turn one.
Sure. Jason Jobin finds an Urborg and a Chromox here, imprinting what looks like Legolas's quick reflexes to cast an unstoppable slasher from Duskmorn. This is an interesting mid-range card that I personally slept on a little bit, but has been popping up here and there, puts in reasonable work in Vintage Cube, or used to.
Yeah, I think the slasher is it's unassuming. You look at it, it's a 2/3. Yeah, it has Death Touch. When it dies, it takes forever to come back, it feels like. But this is one of those threats that has inevitability.
Mac just fighting back with a Goblin Instigator here, just making a couple of tokens before... this is a card I wanted to talk about. The spitting... Flapadapodon.
Flapalapasaur.
Yeah, from the Jurassic Park cards. A 3-mana 3/2 that when it ETBs or attacks, you put a -1/-1 counter on target creature, and then creatures with these counters on them can't block. Huge in this matchup.
Oh, definitely a big card in this matchup. -1/-1 counter is really good against goblins.
Mm-hmm. It's a card where if it is let loose, it's going to take over the board. But it does only have 2 toughness, which is not the biggest ask for a red deck, especially something like Goblins to potentially answer. And oh
wow, this is a big game. Goblin Recruiter. It'll be interesting to see what Matt goes for here. Your initial temptations when you play Goblin Recruiter are to get Conspicuous Snoop to combo win. But sometimes you just Recruiter for value, depending on like what you feel your position is in the current game state. It's possible that Mac wants to grab a pile that includes I'm blanking, the 4-mana draw 4 goblins. Goblin Ringleader.
Yeah, it's tough. Like you said, it's tempting to set up for those that at home that are not familiar with the Snoop pile. It involves more or less Conspicuous Snoop, Torch Courier, just a little goblin to give the Snoop haste, and Kiki-Jiki to start making infinite Snoops, all in one turn of playing the Snoop. The Recruiter pile it's always an interesting thing because it depends on, what if your opponent has Strip? Like, what if they hit you with the LD? What if they have some kind of taxation effect? Like, there is some consideration to, like, what if this goes wrong?
Yeah, like you get your combo, but then what are the cards you get after your combo, I think is probably one of the biggest considerations here. And it looks like Mac has gotten the combo as well as Skirk Prospector, a Goblin Matron, and
the Krenko Mob Boss.
Yeah.
The Prospector's nice because the Prospector effectively pays for itself, but also puts out enough mana that if your Snoop combo does get disrupted, you have the mana to hardcast a Kiki-Jiki. And that's a Forkbolt killing off the Dilophogropodopolis.
The splitting Dilopholar. Yeah. Also, you have your Goblin Recruiter left over, so the Skirk Prospector actually makes you a mana.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that was a hell of a play for Mac here. Managed to set up a Recruiter. Managed to kill this 3/2 that was about to take over the board.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see if he blocks this Unstoppable Slasher. Does he feel like he needs the mana that he's going to gain from the Goblin Recruiter? And I want to point this interaction out, Ben. We're seeing Fetch into Surveil Land. This is just a Highlander staple now. Once these lands were printed from MKM, some people might have slept on them for a little bit, but they have just turned out to be quite excellent in a 100-card format. So we're seeing a Surveil from Jason here. And I'm interested to see what Jason's response to this Recruiter is.
I got to imagine we're a Golgari deck. Maybe we have some kind of disruption. We need to do something. The Slasher is a ton of pressure. I know I said that it's, a little unassuming, even though it chops our life total in half. Decide to launch a Dread Fugue. We see a Goblin Bombardiers, or Broadside Bombardiers.
And a Seer Slicer Goblin, yeah.
Seer Slicer being the only target, gets taken down. But we also see, importantly, that Mac has the mana.
Yes.
So that Mac's not going to get stuck behind a Kiki Jiki on top, unable to cast, but that's a lot of damage coming through.
Yeah, and I like not blocking here from Mac's perspective if he feels like he needs the mana. But it is very costly. He took looks to be 11 damage.
Yep. And all Jason had was an Urborg Scavenger, so able to eat the Sear Slicer, but not able to really disrupt the board. And we see the Snoop come down, the Torch Courier comes down. The Torch Courier gives the Snoop haste. The Snoop can now tap with Kiki Jiki's ability to make a copy, which then, yeah.
Wow, Jason had a really solid start to this game, but the power of Goblin Recruiter into conspicuous scoop, it gets the win for Mac here.
Mm-hmm. That's a lot. The Goblin Recruiter is also nice too, because the game's over here, but it's over. The Mac has demonstrated I've got you with the infinite things, and this is how I'm actually going to kill you. Is that I make a million things and then I tap it to copy the Recruiter, and then I put a Mog Fanatic on top, and now all these Snoops have Mog Fanatic's ability, and you pew pew. It's the kind of thing that when you have seen it happen to you, you're like, yeah, let's just save time. Just kill me, dude.
Yeah. Jason could have had a snuff out there for what it's worth, but I find it interesting that Jason tapped out for the Urborg Scavengers. I feel like you would want to represent a piece of removal, but at the same time, I feel like in that situation, Mac is pretty pressed to just run the combo out regardless of what he feels like Jason might have in his hand.
It's the funny kind of mind game of, if I'm Mac and Jason keeps up mana, I'm still going for it. I didn't came here to not jam, right? But if Jason taps out, then it's like, well, he's got to have it, right? There's no way he taps out. He's got to have the snuff out, or there's something. I'm getting endurance doesn't do anything, but
I was pretty confident that Jason would have had a snuff out based on tapping out for the Urborg Scavengers. But again, I feel like Jason recognized, and correctly, that Mac is in a position there where they just have to go for it.
Right. Yep. Well, that's game one for Mac. Interesting start from both players, I guess. No turn one play. Not something I would have expected for this match. Although the Chrome Mock start from Jason really helped kind of explode. But
I'm really interested to talk to the players afterwards to hear what they kept. Mm-hmm. If Mac kept a hand with Goblin Recruiter, that makes a lot of sense. But if they didn't, then I'm not entirely sure what you would want to keep there if you don't have a 1-drop. Unfortunately, I'm not particularly versed in Goblins. So that's one of my sort of weak points in the format. I haven't played Goblins before, and I don't play against it often.
I think the last time I won a tournament with Goblins, I had Final Fortune in my deck. This was 2016 or something. And it was a Thursday. It was like a meme, this will be fun. Or maybe Time Walk Goblins. On that note, actually, if we could run down the points in the respective decks, people like to hear that. Mac, again, mono red, so we're looking at just fast mana. We are a go fast deck on Mana Crypt, Mox Ruby, Ancient Tomb, and then throw in a spicy little strip to just your land there. And Jason, what's Jason on?
Jason is on double Mox, so Mox Emerald and Mox Jet, and then 4 1-pointed cards.
Okay.
It's worth noting that 3 of these cards were pointed, I believe, this year.
Oh,
interesting. The 4 1-pointed cards are Ancient Tomb, freshly pointed Reanimate, freshly pointed Urza Saga, and a classic 1-pointer in Strip Mine.
Ooh.
Get 'em.
Okay.
Get 'em.
Yeah, I mean, as we go through this tournament here, not to toot our own horn, because it's that's right, we banned the broken cards and people are still not banned. We pointed the broken cards and people are still playing the pointed cards. Please clap. That's not We're not aiming for that. But I will say the diversity in point spreads, especially when it comes to including these 1-point cards, at a tournament that is, of the utmost importance for these players, because, we're in it for the glory. We're in it for the
glory is all that matters.
It's all that matters.
It's all you want.
I mean, the trophies at the end, those are nice.
Yeah.
But you want the bragging rights.
The bragging rights are eternal. They last until time immemorial.
Ooh.
I really like that a lot of these players are picking a lot of 1-pointers to play.
Mm-hmm.
I think it shows that we are probably heading in the right direction when it comes to the points list with this type of pointing.
Yeah.
It's interesting because the pointing philosophy is different than I would have had like a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. But what we're seeing with the printing of these new sets, specifically the Modern Horizons sets, the threats are getting so good and so overwhelming. I love to point to, for example, Psychic Frog. That card is unbelievably good, and the play patterns of it are so like once you play Frog, the game is all about Frog.
Yes,
and there are some decks that legitimately cannot beat it on turn 2.
Yep.
So I think historically I haven't really been a proponent of pointing threats. Mm-hmm. Generally speaking, I love pointing fast mana. I love pointing tutors, but the threats are just getting so good.
The pointing threats was saved for Australians. 7-point Highlander. We love you.
It's a different Highlander joke.
Completely different Highlander. But yeah, but players have responded very well to these changes, both in terms of you know what? Psychic Frog is not a real Magic card. It's just not real. And they're still fine paying that. We have a list that we're going to see down the line that would have previously been on triple Mox plus a 1-pointer is now down to 2 Moxes plus Minsk and Boo, Ren and 6, Psychic Frog, and Reanimate.
Yeah, and I think sort of this problem that we've had with the format trying to figure it out is triple Mox spreads are very scary, and there are a lot of non-games due to fast mana. Mm-hmm. So how do we incentivize players to not play the full triple Mox?
Yeah.
Well, we take these threats that we know are overwhelming. Their play patterns are bad. They are way too good against a specific number of our archetypes, mainly, say, Psychic Frog against red. Mm-hmm. Adding more 1-pointers makes it so that people have to actually make really serious considerations on whether or not they want to cut that third Mox.
Yeah, and a lot of these get seen as, and we're off already. All right, so the players coming out the gates here, both playing some lands, but Mac does have a turn 1 play.
Oh, Frenzied Goblin. A Mac after my own heart.
Mm-hmm. Frenzied Goblin, real good at killing people dead, or making it so that, at least no blocking is done there. It does look like Mac is on a Mulda 5, which is a little unfortunate. Mac is up a game, though, despite what what it says on your screen right now. There we go.
And Frenzied Goblin is one of those creatures that, depending on how the game shapes up, it can have an outsized impact on how the game goes, mm-hmm. and it can actually make up for that mulligan in ways that other one mana goblins might not be able to.
Right.
And then here we're seeing fetch into Surveil Land, which we will be seeing all day.
All day. Even the 2-color aggressive deck. It's just you play one. It's 1 of 100.
Recently, I've been playing Green-Red Blitz.
Mm-hmm.
You still play the Surveil Land. It's just it's too good.
A Bloated Contaminator was put into the graveyard there off that Surveil. Jason plays out a Takenuma Abandoned Mire and decides to... We firing out a hand tax spell. No, it's another Goyf. Followed by a Haywire Might.
The second creature there being really key. Mac is going to have a hard time leveraging this Frenzied Goblin. even in later turns. But we'll see what Mac's response is here.
Yeah, it's tough. Haywire might usually a card that you would want to pull out against something like a Paradox combo, deal with an Urza Saga, get a pesky Umezawa's Jite off the board, something like that. But here, it's just a 1/1 that when it dies, you're going to gain 2 life, which is pretty reasonable against an aggressive deck. And not to mention, it's going to grow that Nethergoyf.
Definitely. And one of Mac's best ways to get back into this game from that mulligan to 5 was to leverage the Frenzied Goblin, ensuring that they can get their threats in. So I'm interested to see what Mac's response is to this, because from my perspective, the Frenzied Goblin is not good enough anymore.
Yeah, it's we've got this Ancient Tomb tapped. We've taken the damage, but we're thinking about how we want to use this mana.
This could be a big haymaker. Oh, Broadside Bombardiers.
That's a hell of a magic card to try and crawl back from a Mulda 5.
That will, if Mac decides, that will remove the Nethergoyf, but a big snuff out here from Jason.
Being on the mulligan is, especially Mulda 5, can be backbreaking, right? Mac had the draw to try and get the cards back in here. But when your opponent's able to develop to the board and deal with your threat off of and there's the spitting.
Oh, wow. This is just...
Oh, my God.
The Dilophosaurus Rex.
Sure does, Trenton. Sure does.
Yeah, and... From Mac's perspective, if you're mulliganing to 5, Ancient Tomb is really good for you because you get that extra mana without having to have played a land. So theoretically, you could have more and more threats. We're seeing a 4-drop from Mac.
Oh, Krenko? Maybe Trash Man? Krenko Goblin Mob, or Krenko Mob Boss.
The Mob Boss themselves.
I mean, again, a card that can hopefully pull Mac into the game. This is a card that takes over the game very quickly. Jason does have 6 damage, can chop Mac's life total in half here, and has a grip full of cards.
Yeah, Jason's also going to be able to shrink the Krenko here, and the Krenko can't block because of the second ability on the Dilophosaurus.
Yep.
So Jason's actually getting 7 points of damage in here. Which means next turn, depending on if he can grow the Nethergoyf, he might actually be able to present lethal. And if Mac just has one follow-up play here, he will only be able to produce 1 blocker after the Dilophosaurus attacks next turn.
Cankerbloom hitting the table here. We got some kind of funny interactions with -1/-1 counters and Proliferate. I don't know if it's going to come up.
Oh. When have you ever seen someone sacrifice Cankerbloom for the Proliferate effect?
I have done it to expedite an opponent's Urza Saga.
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, they're just like, oh yeah, I'll have the mana later. It's like, no, you won't. Nope. you get one, and then you're putting that into play. Yeah. Now, could I have just blown up the Urza Saga? Sure. But guess what? I had an opposition agent in play.
Wow.
I was playing Golgari myself. That deck terrible. It natural ordered into Carnage Tyrant.
Wow, Carnage Teasy. Haven't thought about that dino in a while.
Ooh, and a Dark Ritual to follow up the Cankerbloom here. Decides to proliferate. We're seeing it immediately. Into an Orcish Bowmasters!
Oh, wow. What a play from Jason. Really closing the door on this game. Mac is going to have to come up with something pretty incredible to get back into this one.
Now, Trenton, my favorite part about these is that we all know each other. We're all pals. So I get to say, I think Jason should have played the Bowmasters to put the damage on, then proliferate to make the army token a bit bigger. But I'm not saying this because I think I'm better.
An embarrassment of riches.
I'm sitting here, pal. I'm washed. I'm saying this because I know Jason's going to rewatch the tape.
This is for future Jason.
Yeah, future Jason. Yeah.
Mac does have potential draws here. The Ancient Tomb really really critical here. Mac is channeling
The twin shot sniper to kill off the Spiddies into Mog War Marshal.
Okay.
Technically not dead.
And if Jason had proliferated on the Orc token, Mac would be dead this turn.
Yeah. Well, Mac has 2 blockers.
Oh, I see. Yeah. They would be able to, Mac would be able to block the 2 larger creatures regardless.
It's still not a great spot. You're going down to at least 1. Your Ancient Tomb is getting taken offline. It's things are looking a little grim here for Mac. I was double checking to make sure that we didn't have like a Fiery Confluence as an out here. But who knows? We make a block here. The War Marshal's going to die and replace itself with another token.
One thing I've always been careful about when I play against Goblins is I've definitely lost in positions where I thought it was impossible for me to lose. So I wouldn't count Goblins out until they extend the hand. And it looks like that's just what Mac's doing.
Yeah, Jason had the Unstoppable Slasher. Just even more pressure that you're going to have to deal with. There's just not that many 5-for-1s in Goblins.
It's tough to get back from that mulligan as well, especially against such a streamlined deck such as Golgari Aggro in terms of they're always going to interact with you in every game that you play.
Right.
Sometimes in some matchups you mulligan to 5 and you know that you're not going to be interacted with as often. That is not the case. Jason is always packing interaction, and that snuff out was so key.
So huge.
Bombardiers was maybe Mac's way back into the game.
Right. It's just free spells. Now, go with me on this journey. Free spells might be busted. They might be a little broken here.
I think you might be onto something.
Yeah, I mean, just not being able to skip paying mana for this spell. I know it sounds silly to say, but realistically, it's like, yeah, if Jason had to use mana to deal with the Bombardiers, which Jason did not have there, that Nethergoyf's off the table, or is likely off the table. Jason now can't develop the same way that he was developing his board that we saw, like that Spiddies might not hit the table.
Well, even if Spiddies hits the table, Mac's deck is full of Goblins that they are willing to sacrifice.
Right.
Yeah. So if Mac draws Mog War Marshal, for example, that Splitting Dinosaur is gone.
Yep. Yeah, it's hard to block profitably. It's hard to do anything when... I mean, that's the strength of Goblins, realistically, is that there are a lot of cards that are just... They're not really cards, right? They're fodder, right? Quite literally, they may be dragon fodder. A card that makes Goblin tokens. So you don't really care what happens to them because you're playing them because they're a Goblin that makes Goblins, right? Your cheap little duders that stick around, they block, they get sacrificed. They know what they're in for.
Also, Goblins leverages some of the Goblins that see play in other decks a lot better than those decks. Bombardiers is an amazing example. Sometimes you play Bombardiers, you have your one thing to sack to gain some advantage, but then sacrificing anything else in later turns, depending on the context of the game, can be really costly for you, depending on what archetype you're playing. In Goblins, it's almost never that costly. You almost always have just some actual dragon fodder hanging around.
And think about how much damage Bombardiers does in just the first couple of turns. And then factor in that there are lords. We may have pump spells. You know, like it's a 2/2 and it feels like it hits like a truck. But now, what if it's a 4/4 and also hitting like a truck, right? Like, it is an unreal Magic card and the kind of thing that Mac's going to need to leverage, I think.
Definitely. Also, to that point, if you say you have lords and a Bombardiers and a couple of tokens, they probably can't block your Bombardiers. They go to block your token. You still get to send it upstairs. Goblins is a deck that leverages a lot of the cards that are in it very differently from other archetypes. I mean, we all know that Bombardiers is broken, but
Yeah.
I think it's specifically very good in Goblins.
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like once you're like, wait a minute, Seasoned Engineer's a human. So I can cast off this Cavern of Souls or trigger my Thalia's Lieutenant. You know, it's the little things. There's not exactly frog type running
I just
around,
had a realization.
Yep.
You just talked about how free spells are good, and I just talked about how goblins are good in goblins.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for joining the stream. Welcome to our insightful commentary.
This is why the people come to us. This is why you come to us.
We say the things that other people won't.
Okay, you want some trivia?
I'm waiting.
Jason Jobin has the most qualifying points this year. I believe he ended the year in first place.
No.
This is true, right?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
great. I got my info straight. 10 points. That's a lot.
10's significant. That's almost a win a month. And it's not like Jason was at every single event.
No.
He attends a lot of them, but
Yes.
he wasn't at every one.
This is the man that was also just playing Grixis Pirates some amount of the time,
Yeah,
right?
there was at some point Jason had enough points that he started. Yeah, you put some pirates into play. I can't think of a single name for a pirate, so I'm just going to leave it at that.
Forerunner of the Coalition.
Reckless Lackey?
There you go.
It's a goblin and a
That's
pirate.
Technically, Ragavan, technically a pirate.
Ragavan's a pirate.
Ragavan's
too.
a pirate.
Oh yeah, monkey pirate.
Monkey pirate. I'm getting word that as the players are getting ready for this match, it does sound like Mac is again on a Malda 5. At least on a Malda 5. This is never where you want to be, obviously. This is something that can happen with the lower land count kind of decks that are looking to have the occasional high rolling kind of draw, right?
Also, we talked about how because Bombardiers is good in Goblins because they have a bunch of fodder that you can throw.
Right.
That fodder is still in Mac's deck.
Yes.
When Mac is shuffling up.
Yeah.
And sometimes you draw a hand with Goblins, and your hand is 4 lands, a Frenzied Goblin, a Reckless Lackey, and a Torch Courier. And that's just not a Magic hand that you can keep in 2025.
No, it's especially against a deck with Orcish Bowmasters, Spitting Dilophodoperopolis, or even just like Deathrite Shaman, right? Just like
It's the 1/2.
Just your opponent plays a 1-mana 1/2, and you're like, well, there goes my pressure.
So Goblins, very powerful, but with lower land count plus a lot of cards that are... this is sort of the problem with a lot of synergy-based archetypes. Your pieces, when they all work together, are so extraordinary and so overwhelming.
Right.
But sometimes you don't draw the right pieces in the right places.
Well, let's hope that Mac draws the right pieces in the right places as we go down for the final game for round 1 of the quarterfinals here. Mac did keep a 5-land hand.
You mean a 5-card hand?
A 5-card hand. I mean, honestly, if it's a 5-land hand, 4 Mountains Christensen, put me in there, brother. Just deciding what to put on the bottom here. It's tough. We see a mental misstep in Mac's hand. Mac does have a couple of non-red free spells. Free spells, air quotes. Mental misstep is technically a free spell, but there's also Apostle's Blessing.
Wow,
Yeah.
Mac is on Apostle's Blessing?
Yeah.
Is Mac on Mutagenic Growth?
No. No mutagenic growth.
Mac used to say that they were playing 5-color goblins, and
Yeah.
they play Apostle's Blessing, Dismember, Mutagenic, Mental Misstep.
A Grenzo Havoc Razor hits the table. Oh, we got a Reader. Wow, Reader in round 1.
If this Grenzo is able to connect, this is a way for Mac to undo this mulligan.
Absolutely. You start drawing cards.
Yeah, and Grenzo says whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player.
Yeah.
So if Jason doesn't have a way to remove this and Mac has a way to push through, with Mac's follow-up, the advantage can snowball and become overwhelming. We'll have to see what Jason's response here is. Jason does play quite a lot of removal. And Jason's going to be surveilling on end step here, so we'll see what his response is. I really like Grenzo Havoc Razor, though. I think that's a really cool addition to Goblins, and it makes your small 1-mana 1/1s a little more impactful.
Yeah, just having tools for when you have a board of just these tokens, anything that can even vaguely resemble a payoff is going to put in work. And it just so happens that this payoff is going to be something that can provide additional cards. It's pretty huge. Now, we are in a spot where, is Jason going to find the surveil line? Is Jason going to find like a bayou and maybe pick this Grenzo off? We looking to develop to the board?
Oh, good call.
Well,
It looks like we're going to see some form of 1-mana removal. Fatal Push, Dismember.
if this man casts Cling to Dust, I'm walking. It's not on the list, thank God.
No. We could see a cut down here.
Yeah. Cut down, Fatal Push. I mean, Golgari's got the tools of getting a cheap creature off the board.
Definitely. And Jason, I believe, kept a 7 as well and is on the draw. So if Jason's hand has this removal spell plus a couple more, it's a Dismember.
It's Dismember, 1 mana, but heavy cost of life. Because Grenzo, don't get me wrong, scary. Max on the mulligan, you want to try and restrict the resources. But that's, to me, seems very aggressive as Cankerbloom hits the table. I guess you're trying to keep the board clear, and you feel that if you deal with this turn 1, you get to develop on turn 2.
Yeah, it's just really mana efficient. I think you have to do that, especially given the context of Jason's hand. I saw this Cankerbloom and a Grist. And when your opponent is on a mulligan to 5 and you play a Grist, you feel pretty powerful.
Right. If their turn 3 play is Fanatical Firebrand pass, you are feeling all right as Prismatic Vista puts Jason down to 14, finding a land, and I imagine we're slamming this Grist.
Yeah, if I was Jason, I would put Mac on at least one piece of removal here, maybe a Lightning Bolt. Otherwise, Mac would have developed. Or it's possible Mac has 4 drops in hand,
Right.
Muxus. Either way, I'm really happy if I'm in Jason's seat. But as we saw in the first game, Mac is just a Goblin Recruiter away from potentially winning the next turn.
For sure. The way you want to disrupt that is with instant speed removal, and while Grist is pretty good in the Goblins matchup, it is not instant speed. Worth noting, no Muxus in Mac's list. We are relatively
all right,
lean.
lean.
Yeah,
Very lean.
Not even on the Trash Man. Looks like our 4s are Krenko and Ringleader. And we have Kiki Jiki, of course, but...
Yeah, Kiki Jiki's not really a card that you count when you're looking at your mana curve.
Twin Shot Sniper, it's a 2-drop. It's a 2-drop. It's fine.
So Mac is on
That looks
Misstep.
like Karizev's Expertise.
Oh,
The the Threaten that also lets Mac cast an additional spell, but obviously Mental Misstep not the best thing to cast there. And I think maybe that was a Goblin War Chief in Mac's hand. I'd put money on War Chief or Mog Raider.
and this Karizev's expertise is so close to being able to get the Grist. Take the Cankerbloom, Fanatical Firebrand, sacrificing, targeting the insect, attack Grist for 3. Unfortunately. I'm not entirely sure what I would do if I was in Mac's seat here. Putting Grist to 4 versus 1 almost doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's going to be able to start protecting itself again. You've already expended your Firebrand here. It's a bit of a tough spot. I don't know. It's one of these draws where you kind of have to ask yourself, am I ignoring this Grist? Because that sounds terrible, but it might be what you have to do. You
Wow,
might have to...
Mac passes here.
Wow.
That's really, really big for Jason. And this duress is, from Jason's perspective, you're just so happy, even just looking at the hand. But Mac does have the misstep for it.
the misstep, keeps that Karizev's expertise safe here. But also, if I'm Jason and my opponent's sitting on 3 cards and I find out one of them is a misstep, I feel okay.
Yeah, I'm
this
pretty happy
grist
there.
Yeah, this grist is going to do some work here.
This is a critical turn for Jason, deciding whether or not to attack with both the Cankerbloom and the 1/1 insect. If he does that, he potentially leaves. Wow, the
Spitties, man.
This Dilophosaurus has been incredible every time it's been cast, and has been cast in all 3 games.
These Universes Beyond cards, am I right?
Just incredible.
We got a farm engagement.
So good. Carnage Tyrant, step out of the way.
Yeah,
There's a new dino in town.
Better dinosaur, bud.
So Max still has outs here, specifically Recruiter or Snooping. Oh, wow. Incinerate going right to the dome.
To the dome and a turn Incinerate. The Karizev's expertise can take the Spitties, push for 3 additional damage, killing off this bug token.
Yeah, it's possible that Mac has recognized that, if Mac had incinerated the Grist, Mac could steal the Dilophosaur and get the Grist off the board. But then Mac is being attacked for 7 the next turn.
Yep.
You're probably not winning that game. So you need the mana. You have to cast the Incinerate on Jason's end step. Just going straight to the dome.
I gotta imagine if you're Mac and you're saying I'm going upstairs with the Karizev's expertise, like we're on Price of Progress. We are trying to ops not to Karizev's expertise, maybe as another burn spell and hoping to get a little mana efficient with the lineup here. Oh,
yeah, it's possible Mac is on hoping that Jason makes a mistake, overextends, forgets to activate Grist. When you're this far behind, sometimes you have to look for what mistakes your opponent can make that can give you an advantage. So Max on the back foot here. Let's see what they draw.
It looks like the hand is Arena of Glory, Goblin, Spear Slicer,
Sear Slicer,
Sear
Goblin.
Slicer Goblin, the one from Foundations. And we have, of course, the Karizev's expertise here. Looks like we are hitting the Diplo, or trying to hit the Diplophodopsis.
The spitting dino.
The spitting dino, and getting to cast the Spear Slicer Goblin. Sear Slicer Goblin. It's holding something reminiscent of a spear.
The dinosaur does look like it's spitting.
Spinning or spitting?
Spitting.
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. It is most certainly spitting. This dino's got bars.
This dino's spitting. Let's see what Mac does from here.
That's fine.
Mac will be, if Mac's on push damage, has to maybe think about a Grist ult at some point in time. But looks to kill off that bug token that was the blocker, push 3 more damage, gets to make a blocker here, or have 2 blockers, although one of them is likely dying to Spitties.
What's going to happen is Jason's going to, even without this removal spell, Jason would untap, and that's the game.
Yeah.
Jason would untap, minus Grist, attack with the splitting Dilophosaur, getting rid of the extra 1/1 blocker, and that would be game. So.
Right. Yeah, decides to Fatal Push after Mac commits to the attack there. I mean, you're probably attacking because you just stole the card. Back in the booth here. Benny Wheels and Trent and McIntyre.
Jason kept his composure.
Yeah.
He felt pretty far ahead in the first game, and Mac had Recruiter and just won the game the next turn. And when you're in a tournament that you care about so much and you feel really far ahead, and your opponent does the one thing that can get them, that can take the win from you, quote unquote, that can be pretty jarring, and it could be the mental that you have to have when you're playing in these tournaments is something I don't know if we talk about as often as we need to. We care a lot. All of us care quite a lot about winning this tournament.
You folks don't know how much I hated Caracas when I got Sacha to like 1 and my hand was like Ragavan Zergo playing red. I'm like, or Time Vault. It sticks with you.
Yeah,
it sticks with you.
It's been years.
Yeah.
Very interesting games. Jason, I believe for me the hallmark of that game, of that match, was Jason's deck building considerations. The dinosaur, the splitting Dilophosaurus, really, really impactful in all 3 games.
Right.
Maybe a consideration that Jason made specifically for this matchup that is also somewhat reasonable in other matchups.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, you know there's going to be Spencer and Noel are playing, well, we know that Noel isn't playing Mana Dorks, but the read is that, well, there's at least going to be Spencer, Noel, and Cameron playing Mana Dorks. Mac's going to be on Goblins. Like, it's not unreasonable to immediately look for cards like Spitties to, kind of hedge that matchup.
Also, if Chris is on control, a turn of not being able to block with the threat that control plays to stabilize the board, that can often be the game-winning turn.
For sure.
So I love this inclusion a lot. I really like Jason's choice to play black-green over tokens. I think that is a very hard choice to make when you've had so much success with that particular archetype over the course of an entire year.
Yep.
But as I said earlier, the points changes mattered a lot, and I believe Jason's deck gained 3 points in the recent changes in Urza Saga Reanimate White Plume Adventurer.
Yeah. It and for what it's worth, I played that deck after the changes. Still disgusting.
Still solid.
Still disgusting. Yeah. Powerful deck. I mean, we got to see the power of both the archetypes there. Unfortunate mulligans on Mac's side, but both players, they addressed what they had to do in each of those games in order to maximize their mana and to put themselves in the best position to win. And that's what we're all here for, is watching some high-level Canadian Highlander.
Definitely. And to give Mac a shout-out, specifically with that Incinerate, in these high-pressure moments, you've mulliganed to 5 2 times in a row. Your opponent has a ton of pressure on you. Identifying that going after that grist isn't going to win you the game can be really difficult. It's staring you in the face. The grist is really, really strong against you.
Yep.
But I was a big fan of that Incinerate. I feel like that led to more potential outcomes where Mac wins the game. But ultimately, that's how Magic works sometimes. Sometimes you mulligan to 5 a couple times in your match, and such is the game that we play, and that's what we sign up for.
Right. Let's go to the board to see what you are signed up for when it comes to watching Magic the Gathering. Jason advances to the semifinals. That means our next matchup is going to be, I should use his official title, Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin here, playing Rakdos Midrange versus Sacha Christensen playing Czech pile control / midrange / something.
I think in this top 8, this matchup specifically is the hardest one to think about before the tournament.
Yeah.
Noel and Sacha both have pretty wide ranges, but they also have archetypes that they prefer and that they enjoy. So for them, trying to figure out what the other person is playing, I feel like is probably the hardest quarterfinals to think about.
They could pick up whatever deck, bring it, and do well. They have their preferences for sure, but I mean, you should have seen the piece of crap Esper list that I saw Noel on, where he showed me, and I was just like, dude, it's not 2017 anymore. And then he's like, oh, I won the event. It was like, yeah, it wasn't even close. It's just like, this is the caliber of player that we're dealing with here. So we're going to see that very shortly. We'll get Surge in the booth, give you a little bit of a break. Don't go away, folks. We've got more of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship in just a second. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship for Yellowjacket Comics. Brought to you by LoadingReadyRun. My name is Benjamin Wheeler, and joining me this round, I've got Serge in the booth.
Oh, thank you for having me, Wheeler. It's great to be here.
Well, thank you for being here. It's great to have you, Serge. Are you excited to watch some more Magic the Gathering?
So I have not been involved in the top 8 finals event since before the pandemic. I am stoked to be back.
We got some powerful Magic.
I remember
on the docket.
the first ever event we did for this. I was so excited in the booth, I was literally shaking. And there's a bit of the trembling this time, but it's good to see that I've matured into this role.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. We had just watched round 1 of the quarterfinals, where we saw Jason Jobin beat out Mac, the Goblin King, for the first round. Golgari Aggro advancing to be our first semifinal competitor. And we're about to watch round 2. And so the winner of this will then go and fight Jason in the semifinals round 1. If we can get the bracket up on the board just to show folks, Jason advancing there. And for this one, we've got Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange.
Pro Tour Day Tour competitor Noel Robin.
Pro Tour Day 2 competitor Noel Robin, of course. And Sacha and Christensen on Czech Pile. You've got Noel's deck list in front of you. It's
I got 2 words to describe this list.
Okay.
Beep beep.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah?
It is low to the ground. It is mean. It is lean. It's got burn spell. It's got cheap removal, and it's got some of those beautiful, beautiful threats that we've come to love. You know, your Barrow-goyfs, your Bodside Bombardiers. We've got the Emperor of Bones. You know it, you love it, right?
The way I described it when I was in the car with Trenton on the way here was like,
Sure.
oh yeah, he's inti-pilled. He's Lelia maxing.
So they're playing those threats
Yeah.
because they're very efficient threats in those colors. I wouldn't say they're necessarily leaning too hard into, like, Inti is obviously
No,
cracked,
not-
Lelia is
yeah.
obviously cracked, but it's not like I was looking through the list expecting, okay, is it a big synergy pile for those? And other than the fact that those cards are, you know, pushed.
Yes.
That's the synergy.
Yeah, there are cards that care about discarding or that make blood tokens.
There is a Voldaren Epicure. I noticed that.
Yeah.
And there's a couple little spicy ones. We'll see if they show up. I don't want to necessarily spoil anything. I mean, the deck lists are public, but...
Right, but there's, we're not running into playing some weirdo Commander Madness card. Well, maybe Anya's Ravager is in there, but, it's a
No
deck
Anya's
that's-
Ravager, but that's fine. That's fine.
It's looking to kill people.
Yep.
It's looking to either hand attack, maybe play a Blood Moon.
Yep.
Does have some synergies. What are the points?
The points are Mox Ruby, Mox Jet, brand new addition to the list. We have Reanimate, Ancient Tomb, and Vampiric Tutor. So some acceleration in the Mox Tomb.
Okay.
A little bit of recursion in the Reanimate, and a spicy Vampiric Tutor.
Vamp Tutor's kind of interesting, too. It's one of these cards that is typically just reserved for decks
Combo.
looking to combo kill.
Yeah.
Maybe there's a chance that Noel has some kind of Reanimator package beyond the Reanimate, but... even for this deck, being able to Vamp Tutor for something like Blood Moon, being able to Vamp Tutor for Metamorphosis Fanatic
Sure.
to put it on top. I know Noel is very excited about borrowing a Volrath Stronghold, which can put the Fanatic back on top. And you get to keep doing it.
Well, with Inti and with cards like Lelia, that top of the deck manipulation, and also being able to pitch a card to the graveyard and bring it back with Reanimate is pretty spicy.
Yeah. Sacha, on the other hand, is playing Czech Pile. For those that are unfamiliar, Czech Pile is going to be a 4-color, blue-based, mid-range to control
Blue-based.
style
Interesting.
deck.
I always assumed it was more Jund Splash Blue.
Well, here's the thing, is that it does depend on the build in particular.
Okay.
It depends on what the players are going to prioritize, how many slots they want to dedicate to.
Sure.
Do they want to go beyond the Force of Will and the mana leak or the evasive action or whatever? It does look like Sacha is on a little less blue than some other decks, really just, locking in the free counters or the more broken counters, and has just a gross suite of cards.
So this has got to be one of the decks most hit by the recent points changes, right? Because it was playing all the killer threats, which have all been pointed.
In fact, beyond the Mox Jet and Mox Sapphire that this list is playing, which, worth noting, this list would have been on triple Mox plus
The
Like
old
Treasure
days, yeah.
Cruise
so,
or
So
something.
let me guess. Ren and 6?
Yep.
Psychic Frog?
Yep.
Ren and... no, I said Ren and 6. Minsk and Boo?
Timeless Heroes.
Yep. Urza Saga.
Reanimate.
Reanimate. All right.
Yeah.
Not bad. 3
Yep, not bad, not bad. Yeah, it's Sacha is definitely going to be taking more of a controlling role in this matchup. Although, well, I mean, here's the thing about these decks is that they can pivot. Sacha's on Worldly Tutor for Metamorphosis Fanatic. Is that happening? Oh my God!
Is everybody on Metamorphosis Fanatic? That card is cracked,
I mean,
especially with the Surveil lands.
If you're in black,
Sure.
it's a pretty reasonable inclusion to make.
Who do you think is favored in this matchup? We have Aggro versus 4-color good stuff. It's interesting.
I'm going to give it to Noel. The Blood Moon is real nice.
Yes. Yeah, huge. So we have Blood Moon. Do we also have Magus in this list?
I believe
We do.
we got a Magus of the Moon.
Do we have Recruiter for Magus?
No, surely not.
No,
I mean,
no
we got
Recruiter.
Vamp Tutor.
Yeah, we do have the Vamp Tutor.
Yeah, just the combination of the Blood Moon, the hand
Yeah.
attack, the
Yeah.
ability to reasonably deal with something like Psychic Frog.
Sure.
It's just, yeah, it's the way this sounds a little rude to Noel, but this deck is very similar to like a Pioneer deck, which makes me more terrified. If you gave Noel Robin a deck more resembling of something from like Legacy or Vintage, I'm still a little scared. But the fact that there are cards in here that I'm like, what's going on, man? What's going on? And it's like, no, but Noel will, spice those up, right?
Sure.
The chef can use whatever ingredients he's got available, and he'll make something nice. Yeah, we've got some wild stuff in here. It does look like, I mean, Sacha has Marchesa, Dealer of Death in here.
That's an interesting include.
Yeah, it's the
Is that the
Grixis
Monarch
Marchesa.
card?
No, it's the one from Outlaws of
Oh,
Thunder
right,
Junction.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, which this deck is just committing crimes
Non-stop.
nonstop. Pretty interesting inclusion. We got we have Territorial Kavu, but we don't have...
doing a little bit of domain stuff.
Yeah, no Scion of Draco, but
Sure.
2-mana 4/4 with Graveyard Hate that rummages is pretty good. You're kind of excited for that. There's a Nadu in here. I mean,
just a value Nadu. Any of the combo pieces, or I mean, obviously Nadu is pretty good by itself, right?
Yeah. No Shuko or Lightning Greaves. Don't have a Bristly Bill. Maybe a Scythecat Cub. No Scythecat Cub. Okay, so yeah, Nadu's just a very good Magic card.
just a 3-mana 3/4 with upside,
yeah,
right?
they play removal, you let it trigger, and then you counter the spell, and then it's all gravy all the way down.
So one of the cards I am extremely excited to see in this, and this is going to be a bit of a spoiler. Mm-hmm. Oh, where did it go? Fire Covenant.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yeah, just an OG finisher here. I don't know. It warms my heart to see cards like this. Now, something interesting about this deck list is how deep Noel has gone into hand attack. We've got a Deep Cavern Bat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Standard Pioneer All-Star.
I don't play enough Pioneer to pick up on the significance of the comparison.
Most people don't. just a little nudge at Pioneer.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we're in for a pretty great match. Some pretty powerful cards coming out here. Some pretty upstanding game-ending threats. Get to showcase some of the new changes made to the points list. Very excited.
Let's talk about their history in YJ throughout the year.
Sure.
Now, Noel to me has always been a pod player.
Okay.
And with pod free, with survival free, is that deck just in an odd spot? Why do you think he brought red-black?
Well, Noel likes board-based decks.
Sure.
Decks that play to the board, interact with the board, to be able to leverage the decision trees that come with playing cards like Lightning Bolts, or that come with whether or not I want to attack and or block. And I think that in a position where you feel like you can outmaneuver your opponents, playing a deck that is just full of that kind of interaction, where you can kind of be the fun police when other people are trying to do that thing, or even if other people are just trying to play fair. It's like Noel doesn't have to navigate through a bunch of lines to develop something that is just going to get got by a Solitude or whatever.
Right.
Instead is just going to be like, When Noel casts Thoughtseize, he's probably going to be taking the right card. If Noel's going to cast Fatal Push, it's probably because that thing needed to be killed by Fatal Push.
So just a little bit more linear, a little bit more resilient.
Yeah, I think it's just he's got a game plan, and that game plan can morph around whatever anybody else is playing.
I feel with the printing of the Surveil lands and the prevalence of decks like Czech Pile, Mana Denial has never been better in this format. And I loved seeing Mac on Blood Moon, and I love seeing another deck, just another sort of like deck checking or policing the format, being like, no, you can't be too greedy.
Yeah, you need to. And for what it's worth, Noel was actually saying before this, we don't have another deck unless Chris is on it. No, Chris is on it. Okay, so we do have one other deck here that is for sure on Interaction. Chris's blue-white deck plays back to basics.
Oh, does it?
And Noel was saying, I think my deck functions well with Blood Moon. I'm a little scared of back to basics.
Sure.
So that's going to be something that's going to be very interesting to, maybe see that down the line, or just see how other people's decks are going to be able to react to whatever the type of Mana Denial their opponents have.
Now, question on Sacha's deck.
Yeah.
So Czech Pile seems, in my opinion of Sacha as a player, a little linear. Sacha, in my recollection, tends to bring like weirdo decks, a lot of combo, sometimes like dabbling into control and stuff like that. What do you think brought this decision about?
Sacha has a very wide range.
Yeah.
And could have been on anything from Jeskai to Czech Pile to Underworld Breach Storm to Doomsday. Yeah. Whatever. Sacha even said was considering bringing Citadel Tinkerstorm just because I mean,
sure.
Why Sacha said it was about, you can transmute Dimmer Machinations or cast it. And I'm like, that's what's up. But that's not what drives somebody to bring a deck to a year end. But yeah, Sacha could have been on anything. I think this is definitely within the range.
Okay.
But I do kind of agree that I would have leaned closer to Doomsday, closer to combo. Maybe even surprising everybody and like bringing out a token strategy, something like that. Yeah. It sounds like our players are ready to go. You want to watch some Magic?
Let's do it.
Great. Let's see how we're going to start things off here. I mean, both players have Boxen. Both players have, the ability to do things early on. That's just Highlander.
We have a turn 1 tapped Ravduel? What?
I'm taking it slow.
Gotta go fast. Not what I expected.
Both players just developing their lands. I've got to imagine we got something on turn 2, even if it is maybe throwing out a Hymn to Torak.
Gonna call it right now, Inti. Just the soul read. Turn 2 Inti.
Inti.
Yeah, I've seen no information about this hand. I just smell it. Ooh, the Urborg.
2 for 2 on Urborgs. Ooh, Avora, Insatiable Air. So this is a card from Jumpstart Foundations that uses blood tokens and has a benefit for discarding.
After I say that the deck isn't built to synergize around Inti, I'm immediately disproved. All right.
The thing is, for synergies like this, right, it could be 6 or 7 cards that are all good on rate that do interact pretty well. Avora is an incredible Magic card, and is one that you are likely going to play alongside Inti, alongside, Lelia or Party Thrasher, any number of these cards, but can hold its own.
I'm going to give myself half a point. That's basically Inti light.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? It wasn't Inti, but brother, it's close. It is close.
So end of turn, Surveil. Again, if you haven't put Surveil lands into all of your decks, you are missing out. I even think some monocolored decks.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're a little bit slow, right?
Surveil lands early on are very interesting, though. Because they gain so much value by having them later on to curve your draws. But if you need specific things, like if you keep a mana heavy hand as a Mawloc.
That is a Mawloc. On 2, we also have 4 different mana symbols from Sacha right now. So Domain is online.
We've hit Domain.
A little bit of confusion. The Marsh Flats art there looked like it was white-blue. but it was actually white-black. So some people were wondering how they were able to search for the Raucous Theater. It's just an odd printing of that fetch land.
It's Canlander. You just got to assume all the lands work. An Orcish Bowmaster is coming in or trying to hit the table here to take care of the Mawloc, presumably by shooting it for 1 and then the blocker getting in the way of the Mawloc here. It looks like that happens, and it looks like we got a trade.
Really good back and forth from both players here. Post-combat, we have a expressive iteration. Lots of back and forth play so far.
Yeah. We're going to get a lot of interaction here. We are going to get a lot of cards targeting cards, filtering for more cards to target other cards.
Right. I mean, these are both decks playing to the board. No deck is looking to goldfish and not interact here, right?
Yeah, I mean, we could have a matchup where both players effectively play out like Rakdos decks, where maybe Sacha's Rakdos deck does have an expressive iteration or a Mawloc, but I mean, Mawloc plays pretty close to a Rakdos deck as the Fatal Push takes care of the Bowmasters.
Yeah, so that was Fatal Push exiled off the expressive iteration, Bayou played, and then cast at the end there. All right, we're also going to see a fetch land. Oh, this is a main phase fetch, so probably not for the Surveil duel unless...
I think we're probably seeing a Badlands, maybe a basic swamp here.
Basic Swamp Blood Moon?
Could
One
be Basic
time?
Swamp Blood Moon. This is the best time for Basic Swamp Blood Moon. Worth noting that Blood Moon doesn't entirely lock Sacha out. Sacha does have, obviously, the Moxen, has... some number of basic lands. In this case, it would, but maybe the red removal gets you there.
All right, what do we have on? Oh, the Barrow-goyf! Ooh. That's a good one.
That's a big boy. What is that? That looks like it's a 4/5 with instant sorcery, creature, land. Barrow-goyf, hell of a magic card. It is just an idiot, but boy, is it a big idiot.
One of those threats that why?
It is one of those cards. I will say we're in kind of an interesting spot with how you use your removal in Highlander, especially with heavy interaction decks. Like Sacha could put the Fatal Push in hand off that EI to make it, smaller. We are.
This is a Cling to Dust hitting the land from the graveyard. It's not the only land because Sacha has fetched. So there's an interesting option there to maybe shrink the Barrow-goyf.
Right. You could target your own expressive iteration there to get it down to be a 3/4. But it looks like we're going to Flame of Anor to deal 5 to the Goyf anyways.
Sacha just having the answers. Wow.
This is a set of decks, both with answers galore. Sacha does have a hand of a lot of lands, though. Worth noting. It looks like we're on bajillion lands plus either Galvanic Discharge or a Ragavan.
I think that's Galvanic Discharge, yeah. It looks like a foil or like retro border or something. I don't think they have that. No. Maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they do. These Canlander players, I tell you, with their fancy cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cashing in the blood token, discarding the Chromox. I mean, at this point, not doing too much. Ooh. Decides to upgrade the Mox. Plays out a Mox Jet. Passes. Sacha drawing a Force of Will. We're at hard cast Force of Will territory. Honestly.
Yep. 5 mana pass. So this is end step price of progress?
Yeah, just throws it out there.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that's one way to get the Force out of hand.
Yeah.
Or take 10. I mean, it's an option.
It's tricky because, you're taking 10, but also it's just one hit of pop. Sacha decides to force it, wants to keep the life total high.
You gotta ask yourself with any counterspell.
Yeah.
How much is this card worth?
Right.
And 10 life is a pretty clear tell of how much damage a card is going to do to you, right?
Brother, I take 10 damage every damn day of the week. Noel did play Carnage Tyrant here, which when it comes into play, you discard your hand and then you investigate 4 times. And as long as you have 1 or fewer cards in hand, it gets +2/+2 and has mana. So now this Carnage Tyrant is a
Carnage,
or
interpreter, not
excuse
tyrant. Yeah,
me. Yeah.
you're fine. You're fine.
Trenton and I were talking about
Yeah,
the big
I
dumb
know,
dino,
yeah.
but it's a 5/5 menace, which is kind of terrifying.
Great play from Noel as well, because by baiting out the Force of Will, by forcing Sacha to tap out, you did have the opportunity to play this threat. And all the clues give Noel an excellent opportunity to sort of rebuild, because one of the issues with an aggro deck is dumping your hand,
Right.
like running out of steam, running out of pressure, at which point the control deck, which even if Sacha isn't like a traditional control deck, in this matchup, Sacha will be acting in that role. And you need to sort of like stem the bleeding and then turn the corner to try and take over. And really, really good sequencing there.
Yeah, and just looking at the cards that Noel discarded as Sacha decides to escape the Cling to Dust to try and draw into some cards. Arc Trail's not really doing much against Czech.
Sure. Right. So something we didn't mention too much at the top of the show, but for people not familiar with Canadian Highlander, this is a format where we don't have sideboards. This is a 100-card singleton, and deck selection is important when you're trying to read the room, but also the answers that you include in your 100 cards. Is it a silver bullet? Is it something that's flexible? Is it something you can discard? And Arc Trail is one of those interesting ones, right?
Right. It's the kind of thing that you want to keep in your deck, but you're not going to always want it, especially if you're a deck that can filter. You'll take advantage of that, as Noel just hits for some damage, cracks some clues, but does put the Carnage Tyrant in a spot where it can fall to a Galvanic Discharge, unless Noel has a 1-mana spell.
The Carnage Interpreter.
Oh, and he has the Lightning Bolt.
Wow! So it's a 3/3. Sacha goes to deal 3 damage to it using the Galvanic Discharge, and Noel, in response, casts Lightning Bolt, making the power and toughness go back up to 5. Effectively doing 3 damage to Sacha and causing him to discard a card. Huge outplay here.
Sacha has a Daze in hand, but countering the bolt isn't the issue. It's
No.
just getting want the card out of your hand.
Oh, wow. Really heads up sequence from both players there. Sacha going for the opportunity and Noel baiting the opportunity.
Yeah.
Leaving the window open and then slamming it shut.
Sacha draws another land. We're looking at a bunch of lands plus Daze. Now I know why the people on the Discord only play 25 lands. Noel plays out a Marsh Flats here. Still got this 5/5 menace creature.
In a great position right now. He's got lots of mana. He's got lots of clues to refill.
Easy peasy. Seasoned Pyromancer. Ooh.
Yeah. I like this, right? Like, when else are you going to get anything to happen? At least it keeps him from double spelling.
Sure. Sacha does fire off the Daze, kind of saying, like, look, I'm going to try to make it so you can at least only develop one threat. Or maybe strand cards in your hand.
Yeah.
That could be important. The Interpreter gets to smack.
Only for 3 this time.
Interesting playing it before combat, maybe hoping to hit some number of haste creatures or additional cards. A lot of pre-combat cards in Noel's deck.
Right, because the alternative is to play it post-combat, hit for 5, and then develop the board afterwards.
That's a ponder.
We're digging for an answer. Any wraths? What do you think Sacha's looking for right now?
I would say like a Metamorphosis Fanatic style card. Let's see if we got like a Toxic Deluge. We do not have a Deluge. We do have Fire Covenant, but we're at 8. It's a little tricky. Looking at a Metamorphosis Fanatic, Leovold, and Territorial Kavu. So actually, not that bad. We can find ourselves the Metamorphosis Fanatic, and then play out our land, make ourselves a 4/4 lifelinker, and bring back this Moloch that'll also have lifelink.
Moloch clears the Seasoned Pyromancer as well.
And worth noting, when the Moloch fights it, if that creature would die, it gets exiled. So we get to exile the Seasoned Pyromancer.
Oh,
you can't bring it back.
It's not a flashback ability or whatever the templating is for the graveyard ability.
It's just exile it from the graveyard and do a thing. Now, Noel could have action here to try and get it off the board, but this is going to exile the CZPZ. Sacha goes up to 10.
Yeah, notably, it's a fight between the Moloch and the Seasoned Pyromancer, so they both die. It's not a punch.
Correct.
But yeah, big stabilizer here. Now, Noel, I believe... Wow.
Ooh, that's a Vampiric Tutor.
You got a called shot? I mean, probably just a removal spell here, right?
We could get a removal spell. We could actually just fight Broadside Bombardiers and kill Sacha.
Broadside Bombardier, hit for both, and then post-combat.
I think that would be
Throw?
fine, right? 5+2, throw the Carnage Interpreter, kill them.
It'll depend how many cards Noel has in hands, because the Carnage Interpreter only has Menace when it has conditional Menace, right?
I believe this is the last card in Noel's hand. The Broadside would get put on top. We could also find, Noel's
Pyrogoyf, right?
Pyrogoyf.
I mean, even does Fire Covenant get the win here?
No, it would just kind of lock. It deals with the Metamorphosis Fanatic.
Right.
But I think that something. I think you got to go Broadside and kill him. Just assume that Sacha does not have interaction.
Yep.
Given how the game has been going, I don't believe that the last card here is going to be interaction. If I'm in Noel's position here. But also, you have your whole deck in your hands. You can do whatever you want. If Noel thinks that the safest bet is to just, hey, I'm going to deal with this Fanatic, and then I'm just going to chip you for 5 and believe that with whatever other card is in my hand or the clues on the table, I'll be able to get back in this.
I think you get the read that Sacha doesn't have much interaction either. We've seen a Force of Will and we've seen the Daze, but a lot of things that should be getting killed or countered haven't been.
Right.
So going for the win here is probably a high percentage play as well. There was the Ponder, but we had the answer, the follow-up from that. Other than the Badland up right now, shields are down.
Yes. And we know what Sacha's drawing, right? Noel doesn't, but we know that Sacha has a Territorial Kavu and a Leovold coming up shortly.
Now, we don't know what he tutored for with a Vampiric. Oh, what was it the Thoughtseize?
Thoughtseize. Maybe he was just holding the Thoughtseize. Vamp tutor for Thoughtseize is wild unless you already have.
Both players are laughing about that. So 5 damage. He had the Fiery Confluence in hand. He had the win anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So he went for hand attack to make sure Sacha didn't have an answer. Already had the lethal.
Yeah,
wow.
Just clear the way, kill you. Pretty solid game plan.
Yeah, very clean. I like neither of us guessed that because we didn't have the information of what was in hand.
It was okay, so he's killing him. How is he killing him?
Yeah, all right. I guess we all knew they were going for lethal there. All right, game 2. What do you think's changing here?
I think if I'm Sacha, I've got... You kind of have to pivot. It's hard because, again, he was pretty heavy on lands.
Yeah.
He filled the role of a control deck.
Yeah.
But Noel never really had to... when Noel played removal, it was all admittedly very efficient removal that just traded pretty smoothly. But Sacha never really played out in a way that that made Noel have to play some trickier removal cards or block or anything, right?
No, Noel's major interaction in that game was just the Orcish Bowmaster line to stabilize after the Moloch.
Yeah, the thing about Czech Pile is that you can be the control deck. You can be the mid-range deck. You can even be a pretty good controller mid-range deck. But you aren't always going to be the best control deck. You're not always going to be the best mid-range deck. So you do have to kind of draw from both play styles. And I think Sacha mostly dipped into one of those play styles.
I don't feel, other than at the end with the Metamorphosis, whatever it's called, Metamorphosis Fanatic.
Yeah.
Sacha didn't really ever have a threat on board that made Noel have to pause or answer anything. Sacha was really playing from the back foot that entire game.
Right. There were a couple of decision points that, if taken in a different direction, like the Price of Progress.
The Price of Progress Force of Will was probably the most interesting pivot point because if Sacha hadn't answered that, there would have been an answer for the Carnage Interpreter, and which closed the game. By getting the gas off the clue tokens, by presenting, it did 15 damage. I think it connected 3 times.
Yeah.
It also set up that was probably the pivot point of the game in my opinion.
There was also the expressive iteration, exiling the Fatal Push when I believe Sacha had the Galvanic Discharge in hand. That's kind of a conversation of which of these removal spells do I use?
Sure.
And, maybe Sacha didn't have Barogoyf on his radar, which Fatal Push can deal with, especially if you are... That is one of those ways, if you have a lot of lands in hand like Sacha's, you can take advantage of them by being I have this Fatal Push and this fetch, so now this fetch provides additional
much more
value.
Flexibility. Yeah.
Or maybe not finding the Surveil land early on. There's a bunch of little things.
It's tough on that expressive iteration without knowing the other two cards. Like we saw the Fatal Push, and Sacha played Bayou off at. Maybe that was the card that came into hand. Like if it was Bayou Push, and then the third that we don't know. Maybe it's one of those situations like, why'd you take that? It's like because it was land push.
Yeah,
like what else am I going to do?
I needed to kill the thing.
Right.
It looks like Sacha is keeping a 7-card hand here. Noel's on the mulligan. Rakdos is one of those decks where one of the archetype analogs that I will suggest is something like Golgari Rock, where you have hand attack, you have threats, and you have removal. Sometimes you draw all of one and not the other.
Sure.
And so it can lead to some awkward mulligans, in addition to the standard kind of mulligans that come with 100-card singleton. So maybe Noel doesn't want a hand of all removal and some lands. Maybe Noel wants a hand with more hand attack or with some resilient threats or some game-ending threats. Well,
this time Noel is on the draw. And it was interesting because Noel was on the play last time and led with a tapped Ravduel. Do you think that affects the mulligan a lot here? Oh, gameplay has started.
Thank you for having Carnage Tyrant on the screen there. Looks like we are cracking this Verdant Catacombs, going to find ourselves a
Tropical Island. Calling it. Tropical Island right now.
Sea.
What? Why would you start with black? No.
No!
Oh! Point surge.
I'm just looking at his list. The greens are splashed, dude. You don't need it. Opting to get the trop here. And setting up with a preordain. Burrow and underground or undercity sewers.
Yeah, the surveil land.
Ooh, get a nice little glimpse. I believe Sacha has a Barrogoyf, a Daze.
The ability to identify the card by a quarter of the art is really quite something.
Thank you, Serge. My doctor calls it autism. I believe there are 2 more lands in there, and the furthest
that was top. That was top, and
Yeah.
opted to draw the surveil first.
I mean, Uro's a great card.
Oh, there we go.
Have a Force Will.
Force and Daze.
Oh, and a Revitalizing Repast.
Wow.
The double face modal land from MH3.
Sacha really leaning into being the control deck this matchup. All right, I guess you were right with the Underground Sea. There is the Bayou now. It does tap for black now.
There we go.
You don't have to fetch for black if your opponent's on Urborg.
A lot of Urborgs today.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Dazing the Deathrite.
Daze the Deathrite.
All right, now Sacha's gonna go with the Surveil Duel.
Shocked, I'm sure.
Leaves on top.
Leaves it on top. Has the Force Will. Uro's a great card in this matchup too. We did see, we've seen, because we have their deck list, some amount of Graveyard Haze.
The Bat.
Deep Cavern Bat hitting the table.
This is one of the cards I specifically highlighted in our sort of pregame talk. This is an unusual hand attack card to include because unlike the sorcery versions, the card can come back. And so you have to think about protecting this card or only, how long are you actually interacting with your opponent's hand here?
There's a long history of Mesmeric Fiend to Tide Hollow Skeller to Kite Sail Freebooter to now the Bat. Being these like proactive decks, having some hand attack that also just plays to the board. The Bat, 1/1 flying lifelink, great at just kind of chipping away at planeswalkers and, keeping you a little healthy. Decides to take the Barrogoyf. I was going to say Uro in hand is interesting. Uro's the kind of threat you would want against Rakdos midrange, right? It doesn't matter if they kill it. Draws you some cards. If they him to track it into the yard, they're helping you. But Barrogoyf is Barrogoyf.
Yeah, the lifelink. So both threats for Sacha undo Noel's clock, right? Because they both gain a tremendous amount of life.
Paying mana for Gitaxian Probe.
Well, we're looking at Sacha's hand.
Yeah.
This is the card that Sacha just drew. Right. And on top of it, Sacha doesn't have a play until turn 3 anyways.
Yeah, he's not using his mana for anything.
So protect your life total, right?
We got a Detective's Phoenix, a Life Death, a Raucous Theater, and a Sulphurous Springs. Detective's Phoenix, hell of a magic card. Would have been disgusting on that Barrogoyf. See, this is why I like suggesting paying the life here.
Right. You don't know you're going to draw the Psychic Frog. You can't know you're going to draw the Psychic Frog. It's very funny.
I do, but I'm built differently. For what it's worth, I think paying the mana for the Gitaxian Probe is reasonable when your opponent went Price of Progress, try to deal you 10. Lightning Bolt your face.
Right,
Fiery
yeah,
Confluence
yeah,
for 6, right?
So this is the backside of one of the revitalizing repast. I can't remember what the name of this land is. So interesting inclusion by Sacha. I actually haven't seen repast in a lot of
This
decks.
one actually shows up more often.
Is it now?
Yeah. Noel has his own Barrow Goyf.
Oh, Barrogoyf pointing at Barrogoyf.
Yeah, so this is interesting. Sacha could take the line of Force of Willing a Barrow Goyf. A totally reasonable thing to do.
Yeah.
Or could hold on to...
Do you have to pitch Uro for that, or is there another blue card in hand? Oh,
you
you'd have to
could
pitch
pitch-
Uro or the Psychic Frog.
This is a huge pivot point.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it comes down to Force of Will again.
Yep. I mean, this could be
Oh,
Sacha
I
saying...
think Sacha said resolves.
Oh.
I think. Or am I wrong there? Hold on.
I'm taking that as a 1 second. Let me think. This is tough. They're talking about Vintage Cube.
That makes me scared to play Gruul. That and Shielder, they're like so hard to beat.
They're talking about...
How hard it is to beat a Barrogoyf? Like,
Yeah,
trying to
something-
listen into the room here.
He was talking about playing Gruul and how Barrogoyf is really hard to beat. There are a couple of lines that you can take here. You can pitch the Uro
Yep.
and then go all in on Psychic Frog plus discard and keep yourself safe. You know what Noel's hand is, and Psychic Frog can just take over the game, right?
All right. Yeah. Sacha has decided to Force of Will and is pitching.
Actually, wait. If I do that and then do that, that's better?
Sasha
Uh-huh.
says, wait, if I do that, then do that.
Oh, that's
Sasha
nice.
might
No,
be thinking
that's
about
good. You have a Barrow in
playing out
Alright, pass.
the Psychic Frog to set up the Uro.
Did not force.
That's
So showed the Force of Will from hand, which is bold.
Mm-hmm.
So now Noel knows to play around it
see
and is
results.
probably going to fire off the Uro here. No, it's a Psychic Frog.
just playing Psychic Frog to set up the Uro next turn. You're kind of just saying, you get to hit me once with this Barrogoyf. I think it's unlikely that Sacha is going to cash in his entire hand to trade with the Barrogoyf, because you have to be a little particular about what you're discarding so that the Barrogoyf itself doesn't grow. I mean, at this point, we're sitting on the classic 4 of instant sorcery creature land.
Sure.
But I guess Sacha is just on, I'm going to get a Psychic Frog and an Uro in play.
Yeah.
And hopefully keep this force.
I want to make a correction. The Force of Will was known from the bat earlier.
Right, it was
So
known from the
it wasn't a misplay to reveal it. So Noel Robin knew that he was baiting the Force of Will,
Yeah.
and so it was an interesting mind game there as well.
Barrogoyf smacked for 4, revealing a couple of cards here. The important ones are Harvester of Misery, card that is not doing too much here, as well as a Bone Crusher Giant, which also not doing a huge amount, but does something, can shoot something.
It's worth mentioning that Noel's deck is playing both Reanimate as well as the...
Life Death. We've seen Reanimate. We've
I
seen
meant
Life
the
Death.
Metamorphosis Fanatic.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
the
so there's a
Fanatic.
couple of ways to interact with the graveyard here. So not only is it growing the Barrogoyf by putting more
Mm-hmm.
card types in, but every creature that's revealed can potentially come back
Right.
a couple turns later. All right, well, Sacha's got this Psychic Frog now, and of all the cards on the board right now, only one of them is pointed.
Yep. Yeah. Psychic Frog, hell of a magic card, kind of unreal, takes over the game. If we're playing the Song and Dance with either Bone Crusher Giant or Harvester of Misery, Harvester of Misery being an activated ability, which is kind of nice. Ooh. We're
Casting
a
Life Death here.
Okay.
So yeah, so the death side is targeting the Harvester.
Harvester is every creature, which means that the bat... Oh, no, just decides to bring back the Bone Crusher Giant.
Okay,
Great.
just sometimes you just want a 4/3.
Yep. Get pressure on the
I
board.
stand corrected.
2 mana 4/3. Actually, that sounds kind of normal nowadays.
Yeah.
2 mana 4/3, lose 3 life. Like, yeah, okay, I can see that. Coming to an Aether Drift near you. Sacha drawing Mock Sapphire. Actually, kind of huge because Sacha was unable to cast Uro, with the only other land in hand being Basic Swamp. So now this gives Sacha access to blue, blue, green, green for the escape cost on her.
Right. Oh, the second part, not get into the graveyard. I do want to issue a correction. It looks like the Harvester was actually returned to hand from the Barrogoyf trigger,
Yes.
and then the Life Death left. So
Yes.
I saw the card changing zones and assumed it was the target from the other one.
Yeah, the Harvester in hand. I mean, when you know about the Force of Will,
Yeah.
it's also nice to have an uncounterable shrink your thing.
Right. The pitch ability.
Yes.
Because it's specifically not a cycle card or whatever, or channel. It's just weirdly templated.
Yep.
So Sacha's in a tricky spot here.
Yeah, we're kind of sitting on this Force of Will, and what are we doing with it?
So there's an expressive iteration that can be used to pitch. So you need to keep a blue card to keep the flexibility there. So Sacha's attacking, just threatening to pitch the hand to trade with the giant here.
So 5 cards makes that a 6/7, and even with the Harvester of Misery,
So discard the Uro. Yeah.
but you can't discard all the cards. So Sacha's discarding to try and
Now
protect
it's a
this
3/4, and you have to pitch one more, keeping Force of Will, and I can't tell what the other card there is.
I believe that there is Force of Will, Uro, and
Well,
Mox Sapphire.
Uro and expressive iteration are gone. So Force, yeah. So those got pitched
Yes.
to the frog here. So it's just Mox.
So I think it's just Mox and Force.
So the follow up here is probably Mox escape the Uro. Oh, one more discard. Oh, right. So the interaction here, Noel went to cycle for the -2/-2.
Yeah, that frog should have 4 counters, not 5.
No, I think Sacha pitched the Force of Will in response to give it another +1/+1 counter.
Right, but that would be Uro, Expressive Iteration, Swamp, Force of Will. I believe that frog has too many counters and would have would have enough damage on it. I think we need to get a hold
Yeah,
of the
hey
judge.
Paul, could you make a note really quickly? Just let the players know.
Because that frog should have 4 and then should be dead.
Oh, that means Psychic Frog should be dead. Right.
Yeah.
If you save the Mox, yeah. Because I was saving Mox, yeah.
Great.
So Frog isn't dead.
So yeah, so what happened here is the frog had 4 damage from the Bone Crusher Giant and then -2/-2 from the Harvester of Misery.
Yeah.
So even though it had 4 counters on it, making it a 5/6, the combined 6 damage / reduction to the toughness is enough to get rid of the frog. So now Sacha has an Uro in play, but only 1 card in hand, and there's a Barrogoyf.
Yeah. And there's a Barrow.
And there's a Barrogoyf.
Ah.
And a Deep Cavern Bat for what it's worth. And now we're in a spot where a Detective's Phoenix could give us a flying Barrogoyf, which is pretty terrifying. That's something you can race.
And all of this came about from the decision to not use Force of Will on that Barrogoyf, which I don't know if it's correct or not. It's just interesting to see where the pivot point of a game comes from, right?
Force of Will is a much more difficult card to play with when you don't have 4 of them in your deck.
So an interesting line of play could have been to also go all in on the frog and pitch the Mox.
Just say...
Instead of keep the Mox and escape the Uro post-combat. And be like, no. I have... I mean, in that particular case, your board ends, you have 3 mana untapped, your hand is empty, and you have a tapped Psychic Frog.
Yes.
Versus, in this case, you are 3 life up, you are up a card in hand, you have 4 mana for next turn, and you have a blocker. Well, never mind. Blocker.
Yeah, it's tough because, like, is your Psychic Frog beating this massive Barrogoyf? You could draw into something, but I don't know. It's a tough spot to be in for sure.
Why does Barrogoyf have lifelink?
Modern Horizons 3. Barrogoyf here flipping over 6 cards. The important ones being Voldaren Epicure, Broadside Bombardiers, and Oliphant. With Fiery Confluence and Mind Twist hitting the yard. Fiery Confluence is a worthwhile thing to note that your opponent does not have access to it, with Rakdos also being a deck that there's no Snapcaster Mage. There may be a Dreadhorde Arcanist, but if that bad boy is getting up to 4 power, you've got different problems.
So post-combat, the Bombardier is being played, just assuming that Sacha has very little interaction with the Force of Will now gone. So Noel presenting super lethal.
Yep.
So digging for an answer here. I mean, that's basically what Sacha's got to do. You know, you attack with Uro, you dig, you try and find something.
Looking at a Windswept Heath, a Steam Vents, and an Inquisition of Kozilek there. That's not doing it. Sacha does have to give a bit of a sell here on whether or not it matters. It could be a situation of needs a red source to cast like Fiery Confluence, and would rather, he wants to keep this to get a red source,
Sure.
but also does not want IOK, does not want Steam Vents, which I imagine is happening here.
So Windswept Heath is finding a Taiga. We have 4 mana, 1 card in hand. Also the Uro. We still have the Uro attack. Let's see what Sacha can find here. All right, you get 1 removal spell. What are you clearing? Probably the Barrow Goyf. It represents the most damage right now, so you need a hard kill spell.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you need 10 to clear the board.
Well, you need a push because you use the fetch line. So Fatal Push.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, you get the life gain trigger off this Uro, which is going to be a little important. But the problem is if you try to clear the whole board, the Detective Phoenix falls off, hangs around, and can just kill you for the final 2 points. So it's a tough spot, man.
Okay, so Sacha is passing. Hand on the table, looking confident. 4 mana, tapped Goyf, dead on board.
My boomer brain was like, oh yeah, he's got a Cryptic Command, but I don't know if you're rocking Cryptic Command in this 4-color Jund list.
Oh, okay. We have a the smash, the stomp for the broadside. All right.
But we're still pushing. I mean, what is that? 7 damage? 7 damage, getting to mill 6 cards. There's a Headliner Scarlet in there, Blood Tithe Harvester. I mean, taking Scarlet.
Yeah.
Scarlet is not okay, man.
We say that on a board that has Nethergoyf and used to have Bombardier, but Scarlet is a problem.
Well, I mean, they're all problems, Serge.
Sure,
They're all problems.
A lot of very powerful 3-drops, or just creatures in general in this table, this game.
I think I might have a new horse in this race. Actually, that's not true. This was my horse in the race the entire time.
I mean, you said this matchup favored Noel.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm thinking big picture. But we'll get to that when we get to it. Fires off a Fork Bolt into a Carnage Interpreter.
Nailed it.
Got it.
All right, discarded the Scarlet, but now you've got 4 clues. And once again, presenting lethal. Sacha with a lot more mana, an Uro, no cards in hand. A hope and a dream.
I don't know how I feel about getting rid of that Scarlet. It's an interesting play. It kind of says that Sacha is just like, or that Noel says like, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
I don't need the Scarlet. But the way that this backfires, having these clues in play alongside a 5/5 menace is one of the ways to make something out of this game.
I don't know. I'm slightly in favor of discarding the Scarlet because you know the Uro's attacking, so you don't really have to worry about the bird. And if you're just looking at the amount of pressure or regrowth, like, what are you worried about as Noel here? Maybe a Wrath or the Handshake.
You ain't worried about nothing, Serge.
I mean, yeah, hindsight being 2020, it looked like Noel made the correct decision,
Yep.
but I think Sacha was in a lot of trouble for a very long amount of time in the matchup there.
And again, a pivot point based around Force of Will.
Yeah.
Right? Like you are kind of describe Sacha's deck also as like Jund with blue.
Yep.
And that's the blue. The blue is
Sure.
that you will get games where it's based around Psychic Frog or Uro or your Force of Will. How are you using your Force of Will? And I think both points back in the booth, Ben and Serge, both points were very interesting. Those are the kind of spots that players think about for months.
Oh my God, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what if I had forced it? And you can't... It would have been a different game.
That's exactly the same.
Right?
You can't say, if I had forced it, this would have happened, and then this would have happened. That's not how Magic works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do love decks like Sacha's, though.
Yeah.
Because you want to feel like you have agency. You want to feel like the decisions that you make matter in a game. And hey, if I discarded the Mox to keep my Psychic Frog around and didn't recast Uro, what would have happened? If I'd cast Force of Will instead of holding on to it, then what would have happened? And I wonder how much playing around that Psychic Frog and being like, no, I actually think this Force of Will is better as a +1/+1 counter in my hand, rather than pitching it sort of weighed on those decisions, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to see them play out as well, because these players they're not slouches. They know
No,
their way
not at all.
around some Magic cards. They know a way around the decks that they're playing.
Yeah.
And so you run into spots like with the Psychic Frog, like with the Force Will, even the Force Will in game 1.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is the play they're making. What's going through their head? Like, what are we thinking about? Why did Mac throw the Incinerate? You got to figure that out. And
Sure.
it's like, well, why didn't Sacha Force Will? And he had a game plan in mind. He kind of, he commit to it, but it ended up crumbling under the weight of a Tarmogoyf variant.
Well, in game 1,
Yeah.
one of the things that we commented was that Sacha never presented a threat for
Yep.
Noel to have to respond to. And it looked like Sacha, obviously Sacha can't hear us,
Yeah.
but Sacha probably had that same thought process. Like, okay, I obviously didn't stem the bleeding. I need to start turning the corner and presenting some pressure myself in the, in the form of Psychic Frog and Uro in that game. But was it enough? Or at what cost was it to make the threat, as opposed to the very cheap, very efficient threats of Noel's deck?
Well, let's go to the board to
Yep.
see
Yep.
what we are going to see for the next round. So that is the left side of the bracket done, meaning that our first semifinal match is locked in at Jason Jobin on Golgari Aggro versus Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange.
The 2-color aggro mirror.
It's going to be a good one. But the next round that we're going to see, where it will be yourself and Trenton in the booth, is going to be Cameron Simons on Jund Midrange versus Matthew Grier on Paradox Engine Combo.
I'm really excited for this matchup because we've seen a lot of creatures. We've seen a lot of interaction. We haven't seen combo yet. And I love combo in our format. I think it's important. I'm really happy to see the spread we have on the whole top 8. But yeah, our first combo deck. Let's see it.
These are going to be some wild lists. You don't want to miss it.
No.
So don't go away. We'll be right back after a quick break with more Canadian Highlander 2024 Year-End Championship.
Hello and welcome back to round 3 of our 2024 Yellowjacket Year-End Canadian Highlander Finals. In the booth, we got Serge and Trenton. How you doing?
I'm doing so good, Serge.
Oh, all right. The first 2 rounds have been absolutely incredible. If we can, very quickly, let's take a look at the bracket. So in round 1, we had Jason Jobin defeating Mac the Goblin King to advance. Noel Robin just took down Sacha, so we were going to have a pretty spicy 2-color aggro matchup in the semis after this. But we're here for Cameron on Jund versus Matthew Grier on Paradox Combo. Now, Trenton, tell me a little bit about this Jund list. What are we looking at?
Earlier I talked about how a lot of the 1-point cards are having people shave Moxen.
Sure.
But Cameron is not on that plan at all. Triple Mox, Ren and 6.
Oh my God.
Ren and 6 over Minskenboo, pretty interesting. That's definitely a statement.
So probably looking to deal with a lot of like the 1 toughness creatures, maybe recur a little bit of Wasteland and some value for the early game there.
Yeah, you get some free games off of that. Also, like, just getting extra lands is fine. Sometimes you cast your Oliphants or your Troll of Khazad Dooms.
Oh, yeah. Now, Matthew Grier, you're going to be seeing the first combo deck of the day. This is a Paradox Academy combo deck. This is a density combo, typically. You want to play a lot of rocks. You want to resolve your Paradox engine and do a bunch of untapping shenanigans. But interesting to note here, Matthew has a lot of unconventional inclusions. We've got Painter Servant Grindstone combo. We've got Sword of the Meek combo. A lot of really, really, really spicy includes. And the most unusual point spread of the night. Solring, Tinker, 4th Aeolingus. I didn't pronounce that right, but whatever. Vault Academy and Urza's Saga. This is going to be really quite something.
It's a big spread.
I think with the introduction done, the players are ready. Let's get to the gameplay. So really trying to take a look at their hands right now to see if both players kept a 7. We have a turn 1 Bird of Paradise from Cameron here. It looks like Cameron might still only have 4 cards in hand. Oh, Matthew with the Workshop turn 1. For those of you who don't know Mishra's Workshop, it adds 3 mana, but you can only use it to cast artifacts with a mana vault. Oh my god!
Wow, vroom,
the dream,
vroom.
the dream,
Vroom, vroom.
Oh my god!
In this matchup, Cameron is the one that has to respond to the things that Matt is doing. But a Wasteland here.
That is a very good answer. Now, some of the damage might be done. We also have 1/2 of an AB combo from Matthew here with the Grindstone Scene play. So we have 4 mana. Now, unfortunately, Matthew has blinged out his deck. So I'm looking at these talismans being like, all right, which one is that? All right, Talisman of Conviction. So, I mean, honestly, that turn 1 Wasteland, Matthew's only got access to 6 mana now on turn 2 instead of 9.
The mana vault really helpful there means that if Matt draws a bigger spell, he still has the ability to play it, even though Cameron was able to get the Mishras off the board.
So we have Fetch Land followed by a Llanowar Elves. Oh, this is the Foundation's Weeb printing. Delightful. Gemstone Cavern followed by... He has the Paradox already?
The namesake.
Wow. What's it like to have it all, Matthew? So the way Paradox Engine works here is every time Matthew casts a spell, he gets to untap all of the artifacts that he has. And one of the powerful synergies is as well is even if you're not spending all the mana, you can tap all of your artifacts, float the mana, and then untap it anyways. Just being able to generate mana off of every spell you cast. Very, very, very dominant position from Matthew here.
Yeah, I think Matthew is in the position where he's just looking for a piece of action.
Yeah.
But if he finds that piece of action, he's going to be in really good shape. Cameron is in the position where he just needs to develop a quick threat to try and turn the game around in his favor.
Key answers here, obviously the Paradox Engine is terrifying, and also Matthew is a tutor away from playing Painter Servant and just winning the game as well. So there's half an AB combo just on the board already.
Yeah, Matthew has so many hits in his deck right now.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how Cameron responds to everything that's happening here. Like I said earlier, the onus is on Cameron to respond to the things that Matthew's doing. Because Matthew's such a streamlined combo deck, he's not really going to be interacting with Cameron that often or that consistently. But Jund has a pretty interesting time against a lot of artifacts. You can definitely tech your deck to be good against artifacts.
I mean, red and green traditionally have the answer colors, the shatters, and your sages. Definitely. So we have a Goyf though. Just classic Tarmogoyf here. So Cameron surveilled at the end of turn. It looked like it was a Grief into the graveyard. And then just cast a Goyf.
And played, I figured out the name. It's Old Growth Grove for the Revitalizing Repass.
Oh, sorry. That was a Dismember, not a Grief.
Yes.
So Matthew is going for the combo kill here. He's brought out the classic combo player. All right, here's the mana I'm going to be floating, and we're ready with colorless, red, and various colors. And this is actually quite nice. Very slowly going through and being like, okay, so I'm tapping all my artifacts. I'm going to be floating the following. Cast a spell.
Oh wow! Search for glory.
Well, we were
like
saying
you
that.
said, the tutor.
Yeah, one tutor away from the win condition here. Which one do you think he's going for? So this one is a legendary card, a Saga. Or a snow permanent.
Yeah.
So legendary card is probably something like the Crystal Skull or something like that. One of the draw engines. There it is.
Wow. Oh. No. What do you go for here if you're Matthew? Crystal Skull is enticing. Because you have so much mana already, getting an engine piece. Tezzeret the Seeker. Yep, that could be good as well.
With all the mana, Urza is also quite good here.
Yes, yeah. Oh wow, Urza.
Right.
Get to just continually look at the top card. try to go for it.
Matthew's also playing the One Ring, and the One Ring and Paradox Engine is a very strong interaction because you're able to untap your One Ring with every activation. It's really quite something.
And we grabbed Inventor's Fair here. So this is a tutor chain that Matthew's doing. Yeah. So it looks like he has a different idea in mind. And this makes sense. He has the Grindstone in place. So if he gets Inventor's Fair and plays Painter's Servant, he can go for the win here.
Yep.
He might not, though. It's possible that Cameron has removal in his hand.
Right, like a snuff
He
out
has
to deal.
Yeah,
kill
well, he
the
has a
Painter's
bird
Servant.
and an elf untapped.
Sure.
So he could have Abrupt Decay. He could have.
Yep.
He probably wouldn't have Assassin's Trophy. If you're Matt, you can assume that if Cameron had something like that, he would have played it on your Paradox Engine most likely before.
But yeah, a cheap kill spell is interesting. Another line as well, the tutor for tutor is Tezzeret, like you mentioned before, could have found the same thing. But is that a memory jar?
Memory jar is pretty interesting here.
So
I think if
I'm
I'm
play around the removal,
I think if I'm Cameron here though, he probably doesn't have a piece of removal. He might have Abrupt Decay and he just didn't use it because it's not worth throwing out until your opponent goes for it. But Memory Jar isn't the worst thing that could be happening to you, but it is still pretty bad.
When you look at this at this board, so if Cameron is holding a memory thing, actually, just very quickly, we've lost our gameplay perspective. It's back.
Oh, there we go.
If Cameron is holding removal, Memory Jar actually works as a really interesting disruption here because it forces him to discard.
Definitely.
And then you have, it's possible that Cameron could rip 7, but if we're playing around anything here. Oh, he had the Abrupt Decay.
He did have the Abrupt Decay.
He did have it.
Mana Vault. That's a really big deal.
I mean, Matthew with the soul read by getting the Memory Jar playing around the removal spell here.
Very, very heads up.
Wow.
It can be very tempting there to just go for a Painter's Servant for the win. But playing around the removal spell. And now if you're Cameron, it's still not amazing, but it's actually a lot better than it was before. Matthew doesn't have infinite mana sources that he's untapping.
Especially the Mana Vault down for sure.
Yeah, so currently he has 3 talismans, which is still quite a lot, and I do think Matthew's still likely to play...
Chrome Mox.
Oh, Chrome Mox not imprinted, I believe.
Just for the untap, just as a dark ritual there. So for those of you who aren't familiar, Memory Jar causes both players to set their hand aside and draw 7 free cards. So in this particular case, Matthew will be able to dump his hand and get a bunch of value out of, oh my God, the One Ring is the top 7? Whereas Cameron is going to lose the hand. And actually, as soon as the One Ring came down, Cameron had seen enough and decided to scoop it up. And Matthew I still have all of these with a Transmute Artifact off the top. Very dominant play from Matthew right there.
Incredibly exciting game. Very heads up play to get the Memory Jar over the instant win combo with Painter's Servant.
Yep.
I think the Paradox combo deck is one of the coolest showcases of the things that you can do in Canadian Highlander that you can't do anywhere else. When was the last time you saw Paradox Engine in a deck list in any other format?
Yeah,
right?
It's banned.
Yeah.
So interesting inclusions in Matthew's deck. A lot of the Paradox decks are very streamlined, and they want to do one thing, which is produce a lot of mana off of the Paradox Engine and then kill through like a Walking Ballista or just card advantage. And one of the interesting inclusions from Matthew here is these alternate win cons, these A plus B combos, like threatening the Painter Servant Grindstone all of a sudden made Cameron have so many more things to have to play around.
Definitely. And it also just increases your threat density. A plus B combo decks, or not A plus B, but very linear combo decks, how much mana you play versus how many threats you play and ways to actually win the game, tutors, etc. Those numbers are really specific and they're really important. So it looks like Matthew's identified that he wants more ways to win the game that maybe aren't as mana hungry as, say, something like Walking Ballista.
Sure.
But I think the inclusions are really cool. And it was a real treat to see Paradox go off there. That was so very, very cool.
Regardless of the outcome, you got to showcase what the deck is trying to do. I particularly like the demonstration of the One Ring as a win condition in that particular one. I mean, Cameron conceded. He saw the writing on the wall and decided not to go too much further into it. But,
yeah, and the One Ring is at its best in this type of deck, right? Like what you're talking about, untapping it is just unbelievably good. You don't get to do it that often because a lot of the time when you're playing Ring, you're just playing it fair. Well, quote unquote fair. But yeah, untapping your Ring with any of the 1 mana untap artifacts or something like Paradox Engine just keeps the juice flowing. I'm looking at Cameron's list here to see how many pieces of interaction.
Oh, like specifically disenchants or artifact removal.
Disenchants or creatures that I think actually do have like a place in his strategy. Sure. And he doesn't have nothing. He's got Beseiju, Abrupt Decay, Assassin's Trophy. He has discard spells, of course. Molten Collapse can sometimes hit a Chrome Mox or another 1-cost or 0 or 1-cost artifact. Bowmasters and Oppo Agent are pretty reasonable.
Big against the wall. The One Ring turn, it's tough with the protection, but on subsequent turns or the Paradox deck does play a lot of draw 7s. Yeah, which Orcish Bowmaster loves to see.
Well, and I think when you look at Cameron's list, it's tuned to be really good in mid-range mirrors, and you can see that with inclusions like where is it? This Slimefoot and Squee specifically is a really, really good mid-range card. So I think Matthew actually gained some percentage points by people not putting him on Paradox Academy.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah. Because Matthew, this is not a huge surprise to me. Matthew does like his degenerate artifact strategies, but you didn't have him on Paradox Combo specifically.
Well, and he did a lot of his winning this year with Jeskai. So in talking with the players before the tournament, one common through line when I was asking them what they felt about the metagame and who they felt they could put onto a particular deck, Mac on Goblins, for example. No one thought that Matt would be on Paradox Academy combo. Like actual no one. They were convinced Jeskai for a lot of reasons. He's had success with it recently. The deck, with the recent points changes, has not been hit really at all.
So this is another point for Jeskai, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like other archetypes have been hit harder. And you have, like, when you play Jeskai, you feel like you have a lot of agency. With these linear combo decks, you do have the ability to just fizzle.
Live by the 7, die by the 7, right? The wheel effects and the mulligans on this are really quite something.
And Ben makes a good point. Matt loves stifles. Stifle, trick bind, you name it.
All right, we are getting going here, and it looks, a very powerful aggressive turn from Cameron with the Chrome Mox into Green Sun for 1 here. So Cameron kept 7. Matthew looked like he mulliganed down to 6.
What do you get here if you're Cam on for a 1-drop? Is it just a bird? Is it a Deathrite Shaman?
Probably one of the hierarchs with just to push more damage.
Sure, yeah, I could see that.
So in this particular matchup, when you have your answers for key pieces, but the most important thing to do to combo is take away their time.
Of course, yeah. I like getting Noble Hierarch here. Also, Cameron plays a lot of 3 and 4 drops, so it's possible that...
Did he have the Mana Vault start again? I mean, it wasn't Workshop, but this is another Mana Vault. Turn 1, go. Oofa doofa.
This deck is really cool, too, because I think it's one of the best Mana Vault decks, and Mana Vault is only 1 point, right?
Yeah.
But in this deck, it does not feel like 1 point.
Now, okay. As a recent pilot of Breach Storm, I see the plane of this Lotus Petal. Yeah, and I was thinking to myself, are we worried about storm count here? And this is a Walking Ballista for 2 on turn 1 using the Lotus Petal and the Mana Vault, and then spending one of the counters to right away fire off that Ignoble Hierarch.
This is a great flexible play from Matt, and if Cameron is... if Cameron misses land drop.
Oh, the Academy. Oh, my God.
Wow. if Cameron is green sunning for mana elf, then it's very likely that he needs that elf, and Matthew's getting rewarded by taking this line with the walking ballista.
You had the soul read there with Cameron keeping the 1 land for the elf, 1 land Chrome Mox, green sun for elf, pass with no 1 or 2 drop there. Now, Cameron could have removal. He could be passing here basically to keep options over to allow the board to develop and take out a key card, but oof.
Yeah, and very interesting decision here for Matthew. Do you untap your mana vault? You do have a pretty reasonable amount of mana, so if you draw something big, you can power it out. And if you're powering out big artifacts when Cameron's behind, you're like taking a pretty big step towards winning the game. So I don't.
There was no decision untapped here.
Like he didn't untap mana vault. And
we have an Oko. Oko turning the Chrome Mox into an elk. Now, kind of an unconventional strategy here.
It's just so good though. Like now Cameron's on 1 land, and he hasn't been casting anything on 2 mana either. So this is the best it's getting for Cam at this stage.
We have a Dismember targeting the Walking Ballista there.
And your Oko, your Oko is also still living, most likely. And it's going to make an extra mana for you on this turn if you create a food token.
Oh, the food token?
Yeah, for the
Synergy
Solarian
with
Academy.
the Academy. Oh,
Yeah.
I love that. Oh, God. Oko being able to elk your opponent's creature and then survive a crackback too. What a fair and balanced card.
So I think the way Cameron comes back in this game is Matthew just has mana in hand, nothing substantial.
I think that might be the Crystal Skull.
Yes, yeah. Which is not what you want to see if you're Cameron.
So Crystal Skull is a new inclusion that this deck got, working as a second copy of Foundry. This is the sort of thing that just lets you start to chew through your deck when you got a lot of mana.
Yeah, I think you've kind of always been looking for another Mystic Forge variant.
Mystic Forge, that's the one. Thank you. Yeah.
The fact that this one makes mana is not irrelevant either. As I was saying, to get back into this game if you're Cameron, I think it starts with like you draw lands and the spells in your hand have the ability to say kill Oko, and Matthew doesn't have anything in hand. So Cam did draw the second land.
Yeah, Cameron found a second land and has a 2-drop to play out. Let's see what we've got here.
It's a Molten Collapse.
All right, deals with the Oko.
This is the start that Cameron needs. Get rid of the Oko, the thing that is going to continue to make mana and create threats. Unfortunately for him, Matthew has this Crystal Skull.
Yeah.
So he's more likely to not run out of threats.
So we have playing out of a Chrome Mox, no card imprinted underneath. The benefit of that being the Tolarian Academy, it still produces mana.
Of course, yeah.
A little bit more
ends
density.
up being a Mox Sapphire, basically.
And for people wondering how it was played, Matthew able to cast it off the top with the Crystal Skull there. Not hitting any more action right now, though.
Oh, wow. Cameron hits the 3rd land, and I think it's worth noting, Matthew at 10. Cameron has... because he took a lot of damage from the mana vault, right?
Right.
So Cameron actually can turn the corner pretty quick. Jund has some hands that are really good at like turning the corner and killing fast.
Oh,
wow!
Magus of the Moon off the top. So all of a sudden, Matthew Grier's advantage is vanishing. So we have a
wow with the lightning bolt.
Oh my God!
He had it.
Oh my God!
Cameron was coming back forcefully, and wow.
Oh, using the Magus of the Moon to turn the artifact land into a mountain for the red source, for the lightning bolt to kill the Magus. Unbelievable.
Wow.
All right, and then
unbelievable play.
After the bolt, it looks like Matthew here has actually cast an Echo of Aeon, so both players are shuffling their hands and graveyards and will be drawing fresh 7s, with Cameron being tapped out and Matthew casting that just off of the Academy.
It looked like Cameron was maybe making the comeback, and he still might. But wow, that bolt was so unbelievably
Lightning
clutch.
bolt.
Wow. Lightning bolt, still good 30 years later.
All right, so this is a big moment in this deck of the Paradox deck. So you ramp, you dump your whole hand as quickly as possible, and then you play a bunch of these draw 7s to refuel. And we saw the previous game winning off of the memory jar. So the draw 7 was very favorable to Matthew last time. Obviously had the Academy out and got the 1 ring. So let's see what we got this time. So tapping the Mana Vault, we have 3 mana. All right, the cards have come out. A good sign. Checking the top card with the Crystal Skull here.
Yeah, and the Echo here, obviously very good for Matthew, but it doesn't give Cameron a lot of extra cards because he was stuck with a bunch of cards in hand from being mana screwed.
So we have the first artifact was cast off the top. The Is It Signet using the mana off Mana Vault. 1 colorless is still being floated. Now we are playing a Gemstone Cavern.
Yes. Okay, let's see what Matthew's got going on here. Worth noting, he still has Echo of Eons in his graveyard.
Yeah, there's a flashback as well. Now, Matthew doesn't have...
I don't want to interrupt you, but I think I saw 4th Aerlingus on top.
It is
But
one
I
of
don't
his
know if
pointed
Matthew
cards.
has the red.
Yeah,
I don't know if he has the red.
I don't see... We have red
Oh, he has
off...
Signet.
I don't see
Oh.
white. I don't see white. We have the red off the Is It Signet, but I don't see a white source currently.
Oh, there it is. That's the red-white talisman.
All right, so now Cameron does have a 3/3. And so playing 4th, introducing the Monarchy right now is... What are your thoughts on this particular board state of bringing in the Monarchy?
I don't think the Monarchy is going to matter when Matthew casts 4th because I think he's going to cast it for like 8 and just win the game.
Oh, just wait a turn with the Academy, tap it for
yeah,
a million?
I think he's waiting, not casting 4th this turn, just developing his board state, and then he's just going to tap Academy for like 10 mana and 4th for...
He drew the Oko! He drew the Oko! So, oh my god, off the draw 7, he shuffled Oko back into the deck, and somehow it was in the 7?
Wow.
Oof.
Matthew is popping off. Let's see what he decides to do with this Oko. He could create a food token, but he can't pay for it. Looks like. I don't think he has enough mana.
Oh, the judge is stepping in right here. Shout out to our table judge right now, Pyro Dragon, L2 and longtime friend of the show.
Big shout out. Thank you.
All right, the judge has said Oko is, for various definitions, the word fine.
I like this play.
Yeah.
Since you can't gain life off of the food, you don't have enough mana. Just take your Chrome Mox, make it an Elk, do your best to block. The only way you really lose this game is, let's say you take 3 from that Elk, and then Cameron has double Bolt.
Is there price of progress in that Jund list right now?
I will take a look here.
Yeah, because like 3 damage, price.
There's no price.
Okay, there's some very scary threats in that Jund deck. You know, a broadside into something. So we have the 4th land, maybe a little bit late on Cameron's side here.
Cameron is still in this game. Has a lot of sequences that would win him the game here. Something like what you're saying, snuff out into broadside bombardiers,
Yep.
into fling something at your face. Like there's like a lot of sequences that he could have that turn the corner here before Matthew gets to untap and 4th Aerlingus for like 50.
All right, we're leading with Lightning Bolt to clear the Elk. All right, and then we have 3 mana, casting Aurelia. So that's 6 damage, exiling off the top. What is that?
It's an Orcish Bowmaster.
That is an Orcish Bowmasters. So that gets Matthew down to 3. That bolt.
But Matthew's going to get to untap here, and
4th for million.
Cameron's at 12.
Yeah.
So he's going to untap the Mana Vault. Interesting. That's mana negative if you do that.
Well, I mean, maybe
isn't.
worried
Okay.
about getting too low. I mean, 2 life is a terrifying amount. All right. Oh, I guess because of the talismans being potentially the only source for red and white mana. If he doesn't untap the, he left it tapped actually. Never mind.
No, you're supposed to leave it tapped for sure.
I was worried about the life total. Yeah, okay. And then there's
now
the
we're
4th,
fourthing
and
for the win, and wow,
there's the concession.
just an absolute clinic for Matthew on playing Paradox Academy or Paradox combo.
So obviously the combo deck popped off. But I do want to give some particular shout outs and recognitions of heads up play to Matthew for the Oko. As a mana denial source, giving your opponent a 3/3, but at the cost of, very aggressive plays at that turn 1 of playing the Walking Ballista.
Oh, that's such a heads up play. I love that play so much. I firmly believe that play won him the game.
Yeah.
The Oko as well. Oftentimes you play Oko and you instantly tick up to make your food. It's
Sure.
like really sort of almost muscle memory at this point.
Yeah.
So to play the Oko and sit back and think, okay, well, is there something better I can do with
Sure.
it? Especially when you feel like you're really far ahead. I spoke about this in one of the previous matches, but we care a lot about this tournament.
Yeah.
And when you're ahead, it can be exciting and you can feel like,
Sure.
oh, I'm so close, I'm closing the door. And it can be hard to pull yourself back and really like think about what exactly it is you're doing. Because the reality of the situation is if he plays Oko there and he upticks and he gets a food, it's still really good for him.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Oh,
it's,
yeah.
it's not like he's behind. But recognizing that he could leverage it as a mana denial strategy is just like so good.
Can we bring up the bracket, please? So after 3 rounds of play, we only have 1 more round remaining. Our people advancing, we have in the first round, Jason over Mac, Noel Robin winning over Sacha. We just saw Matthew Grier defeating Jund, piloted by Cameron. And then after the break, we have Spencer Kanaka versus Chris Sutherland. Now let's talk about this very quickly. We've got the Boogeyman coming up, another combo deck. We've got the Nadu.
Yeah. So Spencer and I have been talking a lot about the year end. And I was working with him on what he wanted to play for Nadu. And we felt like, Spencer felt like Chris would be on some sort of control deck. Jeskai
Sure.
was sort of what he was thinking. And so if you look at Spencer's list, the 10th point is Strip Mine. And he's playing Ramunap Excavator.
Interesting. And then, of course, we've got the Boomer control deck. We've got blue-white control.
I love this choice from Chris. Chris just loves Boomer Blue White through and through.
Sure.
Maybe who knows if Jeskai is a better deck? It might be. It probably is. But I will say, very proud of Chris. I messaged him before the tournament. He did remove Future Sight from his list, even though he's playing the Enlightened Tutor. It's
Incredible. All right. Well, we've got that matchup after this short break, so don't go anywhere. More Magic after this.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the semifinals of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship, presented by LoadingReadyRun and Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. My name is Benjamin Wheeler, and joining me, we got a Trenton.
I have a quick correction. This is the 4th quarterfinals.
This is the 4th quarterfinals? People were saying this day was going by quick, and we're still in the quarterfinals?
We're here forever. At least it's not the closet.
We actually, we have a special exhibition match where it'll be Jacob versus a clone of Jacob in a best of 7. We're in the 3rd quarter, or the final quarterfinals.
Yes,
the
the
4th
fourth
quarterfinals. You'll have to excuse me. I had a single slice of pizza and I'm turned up.
It's okay. You looked at Chris's list and you're just in awe.
Well, I looked at Chris's list and I was like, damn, I missed 2017. If we could go to the bracket to show you what you're about to see. We have our matchup for the 4th quarterfinals. Once we get that bracket up, it'll show everybody. Because we've done a couple of things. We got Jason Jobin on Golgari Aggro versus Noel Robin Rakdos Midrange. Matthew Grier just got in here with Paradox combo. And now we're going to see if another combo deck gets in or if it's going to be Big Boomin' over here.
Big Boomin' Blue White.
Big Boomin' Blue White. We got Spencer Kanaka on 4-color Nadu combo. No red in this one. And Chris Sutherland on classic Azorius control.
Unbelievably classic. I love this pick from Chris. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't love it. But
Chris is the kind of player, you see this when you talk to Magic players that are either terminally online or They win one tournament. They're like, yep, this is exactly how you build this deck. Always, nothing changes. Sutherland spits at that notion. I mean, he wouldn't because he's the nicest guy you'll ever meet. But Chris Sutherland's the kind of guy that would be like, what do you mean? What do you mean condemn is bad? No, it's not. It's condemn. Oust? Jace Vryn's Prodigy? It loots.
Floodplain?
Floodplain?
It finds Tundra.
Dude, we just got Brain Surge. We need the floodplain. Aven Mind Sensor? People are like, Blue Eye doesn't play Aven Mind Sensors anymore. Boom. Gotcha. Nice bird. This is the real problematic bird you're going to have to deal with.
One of the coolest things about Chris is that because of his love for Highlander, he just plays what he likes.
Yep.
You know, like he likes the bird, so he plays the bird.
And not everybody's Chris Sutherland.
No.
So not everybody's going to be able to get away with doing this.
I couldn't get away with that.
But this man is playing the moat that he probably owned like 30 years ago or whatever. It's we're in for a treat. But that's not the only deck that we have. We have
Speaking of birds and bringing birds to the table, Spencer Kanaka on Nadu. This list is very well refined. Spencer's been playing it a lot this year. Since Nadu came out.
Yeah.
I think this matchup is going to be pretty interesting because Spencer has made some considerations for control specifically.
Okay.
So when we look at the list, we see, first of all, we see Strip Mine plus Ramanap Excavator, which I love personally, but I think I might be in the minority here. And then we also see he re-added Oko, and specifically Savine's Reclamation is definitely an anti-control card.
Right. There is one card. The Strip, to me, it's Strip. It's a good Magic card. It'll see play no matter what, right? You could put it in any point spread with any amount of pressure, and that's fine. It's the fact that it's in there, and there's another one-pointed card in here. Gifts Ungiven. This man's playing Gifts Ungiven. Granted, Gifts is in a weird spot where it's like, yeah, it should probably always be a point because you don't want free gifts running around, or the kind of decks that play a free gifts are not really the kind you want to encourage everybody.
Definitely
playing.
not.
But I mean, very generous of him to be the one copy of Gifts Ungiven played in all of 2025.
For what it's worth, I actually think the Gifts is pretty good in this list.
Yes,
Spencer's playing a lot of recursion effects,
right?
Recommission, Helping Hand. So if you gifts on end step, you can get Nadu plus like Recommission, Nomads and Core, etc. And like you have your combo. And gifts in this matchup is really good because you get to do something on Chris's end step.
Right.
The one card that is missing that the Strip took the place of is Intuition. And you might think to yourself, well, if you're playing gifts, why aren't you playing Intuition? They're very similar. But that extra card that you get off of gifts is the deal breaker here.
Right. This isn't like finding Underworld Breach where when you get into play, you're off to the races. You need multiple pieces.
Well, and Spencer is very much a vibes style of player, and he just said the vibes on Intuition were off.
All right, great. Well, I've been told that the vibes in the studio are immaculate, so we're gonna go down and watch.
The vibes in here are good.
They're pretty good. We're gonna watch the fourth quarterfinal match. And we got. Starting off, Spencer cracking a Prismatic Vista, finding a basic forest for a Sylvan Safekeeper.
Safekeeper, reasonable in this matchup. Not perfect. Doesn't provide a clock, but can help Spencer develop throughout the mid game.
And basic plains, Prismatic Ending to exile the Safekeeper. Exile being very important here.
Yeah, Spencer has a lot of ways to get creatures back from the graveyard, so exile effects are very, very relevant in this matchup.
That's an ugly basic plains, Chris. Like that is. Come on, man. I mean, he's going to play the ones that he needs, but you know,
I don't mind it. It's unlimited, you know.
Yeah. Hedge Maze here, Surveil off of Spencer Kanaka. Chris does have local Highlander lover. That's a weird way of saying it. We have Shen here acting as Chris's hands for ease of play and accessibility here.
Of course. Spencer is not where he wants to be. playing a tap land on turn 2 and just passing the turn against the blue-white control deck. Spencer's game plan here is he wants a mixture of threats that Chris will have to answer, but also the ability to find the combo. Uro's really good in this matchup, though, and this is definitely where you want to be if you're Spencer. Especially since if Chris counters this, unless it's specifically no more lies, you're getting this back at some point in the game.
Right. Oh, but has the swords with the trigger on the stack there.
That's really heads up from Chris. A lot of the time, people might wait for the Uro to come back, or you might not think about swordsing it in response.
Putting a Caracas into play off of the Uro trigger. Still gets that trigger and was able to deploy a Giver of Ruins. But yeah, deal with that Uro now.
Yeah,
right?
And we see Spencer has Shuko in hand. One of the detriments to playing Nadu is you do have to play cards that aren't real Magic cards in a lot of circumstances. Shuko, Nomads, and Core being the two prominent ones. And in this matchup, the amount of threats that Spencer has and the amount of cards that like Chris will end up caring about matters a lot. So if he's drawing Shuko and Nomads, that's really not where he wants to be.
Right. And worth noting too about like Spencer having his threat density is that Chris also knows this. He knows that there are some duds. And so like dealing with that Uro there means that Spencer doesn't have to, or that Spencer won't have access to it or ways of protecting it. And then immediately followed up the Uro with Caracas, which can protect Uro, or Giver of Ruins, which can protect Uro. So Chris knows that Spencer has some duds and is willing to make these calls of like, yeah, I'll swords your thing, even though you still get the draw and the extra land drop, knowing that, you know, I'm going to deal with the things that can threaten me because I know you got some cards that are not going to do anything.
Definitely. Like, you know that if games go longer, Spencer's going to draw a mixture of lands and like spells in his deck that don't really advance his game plan in any sort of winning way. Looks like we're seeing an end-step Brain Surge. Spencer just playing a meticulous archive and passing, but interestingly, he did keep it on top.
Right. And so Brain Surge, I mean, it's very big brainstorm. It's a great card. Typically only sees play in the control versions. Like you're not going to be sliding this into something like Czech pile very often. And can set up for, I mean, Chris could know that Spencer kept it on top. So we could be setting up like a Terminus or a surprise Triumph of St. Catherine as a blocker. Could even just be getting an Angel here off Entreat the Angels, or, you know, Worlds is Onion. I would love to see a back to basics here, as Chris plays a land that nobody in hell knows what it is, because boy, oh boy, pairing the basic land choice, which again, I was a little harsh on this basic plains, but some of the card choices.
I think it's an island, but the jury's out on that one.
It's a glacial fortress.
All right,
honestly,
yeah.
doesn't look that bad.
No,
can't tell what it is. But.
I'm into it. The Ramanap coming into play. I will say that the fair Ramanap against Chris, depending on the context of Spencer's hand, isn't necessarily the worst in a lot of contexts, but here it's not very good. Just because we know Spencer doesn't have any threats left. I think he has one card in hand, it looks like, which is the Shuko. Chris has a grip full of cards, is at 19 life, like 3 blue sources and 2 white sources in play. I don't think he's really worried about Spencer extending into like having continuous land drops, but now Field of the Dead is live. So Spencer draws Crop Rotation
he's on
or Field of the Dead. That is actually one of Spencer's biggest cards in this matchup.
That is spicy. I was going to say Prismatic Vista is not the fetch that you necessarily want with Ramanap, right? You will run out of options. Whereas something like Wooded Foothills or whatever can find Surveil lands, could just find more lands. But if we're on Field of the Dead, now we're talking. That said, Chris has resolved Enlightened Tutor here and decides to find back to basics.
Yeah, and I think getting back to basics here is I think getting back to basics here is pretty interesting because Spencer does have the prismatic vista with the Ramanap excavator, so theoretically he can get out from under this back to basics, but it will slow Spencer down a reasonable amount. And based on the context of Chris's hand, it's possible that if he plays back to basics and there is a turn later down the line where Spencer has to go for it, he has to commit the non-basic lands for the mana to try and find Nadu or try and find Grist, something that's impactful. If Chris counters that and then untaps, he's very advantaged at that point.
Yeah, pinching Spencer's mana, even if we have the Vista to build it, being able to pinch the mana just a little bit can put him into an awkward spot where he doesn't get to double spell, doesn't get to bait out a counter spell, and then serve up something real. Looks like the back to basics is hitting the table. Spencer's responding by cracking off that prismatic Vista. Worth noting, Chris did play a Wasteland, which can have some added utility here and there, but, a little awkward against the Ramanap.
Yeah, the Wasteland, awkward currently, but if Chris finds that he has an abundance of answers and decides that he wants to get rid of the Giver and the Ramanap, the Wasteland will end up being good. Or if Chris draws a Wrath of God effect and wraths the board, then the Wasteland starts to be better. But one thing to note, this Wasteland means that Spencer drawing Field of the Dead is not impactful anymore, and that's actually a really big deal. One of Spencer's best outs here was drawing Field and then just continually replaying a fetch land.
Field of the Dead, a funny card. It does show up in our format quite a bit. Probably not as much as it should. There's definitely a mindset among some players of like, I'm not going to play a tap land beyond, the Surveil lands or whatever. Actually, one of the people that I think of...
hold on. I think Spencer's untapping non-basics. Oh, there we go.
There we go. We allow a little cheat as a treat here. One of the players that I associate the fair air quotes Field of the Dead with is actually Chris Sutherland.
Definitely. Chris is a Field of the Dead enjoyer for sure. In generally speaking, in 3-color control decks, just easier to get the amount of lands you need because you don't want to be playing a bunch of basics, right?
Blue, white, splash, green. I remember where he's like, I get to play Oko, but I also get to play this Field of the Dead. And it was
Definitely.
like, okay, yeah, I got you.
And you get extra Surveil lands, etc.
Yeah.
So what Spencer is looking for here is, so this is the best turn for Spencer to draw something because, Chris only has 1 blue available. It's possible it's mana leak. It's possible it's a memory lapse. Who knows? But if Spencer has 2 threats that he can commit to the board, this is the turn to do it. So we're seeing him fetch again. After this fetch, there's only 1 more basic left in Spencer's deck. So this Ramanap Excavator is going to lose a lot of value after the next turn, which is potentially why Chris didn't really bother countering it or even care that much about it.
Right.
I'm interested to see what Spencer is playing here. You don't really want to fetch on your own turn because your opponent could be on their turn play something like Jace and Fate Seal you.
Yep.
So this means that Spencer is committing something to the board here.
Let's see what that thing is. Tapping 3 mana, including the Caracas, which puts that card into the corner, not to be used. It's a Ranger Captain of Eos.
And if Spencer gets to slip this Ranger Captain through Chris's defenses here, that's going to be pretty impactful. It looks like the Ranger Captain resolved.
Ooh, so I got to imagine we're thinking Haywire Might maybe to deal with the back to basics, or we're grabbing Nomads on core to set up for a combo.
Yeah, I think, I don't think Spencer's playing Haywire Might. And Nomads in core allows you to potentially win the game if you draw Nadu. Luckily for Spencer, the Nadu combo is only 4 mana the turn that you're playing it.
It is so interesting this man's not playing Haywire Might. I've seen the backflips he's done to include Haywire Might in decks without green. But I mean, yeah, setting up the look, we came here to combo, right?
Yeah, I think the Haywire Might consideration is interesting. When you have Saga in this deck, I think you're very often not happy to get Haywire Might. You're almost always trying to get Shuko or Skull Clamp.
For sure.
So I think that might be the consideration that Spencer's made. Like other archetypes that he's played, Saga is more of a like quote unquote utility land.
Yeah.
But in this archetype specifically, it's like getting either half of your combo or like Skull Clamp in a situation where you have a bunch of mana elves.
So Spencer was able to untap here. Well, at least some of his board.
Also, getting nomads here, if Spencer draws Nadu, he can sacrifice the Ranger Captain and then actually start comboing. So I really like this tutor from Spencer. It gives Spencer the out of actually just hitting
Right.
the Nadu that he would need to hit.
Deciding to serve up some damage here, knocking Chris down to 12. That Mox Pearl as well, drawn by Spencer, could be pretty huge.
Also, really noteworthy, Chris missed his 6th land drop. Which means there's all action there.
I mean, he brain surge locked himself.
Yes. It happens. It happens.
Spencer has sacrificed the Ranger Captain here.
Yeah, so this is post-combat. He's sacrificing the Ranger Captain. Chris is choosing whether or not he's going to respond at all. It looks like he isn't. Prismatic Vista going to get the island. This is the last basic land in Spencer's deck, as far as I am aware.
No basic swamp.
Snow Island, Snow Plains, Snow Forest. No basic swamp. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, if Spencer's able to get the combo out here, that'd be pretty nice.
Spencer does have quite a lot of tutors, and also could have just naturally drawn the Nadu. I think if Spencer can win this game, that is a very impressive feat. He's been very far behind basically the entire game, and that also showcases the power of Nadu. 3 mana.
What you got?
What's it going to be? Oh, I think it's Eldritch Evolution.
Ooh, Eldritch Evolution sacrificing that Ramanap Excavator.
Okay, so now we're in a position where Spencer's going to get Nadu, and he's going to play Nomads in Core and have 6 triggers before he either has to start playing more creatures from his hand. So we'll see if this is good enough. If Spencer Nadus gets, say, 8 to 10 triggers and then passes the turn, I think it's still possible for Chris to untap, say, leverage a Wrath of God effect.
Right.
And then can get right back into the game, especially since Spencer has to commit all of his non-basics to this plan.
Well, we didn't even talk about Chris's points. We said Boomer Blue White, and many of you could probably parse what we were leading to, but Chris is on Ancestral Recall, plus Mystical Tutor, and Dig Through Time. Oh, and hits the Bristly Bill.
And Bristly Bill is a huge hit here, allowing Spencer to, next turn, double the number of 1/1 counters on creatures. So if he plays Bill, every land drop you get from Nadu, you get to put 1/1 counters on your creatures. So he could potentially just turn the corner right then and there. Drawing 2 elves off of your Nadu triggers is pretty good. Wow, Gaia's Cradle is a huge hit there. And Chord of Calling. So for those who might not be aware, the Nadu combo, basically Nadu gives all your creatures the ability that when they are targeted, you flip the top card of your library, and if it's a land, you put it into play, and if it's anything else, you put it in your hand. So now what Spencer is doing is just continually playing creatures that give him more land drops or more creatures. The reason the Gaia's Cradle and the Court of Calling are really big is because if you go and you get Springheart and Antuco, every land that you get off of the Nadu creates another 1/1 that gives you 2 more Nadu triggers.
Right.
And so it becomes really hard for your Nadu to miss at that point. And we know that Chris has no way of interacting because earlier in this turn, Spencer sacrificed the Ranger Captain of Eos. So now he's Court of Calling for 2. Spencer's going to get Springheart and Antuco. And then he's going to continue to Nadu combo until eventually he gets to the point where he can win with Finale of Devastation.
Worth noting, he did attack this turn already. So he did get an attack with the Ranger Captain.
That is worth
this
noting.
is post-combat. But, I mean, he's going to be able to draw his deck, make a massive board, and potentially set up a situation where Chris is not going to be able to reliably do anything, for lack of better terms.
Yeah, and I think Chris could have wastelanded Cradle there and maybe had something, but it looks like Chris is just conceding. The thing about Nadu is even if you're past your attack step, Spencer was going to draw almost his whole deck.
Yeah,
or he could potentially draw his whole deck.
for sure.
And if that's the case, he's going to find what he needs to win the next turn and to survive through Chris's following turn. Very impressive play by Spencer there. Identified what he needed to do when it came to tutoring with the Ranger Captain. Played the Ranger Captain with no fear into the blue mana plus the Wasteland. And then proceeded to get to the point where he was able to get the Nadu in play.
He does have a kill that he can do post-combat from the looks of it, where it just involves getting a Springheart Nantuko bestowed onto White Plume Adventurer, churning through your deck using Endurance as a way to shuffle lands back in.
Oh, yes.
And then you just make a million copies of White Plume Adventurer repeatedly going through the dungeon. You just need to like wasteland your own Gaia's Cradle to make sure it's back in there for all the mana. But yeah. There's but also it's the classic, like, you could just draw your deck, make a massive board, and I don't know, maybe you play the One Ring and a Teferi and a Grist and say, what are you going to do?
Yeah, like, what are you going to do after this?
Worth noting, one of the things that crossed my mind was like, well, Chris can't cast a spell, but maybe Chris can catch Spencer with like an activation of Odawara, Soaring City.
Of course, yes.
Chris is not on Odawara, Soaring City. He is on a Gonjo, City of the Empire, but opting to not play the Odawara.
That makes sense if you're on Back to Basics and well, I guess Harbinger, it doesn't really matter, but the Back to Basics consideration is pretty real.
Yeah.
But it does cost. A lot of the time when you're looking at lists that have Blood Moon, Back to Basics, etc., it doesn't feel like they cost you in deck building.
Sure.
But they do. Like, they actively cost you. In most circumstances, if you're playing mono red, Blood Moon probably doesn't cost you a lot, but
yeah,
specifically with Control and Back to Basics, it definitely costs you.
And Blue-White isn't Blue Moon, right? Blue Moon can run Back to Basics and Blood Moon and Harbinger and Magus if they really want to. They can go all out. And that's a deck that you will see not as often, admittedly, nowadays, but when it does show up in its more controlling form, I mean, they're on like 21 basic lands. Chris is not all in on the mana denial plan, wants to still leverage these utility lands, and thus is only on 12 basics. So, like, that is maybe playing it a little close, but, you know, that's, like you said, you got to make these considerations.
Of course, yeah. I also want to note that, we're back to the game here.
We've got an Arid Mason play for Chris.
Before we hop into this, I really wanted to note the Ramanap was really good there. The extra lands actually mattered a lot.
It was very good. Llanowar Elf.
And this is definitely
Spencer.
where you want to be, more so than the previous game from Spencer's perspective.
Right. Yeah, Chris just kind of didn't do anything after that Back to Basics.
The Brain Surge lock actually seemed to be quite relevant there.
Cracks a land and finds the Meticulous Archive. Chris has some wild additions. He's a man that likes a foil. He likes a full art. And I was acting as his hands in an event recently, and he's like, I'm looking for this card. And in my head, I'm like, don't worry, I'll know what to find. Nope. I was like, okay, what's it look like, dude? Explain this card to me.
I was surprised that you knew that was Wasteland that Chris played.
Oh,
The
because
Valley of Gorgoroth.
I
or what
know
have you.
because I've tried to build like my list on Magic Online, and I'm like, what the hell? Where's my wasteland? It's Valley of Gorgoroth. Getting everything shuffled up. Getting a.
Oh, I think Chris is looking at a back to basics, maybe. Which I believe it's back to basics. I'm not entirely sure. I only saw it for a second. But if it is, that makes sense that he kept it.
It looked like the Archive Ephemerate. Oh, it's Serum. Ponder. Preordain. I think it's Preordain. It's a cantrip. It's a 1-mana cantrip. Preordain.
Oh, it is Preordain.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, the similar arts. That makes sense.
I periodically will look at all the secret layers I've missed and just be like, what's up with it? And so I have looked at that one recently. Oh, there's the Ponder. Oh, of course. How could I have gotten those two mixed up? Yes, the biblically accurate Preordain.
I think if you're Spencer, depending on the context of your hand, you're pretty happy to see Chris play a cantrip on turn 2, because now you have the semi-green light to resolve whatever 3-drop you have.
Right. You always have to think about Force of Will and whatnot, or Daze when you're tapping out. But casting an opponent casting a free Daze while you have a mana dork, really solidifies your mana advantage, and you can't hit Stern Scolding a Nadu.
Interestingly, Spencer not playing a land, gets spell snared, wouldn't have mattered anyways, and then a hedge maze.
Keeps it on top. Yeah, the classic, I'm not going to play my land before I cast a thing, is indicative of, I guess in this deck could be indicative of landfall. But it's also the, I'm very fancy, look at my Gaia's Cradle kind of line. Or in this case, Spencer wants to know whether or not this card is hitting the table.
Yeah.
Right?
And Chris having the spell snare really clutch there. Fiend Artisan is so unbelievably good in Spencer's deck. So not having to, say, spend a removal spell that might be in his hand, but instead gets to just play land and most likely passing here. Could be playing, say, like a Teferi or a Spellseeker. I'm interested to see what Chris gets here. Spellseeker can find Damn.
Yep.
So it can find a Wrath of God effect. Mm-hmm. It can also find Wrath of the Skies, which is particularly good against Spencer, getting the Moxen, getting the Urza Saga. But it can also just find Recall. So.
Yeah, just grab yourself an Ancestral Recall. You could grab yourself a Swords to Plowshares. Whatever. It's Spellseeker. This card was pointed for more up until recently. It can also find Mystical Tutor. Ha-cha-cha. It was pointed up until, for its entire, I guess, existence until recently.
Finding Mystical Tutor is very fascinating to me. I'm curious as to what Chris wants to go for that's more than 2 mana with the Mystical.
Maybe he's thinking, I know I'm going to want something, but Mystical Tutor puts action on Spencer before he reacts and can open him up to casting Terminus.
Yeah,
as well.
It's possible Chris has a instant speed cantrip. Mm-hmm. So now for the rest of the game, he has Mystical Tutor, get Terminus, instant speed cantrip, Terminus on Spencer's turn.
Right.
Spencer played land and just passed, and that is a big deal. If I was Chris, I would be putting Spencer on Court of Calling or Gifts Ungiven here.
Oh, I see. They put the Mystical Tutor on top. Should be in the hand.
Yep.
So just making sure that all the cards are where they should be. No idea what that one is, but we're seeing a Jace the Mind Sculptor, better than all. And it looks like he's going to bounce the Llanowar Elves, and we're going to see a Gifts Ungiven.
So if Chris doesn't have any free interaction here and Spencer has the 4th land, Spencer can play Nadu and Nomads and get 4 triggers on his turn and then 4 triggers on Chris's turn. Because Nomads and Core is instant speed, you get to do it. You get to do both. Whereas if you had Shuko, you're only able to do it on your turn. So Spencer should be getting Nadu Nomads and Core, Helping Hand, and Recommission here.
Right. It's nice because even in a Bant shell, Reanimate, great card. You often see decks that are running Gifts Ungiven or Intuition for these packages playing Reanimate. Now it's a pointed card. And that's by design. We wanted not everybody to have access to Reanimate unless they want to pay it. And so Spencer does have to play Recommission instead. But even Recommission has some added tech for getting back your Shuko.
Yeah, and Jared makes a really good point here. If Chris gives Spencer Nadu and Recommission, then he can stop the combo for one full turn cycle, because Chris won't have enough mana. But getting White Plume Adventurer here, I think that's really interesting. White Plume is quite strong in this matchup on Spencer's side. So it looks like he really values having a game plan that isn't necessarily all in on the combo, or it's possible that he just has combo pieces in his hand.
Sure.
So if you're Chris here, what do you give him?
Well, I want Spencer to play this White Plume Adventurer, right? Like, we get to Jace the White Plume, take the initiative, hit our land drop, pass with a bunch of mana.
Assuming things go well for you.
Assuming
Yep.
things go well.
Yeah.
Or we could set up something with Mystical Tutor and, like, we get the initiative somehow and then we set up with Mystical Tutor. We figure it out some other way. And yeah, I think the way that you can go about this is say, like, hey, these two cards are 3 mana a pop. You're only going to get to play one of them, and maybe I can deal with them if you're sequencing them out, one by one. So this way, Spencer now has the most expensive package of cards, and that's kind of what Blue-White's looking for, especially in this. It's like, yeah, you're taking a beat, right? He'll play this Nadu or whatever. If he has land, Nomads on Core, Nadu, then, like you said, you're going to get some triggered abilities here.
Yeah, and especially if you want to untap, you want to give your opponent the most mana hungry cards.
Mm-hmm. Opts to play the White Plume Adventurer, does play around the days by getting the Prismatic Vista. We are into the dungeon for the first time today.
My guess is we're leading on White Plume, even if we have Nomads and Core in hand, because Nadu plus Nomads, it's 8 triggers, which is a lot, but it's not unbeatable from Chris's perspective. But I am curious as to whether or not Spencer is okay letting Chris take the initiative, because Spencer really doesn't want to be spending his next turn recasting White Plume Adventurer. So he's going to play this Llanowar Elves. But if Chris has the removal spell, he could bounce the Elves, remove the White Plume, and then take the initiative. And at that stage, it might be difficult for Spencer to take it back. But if Chris is spending resources to get the initiative, he might not have those resources for the Nadu combo.
Right. My thought, if I'm in Chris's seat here, is that playing out the White Plume and the Elf, looking to develop mana, looking to try and get to a spot where maybe my soft counters aren't doing anything, or I can Nadu and Nomads, and maybe even play, like, maybe get a Teferi in play and then play Nadu. That sort of thing is what I'm worrying about if I'm Chris, and I'm trying to figure out why Spencer, for starters, even got the White Plume Adventurer, but also why are we leading on this? Like, when you're in the spot of the control player, especially a control deck that is not as free as Jeskai, in the sense of, like, you see a thing, you kill a thing. Blue-White does have to pick at spots.
You can't just remove everything.
A bit more critically. You kind of have to think about what you're doing here. And we Mystical Tutored for Swords to Plowshares. So again,
what we were talking about is happening. Mm-hmm. So Jace is bouncing the Elf. Chris Mysticals for Swords to Plowshares, attacks, takes the initiative, and then is going to have 3 mana available for Spencer's next turn. And Chris is in a really commanding position here.
Mm-hmm. If Chris has something to deal with that Nadu on the way down, then, you really don't want Blue-White control to just sit on the initiative. They're not killing you with it, but that's the worst part. Is they're just like, it's so tough to get it back.
Yeah, and the scry too, really relevant as well. It's just like the answers in blue-white, because you're not playing, say, something like Jeskai, you don't have as many. So being able to scry, really big deal. Chris tapping out, though, for Abhorrent Oculus. This, if I'm Spencer, I am putting Chris on Force of Will for sure.
Yeah.
Or nothing. But I think Spencer is probably in a position here where he just has to go for it.
Yeah, the Aki way over here is really causing some issues. Like that is pressure, right?
Well, with the initiative, the Oculus will actually win the game for Chris in 2 turns if Spencer isn't able to block
Very cool.
all of Chris's creatures. It puts Chris quite far ahead. So I'm really interested to see what Spencer decides to do here.
Getting all our mana sorted out there. Made a thing.
We have seen Spencer in this position before in the last game, and he was able to pull through, though. So I don't think you can really ever count Nadu out because the combo is so lean and the deck is really explosive.
Both players agreeing to make the board more confusing by putting a soldier token on top of a 2/2 manifest.
Does anyone really have manifest dread tokens laying around?
You're goddamn right we do.
Wow. Wow. I just got owned.
Loading
I just
ready
got owned.
run. Thank you very much.
Send me to the woodshed. Wow. Okay, so Spencer's leading on a Nadu here.
Has a Sylvan, that's a Llanowar Elves we know about. Does not have...
And just passing the turn. That is not where you want to be in this position here. Letting Chris untap with the Abhorrent Oculus going, a Jace going, the initiative allowing him to put more pressure on you or scry, depending on what's better based on the context of his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be a tougher one for Spencer to get through, but it is possible that Chris doesn't have any way of interacting, and then all Spencer needs is the nomads, and you're cooking.
Look, man, I've played blue-white control enough in this format to know that sometimes you think you've got it all, you think you've got it locked, and then you don't get it. I mean, I've been drawing all these cards, and I was playing my lands. Why are they not dead? And these stupid creature combo decks keep clawing their way back. So you can never really count out a deck like Spencer's, like Nadu combo.
Yeah, and we're seeing the earlier Gifts Ungiven decision with the White Plume not really paying off at this stage. So I think, I don't remember who was talking about this. I think you were in the second match where you make a play and you think about it for months.
Yeah.
And I think that might be one that Spencer thinks about.
I mean, that's the classic Gifts Ungiven. It's either the exact pile that you always get, good old, standby, you're going to kill them, or you got to think a little outside the box. And sometimes that second one backfires as the Oculus cracks in for 5 damage in the air.
So we saw Scry 2 from Chris, and just an attack with the Oculus. Manifest Dreading on Spencer's turn. Chris with, it looks like 6 mana untapped.
Classic players just doing things while other people are making decisions. They just don't care. We've all been playing together for decades at this point in time, and
Bristly Bill is a good bait spell here if Spencer has another way of targeting his creatures.
it does make Chris use the counter spell. So there's one counter out of the way. That's right. We have 2 manifest tokens, not just 1, 2 of them.
And I've got 2 feet in my mouth right now.
Damn. If you need a third one, it's going to cost you. I don't do that for free. The manifest tokens are doing a pretty... they're not really stopping Spencer from taking the initiative back here because we have this flying bird. But this card, I mean, the Oculus, it keeps going, right?
Yeah, I think if you're Spencer here, you're almost obligated to attack the Jace. Like, I don't know if you could really take back the initiative. The counters don't matter, and the Scry 2 is good, but wow. The bait spell into the Court of Calling. Mm-hmm. Does Chris have it?
I mean, the nice thing, the thing about the air quotes bait spells in this deck is like, hey, here's a Bristly Bill. You kind of have to counter
It's really good,
Yeah.
so you have to counter it, yeah.
And then it's like, well, now here's the Court of Calling. It's really good.
Wow, and Chris had to let the Court of Calling resolve. So Spencer is going to get at minimum 6 triggers here, and if he has to pass the turn, he will then again get at minimum 6 more triggers. But if he hits lands and mana elves, he's going to continue to churn through his library. Mm-hmm. So it's possible that he might go off this turn. Like, Spencer might be winning the game right now. It all depends on what's on top of the deck, though.
Classic Nadu. Just Nadu things. An Oko, Thief of Crowns. Arid Mesa coming into play. A Path to Exile on the Landwar Elf into a Green Sun Zenith. Then we hit the Nomads here. We get an Eladamri's Call. And a Stoneforge Mystic.
Okay.
Not bad.
So the Green Sun's Zenith, if Spencer has more mana available to him, he's able to find Springheart and Antuco. It doesn't look like that's the case, though. He only hit 1 land off of the Nadu, so he may have an elf in hand that he can play, but otherwise it looks like he might be fizzling here. Still going to get 6 triggers on Chris's turn, and hitting the Path to Exile very specifically pretty strong. Getting rid of the Born Oculus. Now that you're getting Nadu triggers, you don't care as much about Jace's card advantage or the initiative happening to you. So
we could see the Stoneforge Mystic being developed here as a way of providing an additional body to rack up those triggers even higher.
That's a pretty interesting decision point for Spencer. Whether or not you Path to Exile the Born Oculus or you play out a Stoneforge Mystic and try and get a land off of your next 2 triggers.
Mm-hmm. Because if I'm Spencer here and I've just drawn 6 and I'll get to draw another 6, like, what am I thinking about? Or in this case, potentially thinking of drawing 8 into another 8. Like, what am I thinking about that could turn this on my head? Like, evidently he's just like, yeah, I'll hit another land so I could path the Oculus off the Nomad's Nadu, or he just doesn't care.
I think the way that Chris wins this game is he exiles the Nadu and gets rid of everything else that Spencer has, and then just continues to accrue card advantage with Jace, has the right counter spells at the right time for the rest of the threats that Spencer has in hand.
Yeah.
Beating Spencer drawing 12 cards is difficult, but it's not impossible.
Especially with like a Jace the Mind Sculptor in play. If you hit an Ancestral Recall, it can totally change the game. The Stoneforge Mystic did hit the table, found a pre-war Formal Wear, some more insurance for the Nadu.
Oh, wow, and we hit Forest and Breeding Pool here. So now Spencer can Green Sun Zenith for 1. If he wants to, he can Green Sun Zenith for Sylvan Safekeeper. And then that puts Chris's outs to getting rid of the Nadu to board wipes, which is actually pretty good for Spencer because he has the pre-war Formal Wear.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. You really just want to exile that Nadu. You do not want that. Even in the graveyard, you're not safe.
Putting it in the graveyard is not as good as it could be. Spencer's playing a lot of ways to get it back. And yeah, that's what we're going to see here. So Spencer's getting Sylvan Safekeeper. He's going to get 2 more triggers. If he hits, great. If he doesn't, he's going to get 10 triggers on Chris's turn. And he's able to protect his Nadu currently. Chris's outs here now are, I believe, some sort of board wipe into, Swords to Plowshares, really good. A a board wipe into being able to exile the Nadu from the graveyard, or countering the pre-war formal wear. I guess, yeah, because the Stoneforge will be gone. Chris is in a really tight spot here, though. He countered the Bristly Bill, which he felt like he had to, and got punished because Spencer had the Court of Calling. And this is one of the strengths of Nadu. You're playing so many creature tutors. You just have the ability to grab one half of your combo so consistently.
Right.
And when I talked earlier about the mid-range plan, as we see Nadu killing Jace, and like you pointed out, the Bristly Bill's very good. Like,
yes.
Chris has to counter that Bristly Bill.
Yeah. I mean, but does he? It's one of these tough spots of like, well, do you want to get shot 3 times or twice, right? And it's like, well, ideally 0, and it's like, well, that's not on the table here, because that Bristly Bill hits, and if Spencer has a land, especially a fetch land, that is bad news. Like, that gets the train going.
Do you want to take an L or do you want to take a super L?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, it's Chris's turn. Let's see what he's got. Let's see what he's cooking up.
It looks like a dig through time potentially at end of turn. That is one of the ways that you find something to deal with it. I'm a little curious that we didn't see it in at the Green Sun Zenith. It's a hard matchup to navigate, especially when, Chris is on additional 1-mana removal spells, but Condemn, they need to attack, Oust at sorcery speed. Like, it's tough, especially after the Oculus is, ate away at your graveyard.
Yeah, I think I am surprised that Chris didn't dig through time in response to the Cryptic Command. Or, sorry, not Cryptic Command, Court of Calling.
Yeah.
Because I believe Chris is playing Spell Pierce. That's a piece of interaction that you could have hit. You could hit Daze. Well, Daze wouldn't have done it because he has the elf, but you could hit Force of Will or Force of Negation. Maybe Chris feels like he, regardless of how many cards Spencer draws, he's in such a good position based on the context of his hand that he doesn't need to worry about the cards that Spencer draws.
Sure.
It's worth noting here, Spencer's at 13. If Chris has a way to get his creatures through, maybe there's something there.
So the dig through time found us 2 cards, hopefully some of them good.
Oh, needed Jace to die to have the mana left over. Good catch.
Oh, I didn't even clock that Spencer had attacked Jace. Well, there you go. That's why. Yeah, again, the Oculus, a massive card, right? Just like takes over the game, but does come at a relatively steep cost.
Definitely.
Always having to exile those cards.
6 is a lot, too.
That's a lot of cards. Chris is untapping here. We're in the upkeep, thinking about what we're doing with the initiative.
The choice between goading a creature, which would draw Spencer a card, or creating mana for yourself.
Now, it's a tough call, but I would go with the treasure.
Worth noting, Spencer can activate the Nadu 10 times at any point in time because the Nomad's is instant speed. So it looks like he's identified that he doesn't really want to do that right now, and he'll probably do it at sort of the last moment before something gets exiled.
He's going to Prismatic Ending, targeting the Sylvan Safekeeper, which...
Unfortunately, this doesn't work because the Safekeeper can protect itself. But the timing works in such a way where Spencer has to get the Nadu triggers from the Safekeeper first before sacrificing a land to give it Shroud.
Yeah, Shroud, not hexproof. Card was printed originally in Judgment, so you gotta make a call right then and there.
It can be pretty relevant sometimes because if you're able to say bounce your Nadu and replay it, the creatures with Shroud still can't be targeted.
Yep. Bit of a tough spot here for Chris now. we're hoping to clean up the board, but about that pre-war formalware, about the swords in the path, and even just the skull clamp and Oko, just ways of making a single card.
Yeah, it looks like
more
we're
cards.
casting a tutor here.
Oh, is this personal tutor?
Or
is
you
it,
paid 3 mana for it.
Oh, it might be Merchant Scroll. Solve the equation. He's not
For
on
2
Solve the
mana.
Equation. I think that's Merchant
Yeah, it's
Scroll.
Merchant Scroll.
Yep. Finding a blue card. A blue instant, specifically. Because it's not on Cryptic Command. These kids.
So I'll be interested to see what Chris gets here. It's possible he gets Recall, and then his plan is to have Terminus on the top of his library, and then
Hell
Terminus
yeah.
Spencer sometime during Spencer's combo turn.
Right.
You have to play to your outs, and sometimes you do just have the Terminus on top.
Yeah, it's sometimes that's what you got to do, right? I mean, what do you got in situations like this? Tournament life is on the line. Even though it sounds ridiculous, I'm like, oh, well, the answer is Shrimple. I'll just Ancestral Recall, and the Terminus will be on top. It's like, yeah, that's what you have to do.
I mean, that's the reality you have to live in sometimes.
You've got to incinerate to the dome,
Definitely.
Does look like we are now not doing it.
We're not doing at the end at Chris's end step here. Essentially, Spencer here is looking for a combination of Ranger Captain so that he can force Chris to not cast non-creature spells or to counter the Ranger Captain instead of something else. And he's looking for one of either Springheart Nantuko or Field of the Dead so that he can most likely draw his entire library.
Mm-hmm. Tries to fire off a Path to Exile there, getting rid of that abhorrent Oculus. Just a dreadful eye.
The Oculus is, it's something.
Sure.
It's a threat that they made.
Mm-hmm. One of the threats of all time.
One of the threats of all time. Okay, so worth noting, Spencer has Caracas here. So even without Springheart Nantuko and Field of the Dead, Spencer's going to be getting, if Chris has no way of interacting with him, Spencer is going to be getting something like 30 triggers.
Oh, okay.
Maybe more.
Yeah.
Which seems pretty fair to me. But
it's not bad. It's not that bad.
Okay, so Chris is recalling here. Interestingly, if Terminus was on top, he wouldn't have been able to cast it because Chris's hands drew the 3 cards pretty fast. It doesn't look like that's the case. But
I think we'll make an exception in this case.
Yeah, and it looks like Spencer got Springheart Nantuko, so we're going to see Nadu pop off here. If I'm in Spencer's seat here, my suspicion is that Chris doesn't have anything. He did just draw 3 cards off of Recall, but you're drawing so many cards that you will be able to overwhelm any counter spells that he has.
Right. Spencer just trying to figure out what to do, shuffling up the deck. Got a million cards in play. Got a Nadu trigger, or not a Nadu trigger, a Springheart Nantuko trigger, which then will get a Nomads for the Nadu. And
yeah, so the squirrels that Spencer has are insects. Just his representation.
Mm-hmm. Scythe Cat Cub, the One Ring. Yeah, Spencer, reminding folks in the audience, Spencer is not on a Fast as Oracle. Spencer is on an Endurance loop or a White Plume Adventurer initiative loop. There are ways to end the game this turn without even attacking. There are also ways to end the game this turn while attacking.
Like Scythe Cat Cub.
Yeah, that card's wild.
So with the introduction of this Scythe Cat Cub early into the combo, Spencer's going to be able to put essentially almost functionally infinite counters on a couple of different creatures and just attack for lethal at some point. Spencer also hit Finale of Devastation there. So if he hits Gaia's Cradle at some stage, he'll be able to Finale for X's over 10, which gives all your creatures +X based on the amount of mana you spent.
We promised the folks at home that everything that's going on right now is completely kosher. It's above the board. There's
Nothing
just
to
a lot
see
going
here,
on.
officer.
Yeah, exactly. Don't worry about it. Going down to 10, fetching a land.
To give Spencer props when it comes to Nadu, he's pretty fast in comparison to like when you first start playing Nadu. He operates as fast as he can, given the context. And it's still a lot. It's just a lot of game actions to take. Like there's not really an amazing way around it, because you have to do each trigger separately.
Yeah, there's not an easy, hey, check out this loop, right? Like, it's not deterministic.
No, and, like, there's a bunch of small things that you have to do. You need to move the creatures that you've already Nadu'd this turn to a different part of your board. You need to put lands into play, which trigger your Spring Heart and Antuco, so you got to reach your hand to grab an insect to then move the insect over to the other side. Just mechanically, there's a lot going on, so... just to give Spencer like a little bit of props there, he is going pretty fast, all things considered.
Right. Yeah, we're just going through the motions here. Chris does still have mana up. I know this looks like it's parody, but Chris does have mana up here. So it's not, we can't count him out entirely.
I have learned throughout my Highlander career to never count Chris out.
Yeah. If there's
he has
any
destroyed
player...
me many times when I feel like I am in the driver's seat.
And it looks like Chris does offer the concession there, meaning that Spencer Kanaka has won the 4th quarterfinal match on a 4-color Nadu combo, kicking Chris Sutherland out on Azorius control.
Valiantly fought from both sides. I was really excited to see Chris on Blue-White Boomer specifically.
Yep.
I'm sad to see him leave the tournament because I kind of love the moat and
He's
fall
playing
from
Floodplain.
Floodplain. But I'm also excited to see how Nadu fares in other matchups. Talking to Spencer before the event, Spencer actually thinks the blue-white matchup isn't that good. It's not awful, but it's not amazing. And I think we can see that sort of in the first game. Like, Spencer definitely had to top deck in that game to actually be able to take it home.
Right.
So I'm interested to see how the Nadu fares against decks that attack from different axes. Both they play creatures and permanents that apply pressure, but they also have removal spells.
Well, it's also interesting. Another thing that maybe, who knows if this was on his brain, but if we go to the board to see the bracket here, Spencer is going to be going up against Matthew Grier on Paradox combo. That's a faster fish.
Definitely. Paradox, quite fast. Nadu's very fast, but Paradox has the most explosive draws in the matchup.
Sure.
I'm interested to see like how fast Nadu is when you are not gold fishing, but almost gold fishing. I feel like this matchup is probably going to be 2 ships passing in the night. But it may end up being more interesting than that. We'll see.
Well, Matthew does have Walking Ballista. You know, Matthew also just has like the Painter Grindstone kill of being just like out of nowhere, you're dead, all colorless mana. And that's not something that a lot of players on Academy combo decks are playing. So that might give Matthew a bit of an edge here. But that might also turn Spencer's Swords to Plowshares Path to Exile on.
Also, Matthew has an edge in... Spencer has a lot of cards in his deck that are just not good in the matchup. Pretty specifically, like, a lot of the removal is not that good. There are a lot of creatures that are, like, very like more grindy and not that fast.
Yeah, nice Uro.
Yeah, Uro, Renegade Rallier, you know, like sometimes they can be good, but they're definitely more situational.
Yep.
Extraction Specialist. So Matthew has a couple of boons for him, but Nadu does have its own explosive draws. And Spencer has a lot of creature tutoring, so if he has any creatures that are specifically good in the matchup, he'll be able to find them more consistently.
Right.
Which means that he is probably going to be better at interacting with Matthew, but Matthew is going to be faster, like way faster.
Well, before we even get to that, that's the second semifinal match. Our first semifinal match is going to be Jason Jobin on Golgari Aggro versus Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange.
I'm taking a break from commentating, but I'm a little sad because I think this match is going to be super fascinating.
It's a slobber knocker.
It's going to be like a big slog. They're both really efficient decks. They both play discard. They are playing all of the amazing black threats that have come out over the years, Orchestra Masters, Baragwayf, and the like.
Yep.
I'm really excited to watch it from the sidelines, though.
Okay, well, we are going to see that after a quick break where we shuffle around our players, get set up for the semifinals for the Canadian Highlander 2024 Championship over here at Loading Ready Run, brought to you by us and Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. Don't go away. We will be right back in just a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the semifinals for real this time of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship for Yellowjacket Comics and Toys, brought to you by Loading Ready Run, and brought to you by some members of the community, one of which is here right now in the booth by popular demand. Also, you're like, yo, can I hop on commentary?
Absolutely, Ben. It's good to be here.
Robin Sorensen, everybody. We got Robin in the booth. For the most hinged commentary. Like, it's gonna be, we're gonna
wild.
I said hinged. Like, we'll be on rails. We'll be responsible.
I thought hinged and unhinged were the same. Like whelming, kind of.
Well, Robin, we're in for a hell of a match. We've got Jason Jobin versus Noel Robin. If we can take a look at the bracket here, two Black X aggro mid-range-ish style strategies slapping up against each other here. Who's your pony in this race?
It's anybody's fight. They're both very aggressive. You know, I watched the Jason match earlier, and his deck, it doesn't do one thing specifically well. It just does a little bit of everything, and it just kind of jabs you. It beats you up.
Yeah.
Slowly and steadily. It puts a pace on the opponents, and like I said, it doesn't do anything particularly well, but it always does what you don't want to have happen right at that time.
Do you know my man was on Thrun the Last Troll?
I could see that.
Yeah, I could see it. Okay. I mean, yeah, I think that Jason's deck has bigger kind of haymakers, right? Like you got these big dumb green creatures.
Lots of 4 toughness.
There's a lot of 4 toughness. But Noel Noel has the reach, right? The burn is really, we're probably not casting Price of Progress for 10 the way that was cast against Sacha earlier in the event. But, we're probably dealing some damage. We're probably going to the dome a bit.
That's right. And Jason has the Urza Saga, too. Interesting inclusion.
The Urza Saga. Well, what are his what are Noel's points?
Noel's on Mox, Reanimate, Ancient Tomb, and the Clutch Vampiric Tutor. I really like that one.
That's kind of dope. He's got the Vampiric Tutor with the Metamorphosis Fanatic too.
Yeah, he's got a little package. He's got a Blood Moon. Mm-hmm. I think Fiery Confluence is a great hit too.
Yeah, Fire Covenant. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
He's got a lot of like emergency buttons.
I think Noel's going a little faster too.
Yeah. Jason, on the other hand, has Mox Emerald, Mox Jet, Ancient Tomb, Reanimate, Urza Saga, and Strip. So similar-ish spreads here. Noel opting for a tutor instead of, having a little more. I mean, I guess Strip and Saga do different things. One blows up lands. The other makes constructs.
One takes their thing away. The other gives you things.
The
Jason's on the Shadow Spear too, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, that's
That
going to
could
be a
big
pretty good
one.
pick.
This could also just be a match of Barrelgoyfs.
That's true. But you know what helps beat the Barrelgoyf mirror?
What?
Well, actually, nothing because it has death
Nothing.
touch. It's got death touch.
Terminate.
What are we're a little early, but obviously there's a very large trophy between us right now.
There's a Barrelgoyf covering it.
There is a Barrelgoyf covering it. What do we got here?
This is the solid gold, 24 karat Canadian Highlander Championship Trophy, one of a kind. On the side, you will see the names of the past winners who have entered the Valhalla of Highlander
We
Immortality.
don't need to show that part. We don't, come on, man.
Wait.
Are runner-ups there too?
No, there wasn't enough room.
Kyle,
I think
damn.
on the bottom.
No. Well, you know what they say. I wouldn't want to join any club that would have Thomas Simmons as a member.
Fair enough. It's a very elite
It's
club.
an elite group. Holy smokes.
Very hard tournament to win.
Okay.
I want to say Magic the Gathering is the greatest game ever made, and Canadian Highlander is the best way to play this greatest game ever made.
Speak
and
on it.
These winners are the best of the best, and right now we have the best of the best duking it out.
Damn. And these are words from a man that's on this trophy.
That's right.
I thought you won twice.
No, just with Storm.
Just with Storm. Damn.
Yeah, I actually haven't done super well.
It's not here, but in my mind, I won the 2020 and 2021.
Fair
events.
enough.
Yeah. I got the run back. Speaking of run back, how about are we able to run down to the the board here? Do we have our players shuffling up, getting ready? Looks like they are indeed ready to play some Magic the Gathering. The fist bump.
Yeah,
How
lots-
wild would it be if he's like fist bump land dark ritual?
Hypnotic Spectre.
Yeah.
That would be wild.
Clamp on one.
Yeah, some black green land. Don't know what that one is.
Bloom and Marsh.
Bloomin'.
G'day. Den of the Bugbear pass from Noel. So both players just not really coming out of the gates. Honestly, I've been surprised. Neither of these decks across their previous matchups really came out blisteringly fast.
Yeah, like I said, Jason's, aside from a mock straw, he's just looking to kind of get a tempo, get a mana curve, and just put the constant punishment on.
Noel with the other AFR land here
Sabla's Web looking very spicy.
into the Blood Tithe Harvester. I didn't think you would mention Sabo's Web until at least game 3.
Yeah, we should have a counter. How long will it be? Place your bets.
Jason fighting a basic forest here.
Yeah, Noel's deck looking very Pioneer.
That's what I said.
Circle the wagons. We're playing Pioneer here.
Noel Robin is one of those players where the worse his deck looks, the scarier I think he is across the table. Because, if he plays good Naya cards, sure, I'll die or I'll kill him, one of the two. But if he comes at you with garbage, or with Pioneer staples or whatever.
He's Pioneer maxing.
Yeah, he's Pioneer maxing.
We got a Bowmasters.
Orcish Bowmasters here. Just end a turn, shoot you, develop the board. Pretty good with Skull Clamp. Pretty good against Skull Clamp.
Yeah. Yeah, great card overall.
You want to hear a cute little joke here?
Okay.
He may be Pioneer maxing, but do you know who was really mogging today?
The Goblin player.
Yeah, the Goblin. There we go. Decides to clamp the army token here. Ends up playing a fetch land here, cracking it.
A little card advantage.
Yeah,
Good against the Rakdos deck.
we going to keep respecting that Blood Moon? Looks like we are.
What was the name of Black Red in
Machine Head?
No, the first one when it came out. Was it I guess
It
it was
was
Rakdos.
Rakdos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Blood Witch. Not a lot of dissension cards in Noel's deck.
No. Do you think he should have been on the Rakdos Augur Mage?
Yeah, it's an invitational card.
It's got to be
I
good.
think he has to be on.
If you were playing
There were
Noel's
the
deck-
rats too, the Hellbent rats.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't bad.
Into a Mosswood Dread Knight. Just playing a 2-mana 3/2 trample here.
Yeah, he's just keeping the pace. Noel has lots of options. And these early plays, they're really tough to do, and they can make a huge difference.
I feel like both these players, there are some players that definitely their strength lies in how well they grind out incremental advantage, like later on in the game. Some players really excel on just like knowing what they're going to be doing in the first couple of turns here. And I feel like, I mean, in Jason's side, it's easy. He's going to be playing all the Moxen he drew. That's a bit of a
I'm
dig.
surprised he went with the 2 Mox deck for this event. Mm-hmm. You'd think he'd want to max out on the Mox.
I got to tell you, I think Jason, now a lot of people love this format. We're all here. If we didn't love this format, we probably wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be playing. We wouldn't be commentating. But
Once
like,
you're in.
Jason's a man that has a love of the format with, playing Grixis Pirates.
Yeah, he's been killing it this year and last year as well. And he's a long-time player, and only recently he's really found his stride.
Yeah.
And he has just taken over, winning with Mardu. I think, not to toot my own horn, I was the first person to win with Mardu.
Okay.
But Jason has definitely taken over that.
Noel continuing his Blood Typal deck by playing a Validin Epicure, which ends up pinging Jason, making another Blood token. Blood Tithe Harvester now comfortably killing off the Mosswood. Although I think the Harvester would have killed it anyways. But
yeah, all vampires for Noel here. Vampire Kinship.
Dread Fugue coming out.
Bad card. I play it in Storm. I don't love it in a lot of other decks, but I can see why it's there.
Unholy Heat taking care of that Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, I got. Oh.
Oh, and the Vamp Tutor.
I think there's going to be a Metamorphosis on top. Not the Arabian Nights card.
Not a bad card though.
Not that bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great combo card.
Adds a lot of mana. What about Mirror Enforcer Metamorphosis combo?
I could see that. Yeah. Or what's the Allosaurus Rider?
Yeah, Allosaurus Rider. That's a good one.
In the new set, there's a 5 or an 8/8 for 5 mana with trample.
Yeah, it's called Verdurous Gearhulk.
In the new set.
No, I know. In the new set that exists, but
Yeah.
we've had that, dude. It's old news. Future's
You
now
can
old,
kill
man.
the Verdurous Hulk in response. With
Yeah, it's true.
giving it flying and casting Thunderbolt.
With your Arnjolt's Ascent.
Yeah, big whiff on the Fugue. Headliner Scarlet in hand. That's going to be clutch too. What a great card.
Off the Fugue Whiff, deciding to just cast the Dread Whispers here, drawing a card, losing a life. If I'm Noel, I'm feeling pretty good about what's going on here.
Yeah, Jason's setting up for a long game, and I think Noel is going to come down with the hammer.
Ooh, shocks off the Overgrown too.
It'll be a Thoughtseize. Oh,
Stalactite
the lowly Stalker.
Stalker.
Get in the cave.
The Bowmasters dying there to the Unholy Heat, of course, triggering the Descend. And it was the Metamorphosis Fanatic comes into play, miracled. Hallelujah. Both the Metamorphosis Fanatic and now the Blood Tithe Harvester are going to have lifelink. That's a lot of power and toughness there.
That's a big deal in this match. Also, the Bowmasters being gone, those blood tokens are going to be ready to party now.
Are you surprised about how little clothing this guy's wearing?
The Fanatic?
No, I meant Noel Robin. He is, of course, Donald ducking it.
Oh, well. That's the thing with these. No one really sees under the tables.
When you're a dad and you've debuted the PT, you can do whatever you want.
You can just wear those boxers. That's okay. All right, see if we got some action from Jason here. He needs to do something. He's got to do it fast.
I mean, it's a good spot, but a Golgari can, get this, it can kill.
Yeah, he needs
creatures.
removal. He's
Yeah.
not going to be blocking.
Nope.
He needs some hand attack. He needs something, but he's been building up for a few turns.
We've got Bitter Triumph. We have Assassin's Trophy, Dismember. It's not like Jason's deck is lacking the tools to deal with like a 4/4.
It would be wild if Golgari was lacking the tools. Maybe he's on terror.
Chrome Mox and Imprints a card there. Looking to get up to 5 mana.
There's the Barrow-Goyf.
That's one way of challenging the board.
That's
Play out a
not
big
bad.
old Barrow-Goyf.
That'll definitely get Noel thinking about this next turn.
Yeah, it's that Headliner Scarlet, though. I mean, playing out the Chrome Mox kind of implies that you've got something else, right? You can... Oh, decides to long goodbye the Blood Tithe Harvester
That's
there.
pretty good.
No, I just didn't
That's
know.
a lightning helix off the board. Now it's the battle of lifelinkers.
Got a 4/4 and a 4/5. The headliner Scarlet though.
Noel's gonna imbibe in some blood.
Oh, and Noel's got a Magus of the Moon. Not doing too much against the double basic plus Chromox draw, but in fact hurting Noel
Yeah,
more than it
kinda
would hurt
wrecks him.
Jason.
Yeah,
Both
this
players.
is one interview with the vampire we're not going to be around for.
I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering, not Vampire the Masquerade.
Noel Robbins' nails, notably short, giving him -1 attack.
I think the last time we did this, we started talking about Legend of the Five Rings and
That's a great game.
you touched my deck, -1 point.
Yeah, you lose an honor. Unless you're the Scorpion clan, in which case you have no honor.
Tune in next week for the Legend of the Five Rings 2024 top.
We're going across the entire gathering, all the deck masters.
That's
Shadowrun, great game.
those are the real universes beyond I want to take part in.
Oh, going for the grief.
Hardcasting the Grief, sees an Emperor of Bones, and then nothing else. But I mean,
That's pretty good.
Jason does have a Skull Clamp and a creature that can sacrifice itself.
Yeah, that Skull Clamp's going to be putting in work.
Also, the clamp, I believe the Stalactite Stalker gives -X equal to its power, meaning that with the clamp on it, you get you get to knock out even a larger creature.
Yeah, that's a huge value play, killing something and drawing two, especially if it's a Metamorphosis Fanatic.
Puts the clamp on.
Got a 3/1.
Stack ability, is that sorcery speed?
I like Stalactite Stalker. It's kind of a chiller.
It's a
You
cool
don't-
card.
You don't really notice it, but it comes in and it grows. It's the modern day Slith.
Are you telling me I shouldn't be on Slith Firewalker?
I was thinking the White Slith.
Oh, Slith Ascendant.
Yeah.
That one's got flying. That's got to be good.
They're all good.
Even Bloodletter. Strip Mine hitting the table here. Kind of awkward. We're not really keeping Noel off of anything with this strip other than maybe an activation of a creature land, so we don't necessarily need to use it. Ooh, you think Noel had a mind game? Jason plays a strip. Noel spreads out the lands to try and get him to strip
Ooh,
now.
That's a classic mind game. My Magic mentor, John Randall, would have loved that.
Yep.
Big on the mind games.
My favorite's the pen trick.
Oh, you take out the pen?
No, when they're going to attack you, you
Yeah,
huck
take
a pen at their eye and,
perfect.
and then rip up the cards before they see what's going on. Baragoyf coming in, getting blocked by the Voldarian Epicure.
Little chump block there.
Just got to keep the life total healthy here.
That's a good move. Noel wanting a removal spell big time. The Baragoyf plus the Skull Clamp definitely outshining the Metamorphosis Fanatic.
The clamp could get a little awkward, though. Like, if Noel decides to play out this Headliner Scarlet and, gets a little busy with it, and we only have the Fanatic on defense, which the Scarlet is hitting the table,
Yep.
that clamp has the Baragoyf at below 5 toughness, meaning that it can't attack into the Metamorphosis Fanatic with impunity. He would
That's true,
have
he's
to...
leaving it up too.
Yeah, he would have to play out, say, the Mosswood Dread Knight or find a removal spell and deal with the Fanatic. Or he could just say, yeah, let's trade. Maybe I'll cast an Unearth or something.
I like that play from Noel as well. You can't have Baragoyf running loose, even if you're gaining your own life. Just being able to look at 5 cards is huge for Jason.
Yeah. The Dread Knight off of its adventure, and boy, are its arms tired. It's a heavy axe.
That's an awesome picture.
It's very dope.
I love that card.
Yeah. Decides to move the Skull Clamp over and smash with this Baragoyf. Still sitting at a 4/5 here. Big enough to attack past the Metamorphosis Fanatic.
Yeah, I don't think Noel has a mutagenic growth. He's probably not loving that.
But I mean, if there is a player that would.
Yeah, that's true.
Underrated card? Not enough play? Mutagenic growth?
Totally underrated. No one expects it.
So the Metamorphosis Fanatic does hit, revealing Deep Cavern Bat, Deathrite Shaman, Nurturing Peatland, and Questing Beast.
One questing beast. I mean, there's an argument for the bat,
Yeah.
but
You
no,
want
I
that?
think
You want that quarterback?
the real bat, Jason Swing is going to be this beast. Oh, goes for the
Decides
bat.
to take
I like
the
it.
deep cavern.
I don't love it,
Okay, I don't love it, but I like
but
it.
I like it.
Yeah. Noel revealing that his only card in hand is Take Numa, the Abandoned Mire.
Not bad if he can get a little more mana. Gives him a little versatility.
I mean, we're hitting our land drops. We
Yeah,
might be in a
little
spot
bonus.
where we could bring back this Metamorphosis Fanatic. It can get scary.
Yeah, a little bonus from the headliner Scarlet there too, providing some card advantage.
Ooh, and Noel drew Emperor of Bones. That's a nice one. Being able to steal, get back any creature, but, if we're taking like a questing beast, maybe pushing some damage, get us back in Orcish Bowmasters.
Good. He still has to deal with that Barrel Goyf.
Yep.
That is a tight spot to be in.
Plays the Emperor of Bones.
Let's see. No, not on Terminate.
What? Is he on Dreadbore?
Nope.
Is he on Molten Collapse?
LM. He is on Molten Collapse.
Okay.
You got to play these gold cards if you're playing Rakdos.
That's a part of the charm. Finds himself an Orcish Bowmasters here,
Rakdos Charm also not in there.
pinging the Mosswood Dread Knight, and then the cards drawn off the Skull Clamp trigger gets the Orcish Bowmasters shooting off this bat and shooting, well, I guess Jason's face. Now this is a wild. Don't get me wrong. Jason still has a Barrow-Goyf. It's a pretty good magic card.
Yeah, but that is some great synergy and a great play by Noel.
Yeah. Smack it in here for 8, gaining 4 yourself.
Yeah, shallow graving the Bowmasters. Get it out of there. Wild card, Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, don't like it, dude.
You know, it does the thing when it enters the battlefield.
I think that's the part I don't like.
That's the best part.
Yep.
Flash is good too, but and were they even a big thing in the Lord of the Rings?
No, it's just two
Orcs
random
with bow and
orcs.
arrows?
They're just two guys.
Like that's better than the Hobbits.
Yeah. How are you going to make these orcs better than the hobbits?
You think that's better than Legolas?
You could pull this entire chat. I think maybe 3 people would know what the Legolases do.
I only know what his quick reflexes do. Which would also be a good card for Jason right now.
It is in Jason's list.
Oh yeah, I'd be
Yep.
playing that.
Yep.
Split second, my favorite mechanic.
Really?
Up there. I like Cypher a lot too.
Cypher.
Some good cards there.
Name 3 good Cypher cards.
I refuse, Ben.
Okay.
There's a good blue-black one.
Yeah, what's it called?
Cypher.
Cy-
maybe there'll be a Cypher in the Final Fantasy set.
Cypher Unknown.
That sounds like a sweet card too.
Cypher Unknown.
Cypher Unknown.
I think it's a Cannibal Ox lyric.
Hey.
Prismatic Vista finding a basic land here. Hidden Strings barely counts, chat. You don't cipher that onto the things that often.
Hidden Gibbons though. Now there's a card.
Now there's a magic card. Hidden Gibbons card, and I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more play.
Yeah, I could see it being in Jason's list.
Especially when people were in their bag about, like, I hate blue so much. Give me my Icanumon Druid. Give me...
Get the Gibbons in.
All right, honey, get the Gibbons.
Get the Rushwood Leggett. We're here for that.
You know, I thought about playing Rushwood Dryad a lot back in the day. It's a free card.
Vine Dryad, you mean?
Oh, Vine Dryad, yes. Yeah. No, I thought about playing Rushwood Dryad too. Forest Walk, not bad.
Let's play the Lumbering Satyr, give the whole team.
Ooh, that's a good. Well, it gives everybody Forest Walk.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah. It's a mass card. The Mosswood Dread Knight on an adventure there. Oh, there he is.
Feel the thunder.
There he is. Time for some thrunishment.
Oh, Little last troll. You don't have a pack foil one of those.
Really?
Yeah. It's for trade if you want it.
I kind of want that.
Everything I own is for trade. And by trade, I mean we're wagering it all on this match.
Oh, no.
Big Thrun coming down. This is really anybody's game.
Mm-hmm.
Jason's life total a little bit lower. Noel has a few more options.
Yeah, the Headliner Scarlet providing extra card to turn is pretty big.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best cards this game. That clue set was very trippy. That one with the sea.
Yeah. There's a couple of good cards in there.
Yeah, I've been trying to get this blue-green shark.
Oh, the Krasis?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Krasis is real good.
Hard to find, but as far as blue-green cards go, that's probably like top 15.
That's a little depressing.
Well,
I mean, the top, don't get me
Temporal
wrong.
Spring,
The top, the top, Cold-Eyed Selkie, of course.
yeah.
Noel opting to channel the Take Numa, which gets its cost reduced because of Headliner Scarlet. Mills looks like Bone Crusher Giant, Scalding Tarn, and something that he's not letting us in on.
The real MVP here are Ben's glasses, because I cannot see those cards at all.
Thank you.
Just tapping those glasses.
I think it might be a Barrowgoyf.
Ooh.
Which I guess if Noel is trying to get some action this turn, then the Bone Crusher Giant is pretty appealing. I believe you could just get any card milled. I don't think it's just among the cards milled. So there are, the option does extend beyond these three.
Oh, really? It's like the Bale Merc Overlord. You can just pick up any of them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Bale Merc Overlord?
Not a bad
The
card.
Eventide cycle? No. Oh, right. The 5-drop.
Yeah, the playable one.
Yeah. What, you think my Deathbringer Liege is playable?
Maybe Wiltleaf Liege.
My Balefire Liege.
My liege.
Noel serving it up.
Yeah, getting in the red zone.
I believe missed the Emperor of Bones trigger, unfortunately. It is up to 1 card. But if we're serving here,
Yeah, who
I mean,
knows? It's
yeah.
already got counters on it. I don't think
it did
getting
its
any
job.
more.
It could also, Noel could be like, okay, I could eat some cards, but there's not much I want to eat. And maybe considering the Barrowgoyf of his own.
Barrowgoyf coming in for the big trade.
You're gonna gain 1.
So it looks like Jason's going to gain 1 life here. The Metamorphosis Fanatic and the Barrowgoyf are going to trade.
That's a big loss for Jason.
Jason's going to draw 2 cards, though.
That's true.
Man put Reanimate in his deck for a reason. He can get that back.
Great card.
I feel like I would love to see Unearth in this kind of deck from Jason.
Yeah, I like Unearth almost as much as Reanimate.
It's so good.
That was a good cycle of cards.
Mm-hmm.
Miscalc, Unearth.
Flame Jet.
Yeah, that was Destiny, but good card.
What's the red one? Don't sigh.
I can't remember.
Oh, well.
Rancor cycle, also decent.
Mm-hmm. Launch.
Apparently, Rancor was a misprint. It was supposed to be 3 mana.
Supposed to be expensive.
Yeah,
Yep.
like the rest of the cycle, including slow motion.
I like it like that. She working that back. I don't know how to act. Thoughts seizing Noel.
Oh, a nice textless Urza's Saga coming down.
Somebody's won a game day.
Hey.
Or whatever it is.
Does it say Yellowjacket on it?
Yes, but that's only because Ed wanted to
Yeah,
test out a new pen.
custom made. Yeah, they ran out of pens again.
Recasting the Mosswood Dread Knight here.
That card is putting in work this game.
I really like that card. I thought I would be like, 2 toughness, but no, it's just really annoying. Draw some cards. Big bloats coming down.
Oh,
Bloated Contaminator.
a very good card.
God, there's a lot of meat in this matchup.
Yeah.
Just some big boys.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt isn't going to cut it in this one.
That said, the card that is, one of the cards that is really dictating the pace of this match is that Headliner Scarlet. Right?
It's
It's
been
stuck
amazing.
around for a couple of turns.
Yeah, it's replaced itself.
Yeah.
It swung past a Barrowgoyf. This card is really showing its potential.
And we know Noel has that lightning bolt in hand from the Thoughtseize. So Jason is at a virtual 5 and has lost his lifelinker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Fiery Confluence here could do it. Price of Progress, I think, might, that would get up there too.
I really like the amount of burn that Noel has brought, right? Like, you know,
it's the perfect amount.
he's not on Dreadbore, he's not on Terminate, and we will hold that against him. But, you know, he's kind of saying, look, I got the black spells to get rid of the Barrowgoyfs and whatnot if I run into them Psychic Frogs. I just need the red to go to the dome,
That's the best way to red.
4 damage, cast Orcish Bowmasters.
Ooh,
Woo!
his own sneaky Bowmaster.
Sneaky. Putting him to 7 and makes the army token bigger. Gets a mast. Holy smokes.
I don't think Thrun can regenerate either.
No. So that dies. Thrun dies, which causes Jason to draw 2 additional cards. Bowmaster, of course, is going to trigger off those. Putting him to
Gonna be
5.
A big Orcish army.
Chain lightning into lightning bolt.
That's
Woo!
it. Good night, Irene.
Oh my goodness.
What a game.
Damn. That was a man, you know, I wish I liked mid-range more than I do. I don't think I'm particularly good at playing mid-range decks.
You're fine.
But-
Just put some blue cards in there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just don't worry about it. My name's not on the trophy, but don't worry about it.
It almost was a few times.
Why'd you have to say that, dude? But I love watching mid-range Magic like that because like that could have been anybody's game.
Absolutely.
Multiple
Till
points.
the very end.
Yeah.
You could never tell who was ahead. Jason's got a handful of cards. Noel's got the headliner Scarlet.
And those are the kind of matches that we want to that I really like seeing, especially for people that if you play a lot of Highlander, you might get in your own head of like, oh, Barrowgoyf is unbeatable. It's running around. If you can't deal with their Barrowgoyf, you're going to die. We saw a Barrowgoyf stick around for turn after turn. Like Metamorphosis Fanatic just stuck around. They weren't even the problems.
No. I mean, the headliner Scarlet was great.
It's that
Yeah, it
damn
was,
Cluedo.
the Mosswood Dread Knight.
Dread Knight
cast,
huge.
3 times? When does that ever happen?
That card drew Mosswood Dread Knight drew like 4 cards, maybe saved like 8 points of damage.
Yeah,
Wild
that never
game
happens. Only in Canadian Highlander. We should change the name of the format.
To what?
Right now.
Let's
we should
figure it out
change
right now.
Yeah.
I've got an idea.
We should name it after a Christopher Nolan movie.
You gotta do something about
Tenet?
Yeah.
Because of the 10 points?
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay. Hey, do you want to go play Dark Knight Rises at YJ tonight?
Let's play some Interstellar. I had a dream that Christopher Nolan directed the third X-Men movie. They redid it.
The X-Men The Last Stand? Is that the one? Or is that Rise of the Phoenix?
The
or-
kind of bunk one
Yeah,
with the Juggernaut and
right.
Yeah,
yeah, that one was kind of bunk.
Yeah.
I had a dream that Christopher Nolan redid it, and he got Hans Zimmer to do the soundtrack.
Okay.
And he used like the theme from the original X-Men cartoon.
Like the...
But he did it like Hans Zimmer. And then like most Christopher Nolan movies, it just played like an ad for luxury watches.
Jump cut. I feel like Gambit kind of feels like a Christopher Nolan character.
They're all sort
You
of
could see
Christopher Nolan
Gambit in
characters.
Tenet, right? Like you can...
You could see him in Inception.
yeah.
Hey, Inception, another good name for the
Yeah,
format.
Inception. All right.
Jam some games of Dunkirk. Really got to brush up on my Christopher Nolan movies.
You're doing fine. So if you're in Jason's spot right here, what are we looking for? I mean, I think that game went pretty well. You did take the L, but you played your cards. Noel played his cards.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, like you can't really complain.
Yeah.
His deck did his thing. Noel's deck did his thing, and when you walk that razor's edge, you can fall on either side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Jason's just hopefully looking to get the notable mocks. Getting a little bit of speed advantage would be good. He had the card advantage with the Skull Clamp. He
Yep.
was up on cards that game.
one instant speed.
But Noel just used his cards to their maximum capabilities.
Yeah,
Right.
one turn, but otherwise it was pretty.
And that's really what this comes down for, just squeezing every last little drop of juice.
Some
every
incremental
spell.
advantage, which can be a little tough to do. Honestly, it could be a little tough to do with haymakers, right? It's just like, yeah, you got this big idiot in play, you know, whatever. I'm going to smack you over the head with a Barrowgoyf or whatnot. There's not a huge amount, seemingly there's not a huge amount of nuance going on there, but you know, we saw stuff like this proven wrong. Like if everything's a 4/4, thank you for having the metamorphosis.
Oh, beautiful art. Also reminds me of the lizard from Spider-Man. Ooh, we got some jewelry.
Starting off with the Fugue, seeing a Den of the Bugbear, Swamp, Mox Ruby, Deathrite Shaman, Ragavan, Lelia, and Overlord of the Balemerc.
Ooh, are you going for that jewel? Or are you going for that monkey?
So
Both options are fairly steampunk.
if I'm Jason, I think this sucks. Like if I'm Jason, I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. It really depends on what's in his hand, right? Like Ragavan is a card that could be dealt with.
Yeah, if he has a snuff out, you know, it's an obvious choice.
Yeah, or Orcish Bowmasters.
Even the Deathrite is good too. He's still getting that turn 2 Lelia.
Deathrite into Lelia is pretty brutal. This is a hell of a hand from Noel. Holy smokes.
Jason going for the jewel. Right for the jewels.
Right for the jewelry.
So is Noel going to lead with the Deathrite? I like that play. Because we know that the odds are Jason's probably going to have a creature on turn 2.
Right. Yeah, you kind of want to save that Ragavan for, you know, weaving in some extra damage here and there. There's the Mosswood Dread Knight.
Oh, he's
Blocks
back.
and trades with Lelia as well.
Yeah. Did that card get a lot of standard play?
The Dreadline?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like a good grindy standard
Yeah,
card.
that's a good one. Deathrite Shaman did not see as much standard play.
Really?
Fetch lands weren't legal.
No, yeah. Saw a little bit of legacy play, though.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, the card's shown up.
You know, my least favorite part of Deathrite Shaman is the fact that it has 2 toughness.
Yeah, that's egregious. Overlord of the Balemerc hitting the table, revealing Seasoned Pyromancer, Arc Trail, Chain Lightning, and Galvanic Discharge means that CZ Peasy is going into the grip.
That was also a pretty good play from Noel, too. Just building the board. He's not trying to Lelia jam. He's not trying to Ragavan. He's just taking it easy. Slow life.
What's the hurry?
He's surfing.
A true West Coast boy.
Yeah. West Coast Noel.
Oh, and exiles the Marsh Fights to play the Nethergoyf.
Got a 3/4.
1 mana, 3/4, not bad.
Not bad.
Only your graveyard. Don't know
Yeah,
how I
that
feel about
one's,
that, but
A little confusing,
yeah.
given the fact that all the other Goyfs don't do that.
Yeah.
But whatever. I think there's a double black Goyf from the same cycle, right? There's
Necrogoyf.
Yeah, what does that one do? Is it any good?
4 toughness. It's got madness. Each player discards a card.
4
and-
toughness.
Yeah, it's like a star 4 or
Oh,
something.
okay. Never mind.
Yeah, they ruined it.
They ruined it.
Preacher of the Schism hitting the table here.
Nice.
Pretty good mid-range threat.
Yeah, definitely some Tool vibes from that one. Mm-hmm. All the fans of Tool.
Fans of Tool will be excited to know that Spencer will be in the next match.
Hey.
Hey, gotta get one. Playing out a Smuggler's Copter, Noel missing his 3rd land.
Ooh.
Worth noting that the Preacher does pretty good job of checking that Nethergoyf there.
Yeah, he knows the pieces fit.
I always forget which one does what. Well, if it's tied on that.
Yeah, Preacher of the Schism, always a reader.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how many times.
You know it
play
draws cards, you know it makes a
Makes-
token, but
which
when?
one does which?
When, Robin, when?
Ride the spiral till the very end.
Shadow Spear.
Also want to say a big shout out to Benjamin Wheeler for doing lots of commentary. It's hard to do commentary. You got lights on you. You always got to say something, even if it's stupid. And Ben's just been on a roll.
Well, Robin, if I couldn't make money talking, I'd be broke. And I'd rather be dead than broke. You know what I'm saying?
Fair enough.
Shadow Speared up. The Preacher of the Schism is crack-a-lacking in, making a token there. Kind of noticing, you know, Noel misses land drop. I've got 2 blockers for this Ragavan. I can get hit. You know, I can't block the Smuggler's Copter anyways. Like, let's get the beats going. you know?
Yeah, Jason wants to be making these land drops. If he can just get ahead, he can get up and over.
Well, the Dread Knight, it's funny. The Dread Knight is great at helping you hit your land drops, but also it's just so dope when you have those land drops. Because then, like, playing it on the adventure and then recasting it, it's like nothing, right? You're just like, oh, I've got 7 mana peg. I'm going to be able to get this thing into play and also cast something.
Yeah, great value card.
Yeah. Yeah, Trample, Lifelink, and Death Touch is a hell of a combination. Can really just take over the game here.
Yeah, that card is swinging. Noel's in a bit of a tight spot.
Does manage to find the land here.
That's that third land.
Also worth noting, I mean, that Overlord is ticking away, right?
Yeah, that card is slow and steady, but it will win the race.
Gets another Goyf up to
Nice.
4 power.
Yeah, good card, another Goyf.
Mm-hmm.
Not amazing, but it's just good.
Easy peasy hitting the
Easy peasy.
table.
May also tick up that another Goyf. Yeah, this is great magic right here.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the little kids and the OGs, they all love to see it. As opposed to the other bracket that involves Nadu and Paradox Engine.
I mean, I like watching Paradox work.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much he's even really comboing. I think he's just looking to fourth.
He's
and
got
smash.
he's got combo. He's got Grindstone
I
Painters.
saw that.
That's wild.
That's wild.
Discards the Ragavan and the Lelia off the easy peasy there. So, I mean, that's the information Jason had. Jason now knows I don't need to worry about Ragavan. Don't need to worry about Lelia. But neither of those cards were doing too much.
Interesting decision
Anyways.
to pitch the Lelia. I think Lelia is still in a pretty good position here, even though the Dread Knight's kind of blocking it
Well,
off.
if I may, maybe one of the considerations is that Noel drew a life death. So Noel has access to a reanimation spell.
Snuff out on the chopper.
Snuff the Chopper.
Blackhawk down.
Oh,
Good movie.
yeah. Goyf's got 5.
Underrated movie.
You know,
Underrated.
I've never seen it.
It's legit. It's dope. It's
Is it
dope.
Michael Bay?
Ridley Scott.
Oh, okay. Respectable.
Yep. One of my favorite Ridley Scott quotes is he's talking about somebody was asking him about Martin Scorsese making a bunch of movies, like in his older age,
Sure.
and he was asking about the quality of the movies because Ridley Scott just makes a ton. And he's like, "Of course they're going to be better than mine. He makes one movie every 2 years."
Just spam movies. Eventually something
Yeah.
will be a hit.
Yeah. Speaking of hit, the Preacher of the Schism cracking in here.
Getting through.
Drawing a card off the triggered ability here. So when it attacks the player with the most life or tied for it, you make a thing. When you have the most life or are tied for, you draw a card and lose a life.
Interesting. That's going to be interesting with lifelink too.
So decides to trade the Nether Goyf for the Preacher.
That's probably a good option for Noel there. That preacher is putting in work.
You also just paid 1 mana for the Nether Goyf.
Yeah,
Like-
and you can
yeah.
bring it back.
Yep.
No big deal.
God, so Noel's deck has just seen so many cards, drawn so many cards, but
Oh, that's going to be good.
Scavenging Ooze.
Still you lose.
That's a hell of a pickup there.
Eats that Goyf immediately. Get it out of there. Is tapped out of green, though, it looks like.
Yeah, only has the basic swamp available.
Maybe Lelia is going to make an appearance. Overlord's ticking down, too.
Yeah, you got to worry about that Overlord.
Yeah, Noel's got quite the grip of cards, too.
So we got to deal with this Scooze. Like, Noel's deck leverages the graveyard quite a bit, right? And so there's kind of some pressure to get the Scooze off the table,
Scooze is really good.
especially with this Overlord. Because, like, if you get to attack with this Overlord and it survives, you're in a pretty great spot. If you get to attack with the Overlord, they kill it or they, whatever, they deal with it before you get there. You got this life death. So you're getting this bad boy back.
Yeah. Yeah, in the grindy games, the Scooze is really going to be huge.
Scooge. Death targeting, I believe, Lelia. There she is.
Lelia. Great song by Eric Clapton.
Oh, Lelia, sorry.
Death?
Lelia. Also featured in Martin Scorsese movies.
Oh, wait. Attacking with the Lelia, revealing a Barrowgoyf off the trigger, getting a counter there.
He's going to miss not having that one.
Unless he goes land, activate Deathrite Shaman.
Oh.
Oh!
There you go.
Woo!
Big Barrowgoyf. Noel's looking pretty right now.
Well,
The ooze is going to be munching, though.
I don't disagree. If Jason has a way to deal with that Goyf, I think Noel is I think Jason ends up being in a dominant position here.
Well, he's still got the Overlord to deal with.
Yeah, just go runner.
Runner.
You drew a card with that, the what's its nuts.
City of Traders. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, Jason opting for Ancient Tomb and City of Traders here. City has a bit more of a cost associated with it than the Tomb. Plays an Oppo. Main phase Oppo.
Phase Oppo. Sure, I'm into it.
Oh, we firing off an Assassin's Trophy? Oh, he's going to Beseiju. Beseiju's the Overlord, which now Jason is controlling.
Yeah, he's doing pretty good now. That Scavenging Ooze is looking good.
Oh, I get to choose. Okay, so I don't want it to happen. Okay,
Yeah, Searching is a May, of course, off the
Yes.
Assassin's Trophy.
This ain't... there's one of them that forces you to tutor.
Is
The
there?
Field of Ruin, I think that's the big one.
Ooh.
Passes
I don't want a
back.
tutor.
Nope, too bad. It actually looks like Noel also has an opposition agent in hand.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Opposition Agent, good card. I believe made for the format.
Definitely in consideration.
Yep.
Ooh, Snuff Out, though. That's huge. It does put Noel to 5, but getting to take care of that Scavenging Ooze.
That's big, especially with this Barrowgoyf. Mm-hmm. What is 5 life, really?
That doesn't matter.
Noel is poised. He is ready to strike. He can smell blood, and not just from his tokens.
Good one.
Thanks. I just thought of it.
You did pretty good.
Snuff Out. Electing for the Steve Argyle. I'm a big fan of the Mike Plug myself.
I like the Plug. I'm a Plug man. We've had this Plug talk before.
Oh, yeah, we talk
Yeah.
about Mike Plug all the time.
The amount of times Robin and I have talked about Mike Plug, maybe more than anybody else in chat has talked about Mike Plug
definitely.
combined.
For those that don't know, Mike Plug did all the concept art for the 1980 movie The Thing.
Did you know that Mike Plug also did concept art for Shrek? As a rampaging Ferocodon hits the table?
Where are my Plugers at?
Any Plugers in chat?
Anybody picking some Plugers?
The Ferocodon is actually kind of big. I mean,
It's massive. And he has the
Yeah.
Deathrite Shaman. Jason is at a fairly healthy life total, though.
yep.
I think Jason needs some meat and potatoes right now.
He's just running
He
out of
needs
cards.
a questing beast. He needs something, but Noel's got the muscle.
Yeah, players can't gain life.
Players cannot gain life.
The Ferocodon Dutta.
Munching the Plug Snuff Out.
Who up munching the Plug? Am I right, gamers?
Dude, did you just munch a Plug?
Dude, don't even talk. It's only weird if you point it out. Noel sitting on Arid Mesa opposition agent here. Obviously, the Mesa is not going to be able to do much with the opposing opposition agent.
Yeah. Yeah, Noel's sitting pretty right now.
Uh-huh. We just send in everybody. Send in the clowns.
The beaters.
Noel is at 8.
Yeah,
You wanna take it
fairly
slow?
conservative angle from Noel there.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably the way to do it. I think Jason has 1 card in hand.
Oh, sorry, I don't gain life.
Yeah, so Noel notably not gaining life from the Barrowgoyf.
Yeah, the dinosaur giveth.
Shieldred, Deep Cavernbat, Swamp, Metamorphosis Fanatic, and Avora, Insatiable Air.
Going for the Sheezy.
Pretty good card.
Not bad.
A reasonable card to play as well when players are locked out of gaining life, even though obviously you shut off a portion of your Shieldred. Just ticking away.
Well, that 10 life isn't going to last very long.
Nope.
No, Jason needs a damnation here. Yeah, it looks like Noel's just putting on a rougher pace than Jason.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Jason's list. I'm not seeing any Toxic Deluge. There's no Splash Fire Covenant. We're not rocking a Damnation. No Massacre Girl.
No mutilate, even though it would just be for one.
The Urborg Mutilate combo.
Ooh.
What if his last card in hand is Urborg and he just
Draws the mutilate.
Oh no, I forgot my City of Traders trigger.
No. Yeah, it wouldn't even kill the barrel glyph.
Well,
We tried.
you know,
We gave him made up cards that aren't in his deck.
yeah,
and,
you can't win them all.
Yeah, Jason Jobin, player of the year. 10 wins, tying the record.
That's so
the
many.
all-time record.
That's so many.
Held by Josh Lane. One runner-up, myself, with 9 wins. Almost made 10, but I lost the last tournament of the year in the finals.
Chris and I must have 8 or something.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people up there in 8.
I remember there was one year where we did 2 points for a Monday, 1 point for a Thursday, and I had like 17 points at the end of the year.
Yeah,
and
there
Sutherland
was a
had-
few wacky.
Yeah, it was wild.
wacky years.
All right, so taking 2, drawing for the turn.
Ooh, went for the classic Torment Art of Mutilate. What's going on there?
And that is it. Noel Robin taking the match over Jason Jobin. Rakdos Midrange moving on to the finals of our tournament here. Robin,
Rakdos fans rejoice.
well, you know, I wanted to actually cover that because Rakdos has always had a funny spot in the format, right? We've been playing long enough back in the booth here. We've been playing long enough that, you know, anytime somebody comes in, they're like, I'm thinking of building a Rakdos deck. And in your head, you're like, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of had a Mardu position, you know? It's
Yeah.
kind of awkward. It doesn't deal with a lot of things very well.
But it's got so much better. The card quality's through the roof. The ability for it to grind, the tools, like for closing games, for dealing with these problematic threats.
Yeah, it's really stepped into its mid-range position. And before, it was kind of split. It wanted to be mid-range, but it would have all these aggressive elements, all these creatures that couldn't block.
Yeah.
Things like Sulfuric Vortex that were good, but they just couldn't play the defense. But that's all changed.
Players couldn't really lock in on what that deck was trying to do. You'd have people being like, I'm playing Gravecrawler and Lightning Bolt. It's like,
Yeah, they would just have this, Thoughtseize, Sulfuric Vortex, Dark Confidant.
No,
They
you
just
don't need,
didn't know what to do.
don't need to do that anymore. What we need to do is go to the bracket right now so we can show you what's coming up next. That puts Noel Robin in the finals, not about to face, but will end up facing the winner of our second semifinal match between Matthew Grier on Paradox combo and Spencer Kanaka on 4-color Nadu combo.
There's going to be some busted magic coming up. Is Robin rocking the Canadian tuxedo? Well, Ben asked me to wear a tuxedo, so here we are. This particular outfit is designed by Gianni Versace.
Oh,
Hey.
I mean, I knew you were going to be here. We need you dripped out. you
We're
know?
dripped.
I mean,
We're dripped.
I didn't even need to ask. Realistically, I didn't need to ask. In fact, I feel bad. I feel like it was an insult to.
When your name is on these things, you have special privileges, special fame.
Benjamin.
Get out of there.
Okay. I guess I'll have to save it for next year. But
yeah,
in
we're
the,
both fairly washed. This is the first tournament I haven't.
I won the
qualified.
first tournament of the year.
Yeah, the first one. Ben with his win for the year.
Don't go away, everybody. We will be back shortly
Busted
with the
magic coming up.
second semifinal match for the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship. Don't go away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the semifinals, the final semifinal, the penultimate game here at Loading Ready Run presents the 2024 Yellowjacket Canadian Highlander Championships. Whew. My name is Serge. I'm joined by Robin Sorensen. What's up, Robin?
What's up?
You ready for some powerful magic?
Oh yeah, we got the power today.
Can we bring up the pairings, please, or the bracket? There you have it. After this is 5 rounds of play, we have our 6th match. We have Matthew Grier on Paradox combo versus Spencer Kanaka on 4-color Nadu, the combo mirror. Now, real quick, Robin, want to tell us about this Nadu deck?
Sure, there's a card called Nadu that was made. It's a bird.
Yeah.
And like most birds, it has flying. And that's about it. Something about lands coming in.
Sure.
A comma in the wrong spot.
Yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. Doesn't say once per turn or something like that.
Yeah, twice per. I don't know. I'm actually a big fan of the alternate art version. The weird kind of
like
pointy
a
guy.
hummingbird looking thing.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good ode to Mobius, the artist.
Sure. Yeah, I feel that.
Amazing artist.
Well, sitting across from Spencer, we've got Matthew, who is on a 5-color Paradox combo. This is a artifact density deck, also trying to do really unfair stuff. So basically, we've got 2 combo decks going head-to-head. Very curious, before we get to the match, who do you favor?
It's anybody's match. You know, I think maybe Spencer. See, Spencer can pivot. He's also just a mid-range deck.
Sure.
If he doesn't have that Nadu, if Matthew Keck's extract
Sure,
gets Nadu out
sure.
of there, Spencer can beat down. He's got Bristly Bill. He's got the Scythe
Scythe
Tiger
Cat.
Cub.
Yeah.
There's just a bunch of good creatures, and he can just turn them sideways. So he can pivot pretty well.
That's funny. I favor Matthew. I think Matthew has the faster combo deck and the more oppressive potential, like opening 7, but that deck can also just draw nothing sometimes, right?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting either way. I don't know if there's anyone's really like, over 60% in this. As far as combos go, they're both kind of slow and steady wins the race. I know
Sure.
Paradox has a little more blitz capability.
Yeah,
little more
Matthew's got a
busted starts.
couple A-B, which is unusual for the deck, but yeah.
Yeah, I think Matthew's deck, a little bit dated with things like Painter's Servant Grindstone.
Little dated.
Love-
I
love to
like
see
those
it.
inclusions, but no, fair.
Love to see him. Yeah, Spencer, he's kind of grinding, even in the combo side. Like, he's not killing people turn 1.
No.
But Matthew has some potential to do something.
All right.
Like
Well, both players are ready, so let's get into it and sort of see how things progress while we watch.
Sleazy B on the screen for a second there.
So it looks like Spencer won the die roll. Forrest, go.
Yeah, I think it's done by position.
Ooh!
Ooh.
So we have Chrome Mox with Solarian Academy tapping for nothing into an expedition map. That's an interesting turn. Also implies that maybe that's Matthew's only land. Another basic into a... Do you know what that is?
Biophagous, good card from the Warhammer set.
Oh, the
Yeah,
artifact land off the
Matthew
top.
playing known good card, Tellurian Academy.
Yeah, Sid of the Synod into a...
Sylvan
all these...
Scrying.
Oh, but he's already got the Manamo.
Oh, the Manamo. He's going fast.
All the mana. This is what I was talking about. Some of the Matthew's hands can be so explosive here.
Absolutely. He has huge busted potential.
Yeah, the turn 1 Academy with action off of the Mox Opal there is just incredibly spicy. Seed of the Synod as well.
Yeah, Spencer not on the collector oof. It does shut down his Shuko, but he's also just not including it. This is one of those matches where you kind of want that oof.
One of these all times where you're just sitting across from your opponent and you're asking yourself, what do you do? So Spencer will be untapping with 4 mana, which, I mean, there's potentially the god hand of Nadu and Nomad, and then maybe, I don't know, right?
Yeah, maybe. I think I might see a March in his hand. I can't tell, though.
So it is worth mentioning Spencer is on Wasteland and Strip. So there is the opportunity to interact with that Academy before it gets a little too out of control. But seeing as how Spencer isn't firing anything off too quick here, looks like he doesn't have the easy answer. This is one of those thinking turns, eh?
Yeah, and that's good deck building from Spencer, too. The Strip Wasteland, because he can really, there's something to be said for making your mana go forward, but there's something to be said for taking away the other person's
absolutely.
thing, too. And in these combo matchups, that's really where you want to be.
All right. What's he got here? Also, basic for the first 2 turns on a 4-color deck is a little bit clunky.
That is rather curious, but
All right.
Biophagous kind of sets up everything.
3 mana into 3 fairy. I mean...
That has potential to shut down some of Matthew's shenanigans.
So he's hit plus and go just...
Yeah, Matthew choosing...
Oh, wait, no. I'm sorry. I'm incorrect. That was a minus. He
Yeah.
returned the expedition map to just to tax Matthew's mana a little bit.
Choosing not to crack the map in response. I mean, he just Sylvan Scryinged. But there's, takes a card away from Spencer. That is an option.
Yeah.
Mox-
Technically, it's worth
Mox
2
Opal
mana.
Not online.
Yeah, can't cast it yet because he didn't have... There we go.
Oopsie daisies. There you go.
So by bouncing the expedition map, it caused him to. It was actually 2 mana off there. Oh wow! Time spiral.
All right, this is making me feel young again.
So time spiral. Each player will shuffle their hands away. You get to untap up to 6 lands and then draw 7. So this is something we've seen Matthew's deck do. This is the 3rd time now, where dump your hand, play a bunch of mana acceleration. Both players cast a draw 7 and see what you get. And the previous 2 times, he's gotten very lucky, drawing a 1 ring the first time, and then the Crystal Skull the second time. So let's see what happens here.
What in the name of Indiana Jones is that?
Crystal Skull, the Isu Spyglass, is basically another version of the Mystic Forge. So it's one of those artifacts that lets you play artifacts off the top of your deck.
Adds a mana too.
It works very. It's not just an artifact; it's an artifact or legendary card. Okay. So it's kind of like a build your own future sight, a little bit cheaper and more synergistic with these Academy decks. So he ripped the Sol Ring. Yeah.
This is delicious magic right here.
Into that is the Thopter, whatever. Sensei's Divining Top.
And the top. He's cooking.
He is absolutely cooking. All right, we're floating mana. Oh, yeah. Minamo activation. Untap the Academy.
Tap for 5.
Go up to 11.
Just 11 mana, whatever.
Casual. Turn 3, 11. Turn 3, 11 mana.
It's the Chromatic Ori.
Now, I'm not familiar with that one.
It gives you some stuff.
You may spend mana as though it were mana of any color. Tap to add 5 colorless. 5 and tap. Draw a card for each color amongst permanents you control. It's not a ton right now. And then at the bottom of the screen there, we have a defense grid.
Okay. Protects him from like Haven Mind Sensor, I guess. Not doing a ton there.
No, this is one of the interesting things about our format, right? It's 100 card singleton, no sideboard, so you have to mainline your answers in certain matchups.
Oh yeah.
Good or bad.
Yeah, Storm, I'll play Veil of Summer and such. Interesting choice for Matt, given the top 8, to play the defense grid.
I mean, if you know Chris Sutherland's in your pod.
You definitely want that card against Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and the Urza Saga is the land for the turn.
Jeez, that expedition map is gonna not have much to find. I guess there's a deserted
naturally.
temple, but...
Well, he did Sylvan Scrying. It's not like he naturally drew all of them.
Nope, Saga went back.
So he played Minamo this turn.
I see.
So yeah, you can't play 2.
He's
now
just
that
flexing.
Well, it is interesting. This is potentially, depending on how strict the judges be, and that is a second GRV this turn. By trying to cast the expedition map off the Mox Opal without Metalcraft, and now trying to play second land for the turn. So it is a long day. It is a very high stakes tournament. There's a chance, an opportunity for players to make mistakes.
Yeah, the nerves are real.
But you have to remember that this is being judged at Comp REL, and these sorts of mistakes can add up.
Wouldn't that be a tragedy?
It really would be.
Biophagus, back to the grip.
Oh, the Otawara is the last thing on the turn there. So Spencer left with only a 3 fairy as his board right now, which doesn't feel great. The Biophagus comes back down.
Yeah, he's kind of looking at a giant tidal wave coming towards him.
Now,
he boldly replays the Biophagus.
It does look like Matthew didn't get too much action off that draw 7. I mean, he was able to develop his board a lot, but none of the really scary pieces, like the huge engine pieces, yet, I say.
Yeah, I think he has the Retrofitter Founder, he has the Saga, but he's not doing anything except
they're
broken. Okay.
Now he tutors for it.
I take it back.
What do you think he's going for here?
I mean...
Hits for like the 1 ring, Crystal Skull. You might even be able to get Paradox at that point.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going for the Scarecrow.
I don't know if we just caster cursed Spencer there or not, being like, he doesn't have it yet. Announcer's voice, he has it.
Yeah, he has it. He did draw 7 cards. Yeah, even Retrofitter Founder, even if Matthew somehow fails to find, he's still sitting pretty. He's got an Urza Saga. He's got a Retrofitter Foundry. He's got a whole lot of mana. Yeah, Tolarian Academy, good card. I'm a fan of the Shivan Gorge myself of that cycle.
All right. No, it looks like he went for the... Is that the Crystal Skull there? I believe so. And you were asking earlier, what does this do? This is a new inclusion. This is actually from the Assassin's Creed set.
I guess they also have a Crystal Skull.
Yeah, it is. It is a copy of the... I keep wanting to call it Foundry, and it's not Foundry. The Mystic Forge, except it's also a mana rock. So this is going to allow Matthew to have basically an artifact synergistic future sight, playing legends and artifacts off the top.
Yeah, and that works till he hits 2 lands in a row. He has the the bauble to shuffle. He's doing pretty good.
Oh, interesting. So before casting anything, we're cracking the expedition map right now as well.
Interesting.
We already have the Minamo. We already have the Urza Saga in hand. What do you think we're going for here?
Oh, I'd say it's the deserted temple. The temple that no one's in. Get that extra academy tap.
What do you tapping your academy twice isn't enough? Get it a third time?
Get that third time in there. Wow, that Tellurian Academy card, not bad. I remember when it came out when I was a young child, and I remember when it was banned shortly after. Yeah, we don't know what he's going for. My money's on the deserted temple. I don't even know if it's in his list. I'm just assuming. Yeah, Spencer definitely facing a bit of an uphill battle here.
There's having been in Spencer's shoe before, just sitting across from the combo deck when something like this happens, you can just feel the hope vanish.
Yeah, it's he's probably regretting not having the oof. Ben with the cheeky other card suggestions on the card reader. Those are some other lands, and he could very well go for them. Maybe he just doesn't need a million blue mana.
I mean, sometimes you tutor for a tutor, right?
Yeah, Inventor's Fair is a great one.
And with all right, it was the Inventor's Fair.
Hey, welcome to the carnival.
More like Inventor's Unfair. Oh,
Hey.
Inventor's Fair for the Paradox.
Right for the Paradox. So he has a few. The Chromatic Ore is good.
And then cast the Crystal Skull off the top there. I believe that's the Crystal Skull.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So-
looks very different.
So for the people who aren't familiar, do you want to talk about the interaction between Paradox Engine and anything else?
Okay, he's got a Divining Top. I don't want to talk about it, Serge, because there's nothing to talk about.
All right, so we've actually got a fascinating loop right now between Crystal Skull, Sensei's Divining Top, and the Paradox Engine. So what's going to happen here is Matthew can tap the top to draw a card, put the top back on top, and then cast the top off the top of his deck using the Crystal Skull to float a bunch of mana because he's got Sol Ring and Paradox Academy, and draw another card, and effectively just draw his entire deck while generating tremendous amounts of mana. And then we've got the Walking Ballista on top here. This is a clean win con. There's a potential of lots of other ones, but that's one way to draw towards stuff like that, right? Just generate not even infinite mana, just an amount of mana greater than Spencer's life total. Very clean, very fast. That was turn 4?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I didn't need the Urza Saga. Still had all these.
Yeah.
Didn't even use the Retrofitter Foundry.
Can we just talk about the...
Teferi did nothing.
I mean, yeah, he tried. I mean, Spencer, to be fair, Spencer didn't really have a lot he could do there, right?
No.
Yeah,
No, I mean...
What do you do? What do you do when your opponent just draws that hot, right?
Yeah, you have pretty much one shot to kill that Academy.
And this is what I was worried about in this matchup, was... It felt like both these decks aren't really interacting all that much, and it's going to be a little bit of who can goldfish faster.
Potentially. I mean, I don't think Spencer necessarily wants to interact that much either if he has some reasonable creatures.
Sure.
Yeah, he's looking for Moxes. He's looking to just get up on top of Matthew. But, I mean, you're not going to do it with draws like that.
I'd be curious to see what Spencer's 7 was. Because we saw the 2 mana. It
seemed very fair.
It really did, and I don't know if you can keep fair against.
Probably would have been great against Chris. Probably could be good against Noel, but I mean, what do you do? What do you do? I mean, I've played against Paradox with Storm. That's another interesting match. There's lots of interactions there, but when you're just faced with that wave of mana. I mean, you either got to go around it or go through it.
Mulligans in this matchup have also got to be terrifying of, do you keep a slow 7 or do you potentially risk, mulling yourself into the dirt?
I mean, if I'm Spencer, I'm not keeping a slow 7. I'm going to mulligan to the moon. And I'm not really sure what he's trying to get aside from combo. He doesn't really have a ton.
Yeah, what kind of interaction are we looking here? Obviously, we mentioned the Strip Mine and the Wasteland earlier as ways to interact with the Academy specifically.
Yeah, no Night of Autumn.
Rex Sage, Beseju.
Yeah, no Reclamation Sage.
Uh-oh. So
he does have a Beseju.
okay. So this does feel a little bit like Two Ships in the Night, who can execute their game plan a little bit faster.
Spencer's ship's got some cannons on it. You can always attack with 2 power creatures and try to get there that way.
All right, we are starting with game 2 here. Oh, never mind. That is another mulligan.
Oh, there's the cool looking Nadu.
So you prefer that Nadu, eh?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's got some good Mobius vibes.
I thought there was another version where the head was even bigger.
Yeah, each version.
It's interesting how different they are because
head gets subsequently bigger.
The Modern Horizons like regular art version kind of gives me Amonkhet vibes.
Totally.
And then the other one, you're right, Mobius, weird hummingbird energy,
Yeah. Mobius, great artist. Worked on Aliens, worked on The Fifth Element. Was the inspiration behind Nausicaa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of the Valley of the Winds.
Yeah, had a great art show with Hayao Miyazaki.
So I'm under the impression here that Spencer kept his 7, and now Matthew is evaluating the first 6 here. And on the flip side, I mean, we've seen Matthew draw extremely well. What we haven't seen is Matthew's deck really challenged or have to mulligan anywhere. And it looks like we're keeping a 6 here, or maybe even a 5. It looks like 2 cards being put back.
Interesting. Yeah, he's definitely stewing.
Now, mind you, the game plan doesn't change too much for Matthew, right? Like accelerate and then do a draw 7, which is an incredible way to recover from these mulligans. Like the game plan stays the same, although there's less pieces to get that off the ground.
Yeah, I think he's on most of the wheels. Yeah, on what, Twister, Wheel, Fortune. Definitely Time Spiral.
Yeah, we have Windfall, another spicy one.
It's a
Windfall,
classic.
Time Twister, Time Spiral. Earlier we saw the Drift of Aeon, or Echo of Aeons, pardon me.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, with the flashback as well. Memory Jar, which of course was one of the big things that won him game 1. Oh, and we are off. We've got Tropical Island into Llanowar Elf, and turn 1 Urza's Saga into a Voltaic Key.
All right. I'm a fan of the Urza Saga art for Voltaic Key. It's got those deep colors, something, a foul is going up with those infernal machines. That one's good too, though.
Yeah, I think this is
it's
about
the
as
same
good
artist. Are they both friends of Volwinkle?
You're getting a no from that one.
No.
Now, this is looking exactly like what Spencer wants to do, right? Turn 1 Elf, and now, come on, big turn 3 Haymaker? Maybe?
Oh, it's the Higginbotham. I mean, the art style is completely different, but yeah, I got to get with my German names here.
Oh,
course,
Spencer
Ben would know
playing
that.
his own Urza Saga.
Okay, paying that point.
The pointed cards are hitting the battlefield. Now, Urza Saga is an interesting inclusion in Spencer's deck because, of course, it's a 4-color deck, and there's a little bit more of an opportunity cost to be paid there, but it does find Shaku. Shaku.
Shaku. Doesn't find the Honor Warren Shaku. Yeah, it finds Moxes too if he needs them.
Yeah.
I think he has a Skull Clamp. It's very versatile. Good to see it get in play at one point. We knew it would, and certainly in decks like Matthews. But it's just good to see it being played. Even Jason Jobin was playing it.
All right, 3 mana, and we have a Eldritch Evolution.
Interesting.
So does he go for it right now? Would you could get the Nadu. You could put a White Plume into play. Not a lot of creature pressure coming from Matthew's deck if you want to apply a clock that way.
Yeah, it does. Does he have time is the question. Not a lightning fast start from Matthew, but it's still, you never know how these other turns are going to play out. Obviously, no Night of Autumn. I think he's probably regretting not having that right now.
Oh my
to blow
God,
up
could
the
you
Saga. That would be
imagine?
amazing. Even a Rex
Oh
Sage.
my God, yeah. A little bit devastating.
But maybe that's just how Spencer likes it. Ooh,
The monkey.
the monkey.
All kinds of
Manglehorn.
options. So it looks like Spencer taking his time to really look through all of the options. I have a tendency to tunnel vision on a specific line, and really having the thought to go through and be like, no, what can I find here? And he opted for the Ranger Captain of Eos,
Oh, that's a good play.
and then also double tutoring for the Nomads.
Yeah, it's a versatile card because he can use it against Matt in case Matthew tries some wild shenanigans. What's my favorite Fallen Empires Acacian Javelineers art? Drew Tucker all the way.
Yeah, in
You
response.
can't muck the tuck.
In response to one of the draw 7s, Spencer has the opportunity to sort of like muck those pop-off turns, for example.
Yeah. Yeah, any crystal skull things.
Ooh, speaking of popping off, we have a Seed of the Synod into Lotus Petal into Time Twister. We were talking about the draw 7 to rebuild these mulligans, and all of a sudden, Spencer tutoring for the Nomad is just
Beautiful.
feels
Time
bad.
Twister, too. Just look at the way that cart just saturates the table.
All right. Every game, Matthew has had a turn 3. This is a turn 2 one this time, but
Money
an
changer cashing in.
early draw 7, and here we go again.
Yeah.
Wow.
Get out of there, Nomad's Encore. Voltaic Key just kind of sitting there.
Now, Matthew does have quite a bit of game with Chrome Mox, Lotus Petal, Mox Opal. Like, there's an opportunity to keep playing
he has-
after this as well.
He has an opportunity to uncork again, with a Mox or something.
All right, let's see it.
Time Twister. 0 points for that bad boy.
All right, seeing Spencer's being kind enough to show us the cards as he draw it. We saw a Path in there. We saw an Eladamri's Call. Maybe a little bit slower, especially considering the board. All right, so that was a draw 7 and pass from Matthew.
Yeah, big pass. Well, it's just Spencer's time to shine.
Oh, we see a Strip Mine. That's huge.
Yeah, this is definitely a good matchup to have Strip Mine
And
in.
I mean, do you just play it and fire off and take out that Urza Saga before the tutor goes?
Depends what else. Oh, he's got to Mox himself. Yeah, I mean, Strip Mine on the Saga is respectable there.
Yeah, Spencer getting in for 3, immediately firing off that Strip Mine, getting rid of the Saga. So no acceleration for Matthew there.
Not yet.
They changed it actually. We treat it like a mistrigger.
Oh, yeah. A little,
Oh, so interesting thing right here. So
forgotten
Spencer, this is being judged as competitive REL, and Spencer did not indicate his Urza Saga going up by 1. And the judge has left it at 1.
Interesting.
I think, seeing how the number didn't iterate up, I couldn't quite hear what the judge's call was, but seeing how that number hasn't changed.
It looks to be that. Yeah, that's an interesting. I mean, if it had 2 counters on it and he forgot, that could be a huge thing. It could be an advantage. But as it stands, it just sits at a lowly 1.
So this is a new ruling specifically for sagas as of a few months ago. Sagas are now treated like a missed beneficial trigger. And so they've just said, nope, you missed the trigger. Do not continue. Do not say go. Do not advance to 2. Do not get to tutor for that Shuko.
Do not pass Boardwalk.
That is a big miss. That is a big miss there.
Yeah, Spencer did have some action, though. I mean, he would have to play something, a Mana Elf.
Well, the tricky thing here is on 2. If that was at 3, Eladamri's Call right now, he'd be able to get another land, cast Nadu, and would have been able to find the Shuko off of that Urza Saga. So not having that that Urza Saga go up by a point there is a really big miss.
It's huge, yeah.
So he's still going for the line. He's still getting the Nadu into hand, but this is potentially a winning turn. And giving Matthew's deck another whole turn here is really tough.
Yeah, who knows what Matthew can do. He could play another draw 7. Just blank those tutors.
He could play another draw 7. Now, interesting question here. Matthew's deck doesn't look like it's playing, this isn't a question, doesn't look like it's playing the Surveil Duels, because we have an end of turn fetch land into a Tundra.
Yeah, he's trying to go fast. He doesn't have time for lands that come into play tapped.
Fascinating.
He's a busy boy. I mean, there's an argument for 1 Surveil land. Maybe they'll make an artifact Surveil land in the future. Modern Horizons 4.
All right, Spencer getting in for 3 again. Matthew down to 14.
Yeah, no play from Matthew. Not even a Mana Rock. Interesting.
Also interesting to note that on Spencer's turn, I mean, he could always play the land post-combat. I believe we saw it was either Savannah or a Scrub land in hand that he drew off that draw 7.
Yeah, those cards pretty much looked the same.
Do you play the Nadu here?
I will agree with whatever Spencer does.
That looks like a yes to us.
It's normally never the case. Oh.
Psych, just kidding.
Hey. Somewhere they're listening. He cannot cast the Nadu.
Oh, he doesn't have green-blue. He has Tropical Island, Mox Pearl, and an Urza, and that's a scrub land, so he doesn't have green-blue. Oh, it's all coming undone.
Yeah, that Saga missed trigger making a big difference.
Oh my God.
I mean, luckily Matthew's not doing a whole ton, but you know he always has the blitz turns.
I mean, the strip mine on the Urza Saga was huge to disrupt him, and
massive.
it did look like for once. This is the 4th time Matthew has done a draw 7. Oh, all right. On upkeep, Spencer opting to sacrifice the Ranger Captain of Eos to
He had a
prevent him from
feeling.
developing any further.
That's interesting.
Wow.
He had a feeling. Yeah, he could have smelled the draw 7.
All right, Painter's Servant has come down.
Okay, let's see if that does more than nothing. I don't know if there's some red elemental blast or some kind of wild shenanigans.
Well, we don't know what color was picked. And a fascinating interaction that people might not think about. Painter's Servant makes all cards in all zones those colors.
Yeah.
Which means the elemental invocations,
Oh,
right?
okay.
Like your solitudes, depending on the color you name.
Totally, yeah.
So
no, it shuts down Force Will.
if you're a blue deck, you can make it forceful. You could enable it or not enable it, and it's in addition to. It doesn't replace the color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is it? No, I thought it replaced the color because you can't Force a Will.
Painter's Servant. All cards that aren't on the battlefield are the chosen color
okay,
in
in
addition to other
So you can
ones.
still
Yeah.
cast Force a Will.
All right. So end step. It looks like Spencer activated Urza Saga to make a Construct, and here we are tutoring for a, and probably going for the Mox here to cast the Nadu.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he's mulling
Yeah.
the Shuko too, but you got to get that Nadu into play.
It feels extra bad if you draw the land, but yeah. the namesake of the deck, right?
For chat, Spencer is not on Natural Order. He's on Mox, Saga, White Plume, Gifts, and Strip Mine. Going for the Gifts over the Natural Order. It's an interesting line, but definitely more versatile. Allows for some more counterplay.
So Nadu being cast off the floating mana from the Urza Saga there. And 1 white mana casting as a reconstruct or reconsider.
Helping Hand.
Helping Hand. And unfortunately, in response, we have Matthew Grier firing off the swords targeting Nadu.
That's clutch. Spencer getting a little cheeky Nadu trigger in response.
Revealing a Scalding Tarn off the top.
He had a Lush Portico into...
Oh, it was Lush
Surveil
Particle
start.
off the Surveil and then Surveil the land into the top. So it looks like this Nadu's getting exiled, eh?
Could be.
Wow. Bird down. Now, this is fascinating because Matthew Grier doesn't have a lot of interaction in his deck.
Of course not.
He's got swords. He's got lightning bolt. That is, it feels like
Yeah,
one of the
I think you may
only
be
answers.
Expecting some kind of collector oof. You have to have something like that. You know, Pyrite Spellbomb doesn't do it against the oofs. You have to have some kind of counterplay, especially in Highlander.
Wow.
But still had all these.
Now, time for Plan B here, eh?
Yeah, he's looking to beat down, and honestly, he's not in that bad of a position. We don't know what's in Matthew's hand, but he's got a construct. Spencer's doing something, getting more things. Not on Haywire Might, which would be fairly strong right here.
So are we still resolving the helping hand here?
He brought in the Ranger Captain of Eos, and he's searching
Right.
for
That was off the helping
a
hand, and
little
now we're
guy.
finding a 1-drop off of that. Right, of course.
Gone missing on the screen for some reason. Look at that hat.
All right, getting the Sylvan Safekeeper.
Okay. Protect the token. It's an interesting one, but I'm sure the man has a plan.
All right, attacking for 3. Matthew down to 11, and
Got to put that clock on him.
yeah, we'll see what happens here. So I don't believe Spencer has any way to get that Nadu out of exile.
No, I mean, what would he have? A Rift Sweeper or something? There's not much once things are in exile.
All right, City of
Nope.
Traders off the top into
All
a
right.
Sol Ring.
This is Matthew's time to cook now.
Yeah.
Nadu's out of the way.
We do still have that Ranger Captain of Eos. You know, if there's
Yep.
a tutor or something, Spencer can sacrifice in response.
Yeah, it's risky, though, because you really have to go on your instinct with the Ranger. You know, do they have it? Are they going to do something? And now that Ranger just being a 3/3 is huge.
Yeah, 2 turns of combat. You know, give or take what you do with that Painter's Servant. Matthew floating 2 off the Sol Ring, using 1 to untap it with the Voltaic Key, retapping the Sol Ring. So we got a lot of mana. And then Spencer, in response to the untap activation of the Sol Ring, decided, no
He's
more
firing it
shenanigans.
off.
I'm going to sacrifice that Ranger Captain of Eos. I don't want to see it.
Fair play. You never know when the grindstone's coming. That would be amazing if Matthew won this entire tournament with a Painter's Servant
And
grindstone in the finals. Yeah, 2016 Highlander. Let's go. Oh, the Grindstone. I remember when that card came out.
All right, Spencer really weighing his options here. It was looking between an Elvish Mystic, but deciding to fire off the Stoneforge Mystic.
I bet you he's going to go for the formal wear. Bring back that Ranger Captain
For the
Avios.
third time.
Yeah. Good play, though. It's gonna pump up the construct as well.
Yeah, I don't actually think there's too many other targets either. Like the Shuko doesn't do too much right here. So you've got the pre-war formal wear. Is there...
I'm sure there's a Skull Clamp.
Skull Clamp, yeah.
But no, this is definitely...
Yeah, 3 mana, casts
a
the
good
pre-war
one here.
formal wear. It brings back the Ranger Captain of Eos for the third time. This poor guy's probably getting whiplash at this point. Just in and out of the graveyard.
Just getting brought back and killed over and over again.
I mean, it is acting as like a budget version of Spellseeker Time Walk right now.
Kind of, yeah. Just hitting them with an abeyance every turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Spencer does have lethal next turn.
Ooh, Grist.
He can get that with Ranger Captain. I guess it's a creature with power 1 or something. I don't even know how that works. But there's a judge at the table.
Wait, no. It's mana cost, not power level. So the judges said
get
that
out
is
of
not
there,
a legal
Grist.
target. Yeah,
What are
sorry.
you trying to do here, Spencer, you miser?
I'd like to remind everybody it's a very long day. It's a very high stakes tournament. The players. Oh, all right. We are getting ourselves a Noble Hierarch here.
There you go. Spencer, I believe he can sacrifice the Ranger Captain and still have lethal next turn, I think. If he gets in for 4 now, takes him down to 7. Can equip the pre-war formal wear and get in with the Stoneforge Mystic.
Need a removal spell because there is still
He
the
has the
option.
Painter Servant to jump
You
off
can
with.
still block with the Painter Servant. I mean, we don't know what win con Matt is working towards here.
Yeah, you could just be sitting there like a sad panda with Grindstone in hand.
I mean, that's the bad part about these AB combos is they don't do anything by themselves, right?
Yeah, Spencer going for it.
Yeah.
And I like that play.
That is 3 turns in a row now that Spencer has sacrificed the Ranger Captain of Eos so that Matthew cannot play non-creature spells.
Yeah, no fun allowed here.
All right, if there's a removal spell, Spencer has 7 damage on board.
He does. The Painter Servant's holding it down. A jangly scarecrow.
So not able to get the Grist means you can't, sacrifice a creature or artifact in order to kill a creature.
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking trying to get that.
Well, I was thinking to go for the win. Just might not be a legal
yeah.
win.
I mean, he's got lots of great cards instead. Yeah, good time to tank. Take his time and think of the right line. This is, it's pretty stressful right now. You don't know what Matt's got. But he's got something because he hasn't played anything for the last 3 turns.
He hasn't played lands either, right?
Yeah, well, he has a City of Traders.
That's fair. All right, the Sylvan Safekeeper has come down.
Okay. Not doing a ton there.
3 mana. A 3 fairy would be lethal here. All right, we've
he's
equipped the
equipping the
pre-war formal
formal wear. Yeah,
wear.
he
We
can't,
have Path to Exile. That should be it. That should be...
Unless Matthew has a trick. Yep. He does not.
Oh, he had the removal spell for the Exacxes. We're going to game 3. Wow.
Yeah, the Ranger Captain working overtime. Yeah. Fighting crime.
Captain doing a job.
That was a spooky game for Spencer.
Yeah, well, he got his Nadu exiled. And,
Yeah.
The Nadu deck, it's very good at wiggling out of tight situations.
Sure.
We saw that a bit in the first matchup against Chris, where Chris had a Spellseeker, he had an Oculus. He was kind of in a dominating position, and Spencer just wiggled right out of it.
I'm going to be honest, after Matthew had that turn 2 Time Twister, I was really worried for Spencer there because, you keep a good 7 with a game planned in mind.
Yeah.
And sometimes your opponent casting a draw 7 on you when you've got like a very
sometimes
linear
you don't
plan
hit
is
any
devastating.
lands.
Right. Well, the turn after Spencer tutored for combo piece too. So not only did he have his Nomad shuffled away after he tutored for it,
Yeah.
he missed the Urza Saga trigger
Oh, that
that
was a
turn as
brutal
well, right? Like Spencer had to fight through some adversity both from Matthew and himself
Yeah.
to get that win.
No, these people are fighting hard. Yeah, it's an interesting matchup for sure. Yeah, there's a bit more interaction than you would have thought.
Honestly, Matt's single piece of interaction in the previous rounds, he had the one lightning bolt come in extremely clutch.
And even that Path to Exile.
Yeah, well, that was the swords on his side. Yeah, the swords for the Nadu was huge.
Yeah, and the Path on the Painter Servant.
On Spencer's side, for sure.
Because who knows what Matthew would have done on his next turn. With the Exactsies, that's interesting.
They're both laughing. They're
you got
thinking about what happened in those games.
Yeah, we have one blowout and one little squeaky sneaker of a game.
So game 3, we have Matthew on the play.
Yeah.
And Matthew's been doing some pretty degenerate openings right now. I mean, the game plan of make 1 million mana, force a draw 7 has been very, very, very consistent each time.
I like it.
Now, is Spencer playing Aven Mind Sensor, Orcish Bowmaster, any of the things that would normally like muck those draw 7s?
There's no Idiot Bird, no Aven Mind Sensor. No Orcish Bowmasters. It does say he's playing black, but it's just for Grist and Deathrite Shaman activation. And holy cow, I blinked.
Matthew Grier starting off with a nice normal turn here. Urza Saga, Chrome Mox exiling something into a Signet, into a Expedition map, so he's going to be able to untap and find
Chrome Mox
Saga.
is an interesting one because you can't imprint artifacts onto it.
No, but I mean, you got a spell, and then on the other side, Spencer.
I'm not sure what's under there.
With the turn 1 Nomad.
Yeah, that's as good a start as any, I suppose. I mean,
so do you just pay 2 and crack for Tolarian Academy right here? That looks like a to me.
Yeah, I'd say so. Maybe he goes for Urza Saga for beatdown, but I think he's probably going for Academy. Yeah, I can't tell what's underneath the Chrome Mox there.
Chat thinks it might be a Fabricate, but it's hard with the alternate art.
Oh, yeah, okay, that does look like a funky Fabricate.
We can see a corner of the bottom of the art,
With
right?
what looks to be Carmen Sandiego.
Sure.
Yeah.
Carmen Marchesa Ego. I don't know if that's Marchesa or not.
The
Marchesa?
Lady Dimitriescu from Resident Evil.
Yeah, sure. A big lady.
Yeah. Yeah, interesting art on that one. Quite the look on her face.
Did you see what card he revealed there?
Sure didn't.
Or are we still figuring it out?
He might still be in the tank. She also kind of reminds me of the Witch from the Wastes from Howl's Moving Castle.
Tabernacle?
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 What?
That's your play?
That is wild. Why go for the win?
Well, yeah.
You can go for...
What? Okay, apparently he also has some spicy interaction. I wish we had a face cam right now. Knowing Matthew, he's probably got the dumbest grin on his face right now.
Oh, he's got the gayest cradle. That's going to do something for Tabernacle.
So Spencer pays 1 for the Nomad, plays the Cradle, taps the Cradle to play a Sylvan Safekeeper, and then gets in for 1 damage. Matthew going from 21 to 20. He'd gained a life off the Inventor's Fair.
Matthew's deck, just $1 million over here.
Hey, face-to-face games. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the semifinals of our 2024 Highlander Championship, hosted by LoadingReadyRun. You're watching a matchup here between 4-color Nadu combo versus Paradox combo. Great timing. We just started game 3. All the stakes matter, and Matthew Grier just played a Tabernacle against the Nadu decks. It's we're going back and forth here, just throwing haymakers.
It's wild. And Spencer has a few outs. He has a Strip Mine and a Wasteland and, some other tricks and goodies. Oh, he's got the Tinker.
The Tinker?
Oh.
Tinkering away the Chrome Mox, all kinds of options
right now. He's finding Darksteel Colossus. I wonder if he's on a Portal to Phyrexia. That's usually a good one.
There is a Portal to Phyrexia in the deck list.
You can tell Matthew's moving his hands fast.
Yeah.
That usually means they're excited to go fast.
9 mana. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent sacrifices 3 creatures.
Well, he passed on the Portal, though. He's going for the Ori.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just 5 mana, whatever.
Well, ignore what I said.
I mean, that could be the right one, too. Each color. Ori's one of those cards. I don't play a ton of Paradox. I don't fully understand it. I mean, I guess it's better than Gilded Lotus, but...
All right, we got a
Talisman.
Yep. into another.
An
That is
Aetherflux Reservoir.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
another win con. Interesting. I mean, going for those big paradox turns, right?
It's
of untapping
interesting.
over
I
and
mean,
over
I
and over.
suppose getting Nomads Encore and Ole Rad off Portal to Phyrexa isn't the big haymaker you want. Plus, he's got to pay for the Tabernacle on him.
Sure. All right. Attack for 2.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, if you're Spencer, there's a chance with 2 1-drops and a Gaia's Cradle, you're not keeping too many other lands. Luckily, he's not as greedy as I would have been.
Yeah, the Sylvan Safekeeper lopes across the battlefield, riding his Tarantula
Just
to smite Matthew for 1 point of damage, bringing him down to his starting life total.
the Aetherflux Reservoir is just so demoralizing for this mid-range game plan. Like, what an odd game that Matthew has brought out here in Game 3, right?
Yeah, I think Spencer's going to have to do some kind of combo thing where he kills him on the same turn.
How do you... Well, I mean, the Cradle, it's very interesting. The Cradle and the Tabernacle are basically countering each other out right now.
Yeah,
and,
he's kind of Rishadan porting that Cradle every turn.
and notably, Matthew is not on Wasteland.
No.
So you've spent your card to basically deal with the Cradle, which...
Yeah, and he didn't know the Cradle was there when he tutored for it. I think it was a good move. Plus, he had that Tinker in hand, so it's...
This is one of these fascinating decision points for Matthew of like, okay, you went for the Tabernacle instead of...
this is no easy deck to pick up, and I'll give my props to Matthew Grier. He doesn't play it all the time. His last couple wins were with Jeskai, and he's kind of like a Esper initiative kind of player. Like, he usually goes for blue mid-range. He likes tempo. He likes stifles.
Battle bots.
So this is kind of a change from the pace of play from Matthew, and it's great to see him, and he's playing it really well. Spencer with the Fanatic of Ronus.
Yeah, another mana dork. Now that does offset the Cradle tax ever so slightly.
Yeah, he's slowly digging out of the Tabernacle hole.
Yeah, upkeep, Matthew gaining a life off of the Inventor's Fair,
Yeah.
floating 1 million mana, and another draw 7?
Uh-oh.
Man, Time Spiral. All right, now this might be a little bit better for Spencer, because Spencer didn't have too much action.
Yeah.
And we'll have the opportunity to untap with a fair amount of mana with the Disciple of Ronus, the Cradle.
Well, I'm not so sure about that untapping part.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, we'll see, right? Who
Matthew
gets
has,
luckier off this draw 7, right?
Matthew has the Inventor's Fair, so he can find a Paradox Engine if necessary. But he's not really taking a huge advantage off the Time Spiral,
And,
like
and
untapping
notably,
the lands.
well, also because the Orrery's tapped. If it was a land, he'd be able to untap it.
Of course, yeah.
Whereas this time, like, he's a little bit mana starved.
Yeah, Tabernacle's not pitching in.
Yeah,
it does have the Gemstone Caverns.
That does look like the land
Unlucky
that was
Man's
played for the turn.
Paradise, and
Well,
I believe he's second to last in the standings.
The other,
So
the
he's
other
going to be on the draw. You might as well play that.
Sure,
Unlucky Man's
sure.
Paradise.
Well, the tricky thing of playing the land before the Time Spiral is if you draw the Cradle, if you draw the Academy, you can't play it. So, like, playing a land before you draw 7 versus after is a huge difference in terms of, like, how much you can pop off
Big time.
afterwards.
And that's one of those decisions that can make or break a game.
Yeah.
You might actually want that extra mana.
I don't know if it was necessary to have the land in order to cast the Time Spiral. No, it looks like he just, So we'll see. He's got 1 floating so far.
Yeah, that's the thing with Wheels and Highlander. You don't know what you're going to get.
No.
You know, I'll play against eggs and they'll wheel, and it's like, all right, sure. And they just play a couple more eggs, and that's it. Or they draw something broken, and I'm dead.
All right.
So we got 1 spell so far this turn.
Yeah, we are casting a Grim Monolith. Not
Yeah.
bad. Now
My
we get
favorite is the Spanish Grim Monolith. It's called Monolito Sinestro.
Aetherflux Reservoir count is at 2.
Yeah. Is it 50 life for the reservoir?
Now, chat noticed that apparently Spencer ripped a Wasteland off that draw 7 as well.
Okay, well, he's probably pointing it at the fair.
Oh, the One Ring?
The 1 ring, sure.
That's a good draw. That's a good
not
draw.
bad.
So tapping it to draw 1 right now.
It's not huge. I think Matthew's trying to win here on the spot. But he did play the land for turn. He played the Gemstone Cavern. Is that correct?
No, I think this is a, just have protection from player, untap for the turn. He's playing out a Thopter Foundry.
That'll get his life total up, too.
A little bit higher. Yeah, they're like, I need a bigger dice for this Aetherflux Reservoir, please and thank you.
Yeah, Spencer's probably holding his breath. Right now, you just kind of have to let go. Doesn't have a ton Ton left though.
I mean, honestly,
He's in a great spot.
As far as draw 7s go, pretty spooky. We still don't see the Academy, and you are playing from underneath this Tabernacle, so it's not great for Spencer. So let's see what he opts to do here, because you have the opportunity to maybe let a couple creatures die. It's awkward with the guy as Cradle,
Yeah, I mean,
of
that
course.
Safekeeper's not doing anything. But yeah, you could just Cradle your guys. Tough to say. I don't know if Spencer could pull this out this turn.
Yeah, he's
I don't know if you give Matthew another turn.
He's deciding how to pay for this Tabernacle right now of looking at the mana. Because if you let the creatures die, your Cradle doesn't tap for anything, right?
To get that Safekeeper out of there. But
it's weird.
It's a tight spot.
Each creature is simultaneously worth a mana and taxing you a mana, so they're kind of neutral. So one line is he could pay 3 mana not using the Cradle and then play another land and another creature and try and accelerate out of it, but...
Yeah, it's not ideal. I mean, tapping the Cradle gives him the most mana. He can have up to 4 this turn if he plays a land.
He could have Chord of Calling in hand right now and is looking at all the math and just making sure he's like, okay, well, I have Nomad and I have okay, no, it looks like he's just paying the Tabernacle trigger and then going for the draw step, but some interesting lands going on right there. Some interesting math going on there.
Yeah, tough spot, and I'm glad Spencer's taking his time to figure it out.
Now, if you're Spencer, do you think you have a turn here looking at what Matthew's done? You can't go for the kill because obviously Matthew just played the One Ring.
No,
and
I don't think you have a turn. He's got the Inventor's Fair. He's getting any artifact out of his deck. He has the One Ring. He's got the Chromatic Ori. And even silly things like Thopter Foundry. He's probably going to be getting his life total past 50.
All right, Scrubland.
Scrubland, yeah.
So opting to not play the Wasteland.
I think Spencer is... Ben thinks Spencer has it. Interesting.
Well,
I guess he does have Nomads.
He drew a Ranger Captain of Eos off the top.
Oh,
so
okay.
If that is the draw, the line could be play this, sacrifice it, time walk Matthew, and then next turn go for it.
Yeah, there you go.
But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Gaia's Cradle being huge against this Tabernacle, and by extension the Wayfarer's Bauble too, or the Expedition map rather.
Spencer really thinking about his options here. This is a very big turn, right? This is the turn that's probably going to determine it. You can't let your opponent untap with 1,000,000 mana.
Yeah, that's
and a One Ring online, right?
Yeah, and an Inventor's Fair and the Flux Reservoir. He almost doesn't even need the One Ring. And Ranger Captain Eos notably doesn't target, just says your opponents.
Oh, gets around the One Ring protection.
Yeah.
Wow.
An Uro, interesting.
The Uro is nice because it lets him develop the board and potentially play that Wasteland to deal with the Tabernacle or the Inventor's Fair.
That's right. He's tapping the Fanatic Aronis to get that extra green too, with the Uro trigger on the stack. Oh, great plays here from Spencer.
So what is he going for here? So none of the lines we talked about. Ranger Captain of Eos didn't happen.
3, right?
Wasteland for anything else didn't happen.
So he tapped the Fanatic for mana with the Uro trigger on the stack.
Oh, so he managed to float the mana because of the Formidable or whatever the ability is. Because Ranger Captain of Eos has the ability to,
the Wasteland for mana.
If there's a bigger creature in play, okay, he goes and gets the Nadu. Now Nadu is fascinating here because of course Matthew has protection.
Fascinating is one word to describe Nadu.
Well, sorry, it's my thought from here is you're looking against the combo deck. Matthew has the opportunity to untap and kill.
Yeah.
And while you can combo off, you can generate a tremendous amount of...
He has the Ranger Captain in hand, so he can try to blank Matthew for one turn.
So the hope here is he's got up to 8 triggers right now, provided he hits nothing. And you're trying to hit like 3 white sources to then cast Ranger Captain? Is that the thought process here?
2 white sources or something.
All right. Miss...
All
right, first land, that's a Yavimaya.
Like I said, this deck is very wiggly. Just when you think you have it, it just kind of comes back and gets you out of nowhere.
These are all misses so far, by the way.
Yeah, a few blanks there. Yavimaya,
the second land.
It doesn't take much.
Now, is that his own One Ring?
His own One Ring.
So that second land, is that a Temple Garden untapped? What is that? No.
I have no idea anymore.
So one's the Yavimaya. The second one, I can't quite tell.
Huskwood
Verge. One of the Dustborn lands.
Yeah, those ones are pretty good. I like
Sorry.
those ones.
All right, casting an Elf here, so we get 2 more Nadu triggers.
Oh right.
Hitting Scythe Cat and a
Summoner's
Pact
That could be okay.
is interesting.
Yeah, not a ton of green creatures. I bet Spencer is kicking himself for not playing a Rex Sage or a Knight of Autumn or just one of those flex creatures, because you really want to have that toolbox when you're pretty much playing with a full deck there.
All right, so we've drawn 10 cards. We've put 2 lands into play. We've got the elf. He's only got 1 mana available to him. I mean, Spencer might whiff here.
It's possible, yeah.
Like
He's not the worst. He still has lots of cards in hand. He still has a good board presence.
But we're letting your opponent untap with a 1 ring, a Inventor's Fair,
there's
and a bajillion mana, right?
There's a good chance that Matthew kills him in the next turn, but it might not happen.
All right, so we're looking at that Summoner's Pact.
Yeah, no, I agree with Jeremy in chat. What up to Jeremy White? Longtime Highlander giant of the format. He's right. Spencer does need to keep going. He can't let up here.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter if he Summoner's Pacts for Vine Dryad.
Yeah, there's no kill
Not
this
in his
turn
deck,
from
by the way.
Spencer. This is you can't win through it. There's no win for Spencer. The 1 ring trigger came in last play.
Maybe Vine Dryad would be good in this deck. Maybe that's just some tech that we're not on yet. I know Ben likes it.
I wish we could hear what was going on in Spencer's head right now.
I don't.
You don't want to know what he's thinking about.
No. Frankly, I'm not too interested in what Spencer thinks about.
All right.
But it's
And we are just going to end step. Just Summoner's Pack in hand, 1 mana open.
Interesting.
Pass.
Well, they're both
So
starving for their next turn.
Now Spencer does get to activate Nadu again on Matthew's turn.
That's true. Yep.
And
yeah,
so
he can windfall a bunch of cards. It'd be interesting to see if there's a draw 7 for Matthew.
I am very curious. Honestly, that Spencer's turn, not how I saw that going. Well,
No.
don't get. I don't know how to pilot that deck. He's a top 8 player. I'm not. But what a fascinating line, right?
Nadu's one of those decks where you flip 8 cards and you whiff on 7 of them, and the last one is just like a land, and that just gets you over.
So Matthew Grier activating the 1 ring, drawing 2 cards. It looked like he may have drawn a Whir of Adventure there. So we've got...
Yeah, he played a Minamo too, which is big because that means there's no Academy so far. But he might be taking a trip to the fair. Hard to say. Oh. 1 up. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely Whir of Invention when you see that tapped.
Yeah.
Interesting decision not to tap the Thopter Foundry as opposed to Mana Rocks. But hey, what do I know? He's wearing, I think, Thopter Sword.
What's the X for there?
He
Thopter Sword
didn't tap the Ori. Ori's still up.
Yeah, Sword of the Meek would be an odd hit to go for there, just considering the board. Because now Spencer is showing just as much pressure to Matthew as Matthew had the turn before. So Matthew is now in the boat where he has to kill this turn or he's dead.
Yeah. A Voltaic Key, interesting. I mean, that's pretty good with the Chromatic Ori. That's
add 9 mana.
Yeah, 9-ish mana, sure. Yeah, it's funny they just made a better Gilded Lotus. I guess it's 7 mana as opposed to 5.
So 3 mana, Whir of Adventure for 1, gets the Voltaic Key out, 5 mana, casts Rings of Brighthearth.
Ooh, I think that's infinite, isn't it?
This is my second spell.
Yeah, so we have the ability to double untap
You still get 2.
off of the Orrery right here with the activation of Rings of Brighthearth. So it should be mana positive. The Orrery taps to add 5 mana. You have the Rings of Brighthearth gets to copy the double untap ability.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be generating infinite colorless mana.
Which can be filtered into anything.
Yeah, and it taps for everything right now. This is the first Rings combo we've seen demonstrated today as well.
Absolutely, yeah. I like the Rings with Time Vault.
All right, so now Matthew effectively has infinite mana, or has demonstrated infinite mana.
Spencer's going to spin his wheels.
In response, it's time for Spencer to spin that bird.
Yeah, those lands come into play.
All right, so first hit, we've got 1 land into play, Solitude into hand.
Solitude.
Another land into play, big. Another land into play. I mean, where was this last turn, right?
Well, I mean, he tried it.
Yeah.
Live by the Nadu, die by the Nadu.
Krakus? Wow.
Krakus,
All right, he's
another
got 5 mana.
Potential for
So
relevancy.
he does have a Summoner's Pack and an Elademri's Call in hand. So there is the... Ooh, Beseiju into play, though. Into play.
Yeah, that's not doing it, unfortunately. Unless he has a way to sacrifice it. He has a Sylvan Safekeeper. Maybe there's a way he can Renegade Rally
Oh
it.
my god. Infinite mana? Plays the 4th Aerlingus for a bajillion.
Bet Spencer wishes he had a Spore Frog right now.
Spencer thinking... That's a lot of 2/2 knights with haste.
That's a few nights.
What a
We don't actually
fireball.
know the real number. Maybe it's like 10 or something. Maybe. Oh, some cards drawn up there too. I guess he can
So-
draw his deck
so
with
in response-
Voltaic Key
yeah,
and
well,
One Ring too.
Yeah, decided to untap the One Ring. So apparently with 4th on the stack, the game isn't immediately over. So now we're activating Manamo to untap the One Ring.
Yeah. I think he figured out the rings line in response to this 4th Aerlingus. Just to play
So
around
drawing
a little
5. Now he's drawing...
He's just playing around. I mean, you know, when you're playing against Nadu, I think it's important to do this kind of stuff to send a message.
Are you playing with your food right now? Do you think this is what we're witnessing?
I mean, I suppose he could deck himself.
I missed this, so I had to do it with this.
Gotcha. Oh, okay.
So these two,
Monopoly,
yeah.
Monopoly.
So we have
Okay,
Manamo, Rings of Bright Hearth, and the
Yeah.
One Ring doing some
Manamo can
shenanigans right
also,
now.
Untap. A Wheel of Fortune. That
And this
does
is
nothing.
with 4th Aerlingus still on the stack, eh?
It appears to be that way. I mean, maybe he has the Miser's Pact of Negation. That was played by Nick Picard back in the day. He played Paradox Academy with a single Pact of Negation, just cuz. I'm not sure what
This
Matthew's
might be,
digging for.
This
but
might be in response to Spencer casting the Summoner's Pack. Summoner's Pack is in the graveyard. And
Okay.
now I think this is Matthew responding to Summoner's Pack, which is on the stack on top. All right.
Spencer just gives it Shroud.
Yeah, Swords was trying to kill something. Beseiju was sacrificed to protect it. So 4th is still on the stack. Now we're casting Eladamri's
Spencer's
Call.
trying to do something.
All right, Spencer's still in it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but he's playing Magic. I mean, there's still the Aetherflux Reservoir.
Yeah. Well, that only counts spells cast.
Yeah, and I think with the 35 cards in Matthew's hand, he might have a few spells in there.
So
Maybe he whiffed.
I'm looking at Matthew's deck list right now, and there's no Pact of Negation, so I don't know what Matthew is digging for right now. And Matthew is under the impression that Spencer has an answer right now.
He certainly is. He also has Walking Ballista in his deck,
Okay,
too,
never mind.
with his infinite
Someone-
mana.
Another judge in chat was saying, said that Pact was a sorcery, and I was like, what?
So the stack right now is 4th Aerlingus with Pact on top, and then Eladamri's Call on top of that. Matthew Grier is drawing his entire deck.
No.
Digging
save
for
a couple
something.
cards. Don't tap that ring anymore, Matthew. No.
Yeah. Found an opposition agent. He
What?
was digging for the opposition agent.
That is
in response.
a wild card. to
Oh,
play in
that's what was
Paradox
going
Academy.
on. That's what they were fighting for.
What?
They were fighting for the tutor answer here, but Spencer. Oh my
Oh,
God!
he does have Pact of
Spencer
Negation.
had the. Oh my God! Okay. So,
We knew about
in
the
response to the
solitude.
Eladamri's Call, we have an opposition agent. Then Spencer cast Path of Exile on the opposition agent. Matthew had the Pact, which I did not see in his list. The Pact of
What?
Negation to cancel it. And then Spencer had the Solitude.
What is going on in
All
this
of this
game?
was in response to the 4th Aerlingus.
What a mess.
Right, I missed it. There's absolutely a Pact of Negation in Matthew's deck.
Thoughts and prayers
Wow.
for the judges watching this game.
So, Solitude on the stack, exiling the Renegade Rallier. Priorities back to Matt.
This is
Looking
wild.
at the
Has
number of
Matthew
decks.
forgot his Aetherflux Reservoir triggers?
He's got,
It looks
I mean,
to be
they'll
that way.
figure it out afterwards. Yeah. I mean, I don't think life total is going to matter when this is done. Oh,
Yeah.
unless he hits 50.
Yeah, if he hits 50, he
All
can
right.
just simply kill Spencer in response to
So
all these silly packs.
in response to the board stack right now, we have an Orcish Bowmaster on the stack above everything else. Now, it is worth mentioning, this is at competitive REL. If Matthew is not pointing out his triggers on the Aetherflux
they're just
Reservoir,
not
they're
happening,
gone.
right?
This is not...
I suppose they could all be on the stack.
This is
as
not
well.
REL axed. We have to wait for the players to acknowledge it.
Yeah, and it's a insane board state. It looks like the players just
Yeah.
dropped their decks
So-
face up on the board.
So Orcish Bowmaster came in response to Orcish Bowmaster targeting something. The Gaia's Cradle was sacrificed to the Sylvan Safekeeper to protect it, which is a fascinating choice, opting to sacrifice the Gaia's Cradle there.
I think he sacrificed Beseju the first time. Oh yeah, okay, he sacks the cradle. That's interesting
And
too.
then that is the army token. So it looks like Oppo Agent resolved, and now we are making our way back through the stack
Some
here.
weird cards for Matthew to be playing. It's like he picked up someone else's deck by mistake when he was activating the One Ring.
All right, so now he's counting the number of spells he's cast this turn. It looks like we're putting the Eighth of our Reservoir triggers on the stack.
5, 6.
Yeah. We need to crowdfund an abacus for Matthew Grier to count these life gain triggers.
All right, give us 1 second just
Sure,
to hear. Hold on, let's just hear what
Can you
they're
see
saying.
Aetherflux Reservoir on the screen? Please and thank you.
Go ahead and up that.
You cast a spell.
All right, so they've counted 6 spells.
Yeah, so we got 6 there.
According to what the players have said. What an unbelievable game we have right now.
This is wild. Yeah, this you only see this kind of stuff with Paradox Academy. There was a great game a few years ago where the Paradox Academy player had their deck empty, and they went for the kill, and the opponent killed their own Thought-Knot Seer in response to try to get them to draw the card and deck themselves.
Incredible. All right, so let's see. After this resolves, we get to start making our way back through the stack. So both players have kind of paused right now to think about what we're looking at. So the Orcish Bowmaster is resolved. Solitude is on the stack. And now Matthew, once again, going from the top down, is casting a spell. I don't know what that is.
We may. This
A
one
It has to be
sail
an instant, I
into the
suppose.
west. What is this?
I remember
Starting
this one.
with you, each player votes for return or embark. If players...
Bolt you to game 8.
Oh God! All right, and then holding priority, he's now casting Lightning Bolt. He's going for the Aetherflux Reservoir kill.
He's got to be. Yeah, I mean, he has
He's
he has
counting-
infinite
he's-
mana and
yeah.
his library in hand.
And now he's just counting. Hull Breacher on the stack as well.
Yeah, Spencer's
Unbelievable.
finger going nuts there.
Casting Crop Rotation, sacrificing the Cavern.
Fail to find. Get it out
And
of there.
Spencer extends the hand. We hit
Whoa.
over 50. That whole
was not the
stack.
plan, but-
That whole stack.
Yeah,
And
I
the
don't
thing
know
that
what
got
you're
the
gonna
kill
get.
with the Aetherflux Reservoir.
Yeah, who needs fourth for a million?
What did we just see, Robin?
That was
Phenomenal.
wild.
Yeah, you were so full.
I almost cast a
Don't
Ranger Captain,
blink.
though.
Oh my God! All right, sorry for shouting there.
That's okay. I
Trying
have
to-
headphones on.
Just trying to parse what we were witnessing.
That was wild. That was like
I
some
needed to hit one more
4D
left.
chess,
Yeah.
10,000 IQ. I don't even know what was going on.
So some fascinating decision points for Matthew in that game. Obviously, going for the Tabernacle early on.
Yeah.
The Tinker there. I mean, he must have had Rings of Bright Earth in hand, but the Tinker for
The Orrery.
The Orrery
Yeah.
was wild. Like a lot of non-conventional plays. Spencer as well. The turns that he was going with. Like what?
Yeah, there were some turns. I mean, I think Spencer didn't get super lucky with the Nadu the one turn.
No.
He could have taken the game. He chose to tap the Wasteland, which, I mean, hitting the Adventure Fair is just a juicy
Sure. And then
apple on that tree.
I mean, opting to not tap the Ranger Captain of Eos. The Ranger Captain of Eos, and sacrificing it to sort of try and time walk Matt there as well.
Yeah, I don't know if he could have cast it because his mana was so tight.
Oh, sure.
With the Gaia's Cradle getting locked down. Fanatic of Ronus, not the best with all the green mana.
The Uro into Fanatic of Ronus
That
play
was a
was
tight
very
play.
tight as well.
Yeah, that was a great Highlander play. That stuff you only get to see here with the Uro trigger on the stack. That was an incredible game.
If we may, could we bring up the bracket, please? So with that, the finals are set as Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange is going to be against Matthew Grier on the Paradox combo deck. Oh my God.
Go, Noel Robin going slow and steady. Matthew Grier, it's like the bicycle versus the motorcycle. The bike's going slow and that motorcycle, it's going fast. But if it encounters some grass clippings on the road,
Sure. a little bit of rain, it just spins out or something like
Yeah,
that.
you're going flying.
I don't know about you. I'm out of breath. After what I just saw that last
That was
game.
a breathtaking match.
All right. Well, that has been us for these semifinals. We're going to take a break, and when we're back, don't go anywhere. The finals.
Don't
Best
dare go
of
anywhere.
5.
Best of 5.
The winner of the year is coming up, so stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the grand finals of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Yellowjacket Championship. Benny Wheels back in the booth with Trenton McIntyre. Trenton, that was a hell of a match, bud.
Wow, what a match. So close, so tight. They both just were just going off. It was so exciting. That stack at the end, it's like 7 spells, 8 spells.
And who says combo isn't interactive? You know, there people are doing things. You're running into each other. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you can do. Yeah, wild match, great semifinals, but it's not done, because if we take a look at the bracket, I think you'll find we have narrowed ourselves down to 2 opponents. We got Noel Robin on Rakdos Midrange versus Matthew Grier on Paradox Combo.
This is going to be a very interesting match.
I talked to Noel. He says that he is kind of teched for the combo matchup, which could have fooled me, considering he dispatched of a mid-range opponent and then an aggro mid-range opponent. And now he's like, yeah, I think I got cards. I think I got game. Not a thing a lot of people say when they are fighting combo, you know?
I think when you're fighting combo and you're playing black with the Thoughtseizes, you kind of do have game regardless of the rest of
For
your,
sure.
95.
Yeah.
But Noel's game plan, he's pretty fast. The blood tokens are really big in this matchup. Getting rid of random pieces of removal that don't make any sense, etc.
Right.
Finding a faster clock. I don't think this matchup is as bad as some people might think. Like, I actually think it could be pretty close. I'm hoping the games will be interactive, but we'll see. Matt's been on a heater. He's been playing, signets, talismans on turn 1, 4 mana on turn 2, pretty consistently. So we'll see if he can keep it up.
Matthew's deck definitely has the tools to just kind of snatch the game out of nowhere, but Noel has the cards to pick apart a hand that can leave these talismans or signets stranded without any real payoff.
Also, there are some sequences that favor Noel. Matthew really wants to land a lot of mana in the first couple turns, leaving his hand closer to empty, right? So a single Thoughtseize or a Mind Twist for 2 can actually be like quite impactful.
Yeah, it's a weird mulligan in Matthew's seat, because that's a deck that also might need to mulligan, right? You might need to find a hand that does something, but you don't really want to mulligan against the Hymn to Torak deck.
No, definitely not. And for what it's worth, Noel also has to consider mulliganing more aggressively. He's just going to have hands that aren't really that functional, or they are effective mulligans to 5 or 6. So it'll be interesting to see how aggressive these players are when they're mulliganing, based on what they feel like their role and job is in the matchup.
And we can't forget, it's a best of 5. We did best of 3 for the quarterfinals and semifinals. The grand finals, best of 5. So players do have time to adapt as well. They can start to kind of feel like, okay, maybe that kind of hand wasn't what I wanted to play out. Maybe I do need to interact. Maybe even Matthew decides to keep a hand where it's like, well, this Hull Breacher blocks. This opposition agent can kill Navora. There's Magic the Gathering is a game that evolves over time, and best of 5s give us a lot of time to allow for such evolution.
Just keep saying best of 5.
Best of 5.
Best of 5.
Just one more.
I do have 2 words for you.
Okay.
Fiery Confluence.
Yeah.
I want to see it.
I've got 2 words for you. Where's my welding jar?
I've
Where's
got,
my welding? Is
I've
one
got
really
2
long.
words for you. Best of 5.
Best of 5. We are so good at counting, which is why we're here and not in the play area, where I imagine they are shuffling up now to see who is going to win this and who is going to become our grand champion for 2024. Let's go down and watch the magic, shall we? We've got players keeping their hands, bumping some fists.
Love the fist bumps.
Loved the camaraderie, bud. Love to see it.
So Noel on the play here.
Oh, plays out a Christensen and then immediately evokes a Grief, revealing Talisman, Boros Signet, Painter's Servant, Seed of the Synod, City of Traders.
So it looks like Matthew mulligan to 6. And the type of hand that he has kept makes sense, given mulliganing to 6. But this hand is going to give Noel quite a lot of time. And the City of Traders is really awkward. On this next turn, if Matt draws a land, he's in pretty reasonable shape. It's a little slow, but he'll at least be able to go. And wow.
And the pressure from Ragavan is just brutal.
Noel is just playing Rakdos Scam in Highlander.
You hate to see it. Matthew does lead on the City of Traders, opting for the more explosive mana development here. I believe drew a Thopter Foundry, I want to say. Oh,
wow.
no. Oh, Ragavan hitting Matthew.
Noel is going to have to take this opportunity.
You gotta. Unless he does have it. Wow, Noel's really good at having the pairing of lands. It was first the AFR lands,
And now it's
the channel lands.
the Kamigawa lands.
Yeah.
So noted, I like playing the City of Traders from Matt after Noel plays the Ragavan, because then there's a credible threat that you need to start developing mana to combat. But if Noel didn't play a threat, I think we would probably would have seen Matt play the Seed of the Synod first.
Yeah, as somebody who's played many a Paradox Engine deck in my time, sometimes when you don't have the gas, you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to develop my mana. I'll draw it eventually.
Yeah.
And that's what Matthew is really aiming for. Decides to develop the Thopter Foundry here. Can inevitably block the Ragavan or trade with the Oppo. Oppo, a real pisser to see, but not... but you are a deck with a bunch of draw 7s, which is kind of like a tutor.
Yeah, it's not unbeatable. Interesting crop rotation here for Noel. He could theoretically break this treasure to go get a Wasteland and Wasteland Matt off of a mana, but that'll really depend on what the rest of the context of Noel's hand is. I do like the idea of Wastelanding because you are so far ahead right now. You have Matthew dead in 3 turns if the board state doesn't change. So I don't hate crop rotationing here for a Wasteland. I think it's pretty reasonable.
It's one of those plays that I can imagine somebody would talk themselves out of because it seems really aggressive. It seems like, well, somebody put a marshmallow in front of me, I'm going to eat it now, right? Like, it's just enticing.
Yeah, but sometimes you got to eat the marshmallow.
That's what I'm talking about. Sometimes, who cares if it seems like the boneheaded play? It's the play that puts the most pressure on your opponent.
Or the play that puts the most marshmallow in your mouth. Noel has a Nethergoyf, so Noel actually has, if Matthew doesn't have any resistance, he has Matthew dead in two attack steps. So I like the Wasteland even more knowing that.
Right.
Just cutting Matt off of resources here is pretty big.
Oh, but
Ferocodon is good.
Rampaging Ferocodon coming down. That's going to stop the life gain from Thopter Foundry, but also just ping out any of the blockers. And all that we've got on Matthew's side is a Dimir Signet. Now, a balance, if it is in Matthew's deck, which it looks like it is, a balance could turn this game around. But that's a 1 out of 89 or so. And
also, Noel here could just attack for 8 and Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, that's
if he has it.
Yeah.
Or he could hit Lightning Bolt off of the top of Matt's deck.
Right. There are options.
So what does Matthew need to draw here to get out of this? Being a Paradox Academy player, like what would you be hoping for?
I would hope for a draw 7 into playing out a bunch of mana artifacts into balance to wrath your board, mind twist you, and then pray that I can do something, anything. Matthew deciding to cash in for some blockers here to try and kill off the Ragavan and double block the Oppo, and it looks like it actually worked.
I think this makes a lot of sense if you are on the I'm going to draw balance plan. Just survive, draw balance, and then hopefully your top decks are just consistently what you're looking for.
Right.
I mean, you have to play to your outs, especially when you're this far behind. The Thopters dealing damage to Matthew is pretty interesting. It means that something like the Shieldred is wow. If Matt draws the balance exactly this turn, we might see this game continue, but
believe that was
Shieldred is enough to close the door there.
Yeah, Academy Rune's not the best answer for Shieldred. That's a quick little 1-0 there for Noel Robin. Hell of a start.
Well, and that's something that we discussed just before the match. Matt has to mulligan some percentage of the time just because of his archetype. And then also he might decide to mulligan a little more aggressively depending on how he feels his positioning is in the matchup.
Yeah.
And Noel punished that mulligan by leveraging a discard spell with a sufficient threat.
Yeah.
Obviously, hitting the opposition agent was like one of the best nails in the coffin. But I still think without hitting the opposition agent, Noel was going to be pretty far ahead. He would have played a different 3-drop, I assume, and he still has a similar clock. It's just that Matthew would then have more outs.
Yeah, the Oppo just cuts off so many things. Even Matthew's mana development off of like a fetch land or whatever. It's wow, what a smashing display by Noel Robin here. Pro Tour Day 2 competitor for a reason. For a reason.
If Noel ends up taking down the finals, do we have to change his title? Pro Tour Day 2 competitor, 2024 Highlander champion, Noel Robin.
Is that 20? I will just refer to him as 2024 Canadian Highlander year-end champion, Noel Robin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We get the second day of the Pro Tour out of the mix. Fair enough.
But then Matthew becomes the Pro Tour Day 2 competitor. Mind you, again, this is a best of 5. This is just one game. Matthew's now on the play. Service is in his court. He can get it popping. Even the hands, like again, like it was not hitting the Oppo was really good. But like if Matthew hits a time twister there, Matthew hits a Wheel of Fortune, Matthew hits balance, like that could be a completely different game.
I sense this change in your voice, this empathetic change, feeling as if you were Matthew.
I don't know what you're talking about, man. I mean, yeah, have I lost in the top 8 with Paradox combo? Sure, absolutely. Did it sting? Yeah, like hell.
Do I remember it?
Do I remember it vividly?
Every day?
Yeah, I get it. I don't think I played it very well.
So I think moving forward, one thing I forgot to mention is like I talked about Noel potentially needing to mulligan more aggressively, but the types of hands that Noel has to keep are also kind of mixed, because if he has disruption but no threat, then that disruption essentially doesn't matter. And then vice versa, Noel could keep hands that are threat dense, but Matt is way faster than Noel is. So Noel is actually looking for kind of a good mix and a good balance. And that means like Matt does actually ask that question of Noel more than I'd say Noel asks that question of Matt.
Yeah. Both players shuffling up, just resolving mulligans here. Looks like we've got Noel on a mull to 6. Matthew seems to be happy with his hand. Both players probably feeling the stress of the day as well.
Looks like Noel kept a 6.
Oh. Let's see. What are we putting back?
I think I see a Reanimate,
Yep.
a couple of lands, and Evora. Oh no, he's shipping it back, so we're going to 5.
Was tanking on that hand for quite some time. I mean, if you have an Evora, like it's easy to kind of be like, well, I have an Evora, I got to reanimate. I can maybe set up a blood token to discard a threat, bring it into play, and, you know, I get to do all these cool things. But there's always that nagging thought in the back of your head when you're playing against combo. Is this fast enough?
It's so hard when you're on the draw as well. Like playing turn 2 Evora, we've seen what Matt does on turn 3.
Yeah, it's real gross. Noel here looking at what will inevitably be a 5-card hand. Putting cards down, that's usually a sign we're keeping it. Are we going to 4? Did we go to 4?
No, it looks like
tank?
Noel is deciding which 2 to put to the bottom here.
Great. So Noel on a 5-card hand. Matthew starting off with a Scalding Tarn. Finding us some kind of land. What do you think? Quick, take a guess. I say Trop.
Island.
Serge says Underground Sea. You think basic island. Interesting.
Blood Moon.
Yeah. You can Blood Moon me. Volcanic
we were
Island?
all wrong? Oh, no.
Well, not to doubt Matthew.
We've seen turn 1 Mana Vault from Matthew a couple of times this tournament. Again,
it's a good one.
it's a 1-pointer, and it feels like more points in this deck.
Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Mana Vault. Is that
Yeah.
like it is obviously too good to free roll, but then there are a lot of decks that are like, I'm not playing 1 point for Mana Vault, but the decks that are like, oh my god, I can't believe this only costs
It's like
1
you're
point.
getting a 2-point card.
Yeah, exactly. Really powerful. Looks like Matthew's hand includes Azorius Signet and 4th Aerolingus. Oh, and
the
has
Trop
the
is
Trop
in
in
hand.
hand.
Wow. You were never getting there.
Oh, and a Wasteland from Noel.
I don't hate the turn 1 Wasteland. There are some times where Matthew will keep like more landlight hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Treasure Vault, it's awkward as Treasure Vault hits play, which is a good example. You know, artifact lands are enticing targets, Tolarian Academy, Saga, but you kind of just got to disrupt them when you can disrupt them, you know?
Noel just played a Badlands and passed. Not exactly where you want to be. I think this next turn for Noel is going to be a really big deal in this match, or in this game, rather.
4 mana. And we're using some amount of it to cast Tinker.
A Tinker.
Wow.
And you can get rid of your artifact land.
Sacking the Treasure Vault. Interesting. I mean, if we're getting Chromatic Ori or Paradox and we're off to the races, then... So finding the Chromatic Ori, this gives Matthew 7 mana for the rest of the turn here. Tinker, a hell of a magic card, huh?
It's okay.
It's not bad.
It's like whatever.
Whoa, well, we knew about the 4th Aerolingus, but holy smokes, yeah, just...
What a sequence of plays. When I initially looked at the point spread in Matthew's deck, the 4th Aerolingus to me felt a little out of left field almost. But it's quite good because you as we see here, you don't actually have to 4th for 10 or 20 if you're doing it really fast. I think even a 4th for 3 there probably would have been lights out.
Well, Matthew's point spread does lend itself to something that is more... It's not an all-in Paradox combo. I mean, we've seen that with Lightning Bolt, Swords to Plowshares, Opposition Agent. Like, he has cards that are not necessarily like, you know, it's all combo or nothing. And even something like Urza Saga, which, yeah, it's a best of Magic card. It can find, you know, your Voltaic Key, your Mana Vault, whatever, is a card that is very scary when it's making 7/7s, 8/8s, or whatnot. And in that last spot, right, with Saga and 4th are the ones that just feel the most out of place, which is weird to say about Urza Saga. But
yeah, it feels like a little slow almost, even though it's still good, obviously.
Yeah, it's obviously still very good, but there are considerations he could have made for like Mystical Tutor to find your draw 7s or Ancient Tomb to go really fast on your mana, and he's decided against those. So it looks as though Matthew has made a consideration to include some cards that are going to be, I don't want to call it mid-range, but good in spots like that where you're like, well, I just have 7 mana. Yeah, I guess I could just make a board, but also like cards that are good when you just have a bunch of mana and nothing to do with it, or when you are going infinite. Goes infinite in a way that can circumvent a lot of the other ways in which opponents expect to try and interact with you.
Well, and to add to that too, fourth is just good on a lot of Matthew's turn 2s.
Yeah. Yeah. Just 4th for 1.
Yeah, 4th for 1, get the Monarch. If you're on the play, what are they doing? Like, what are they going to do against you?
Most players just playing lands and passing. Did get to see a Lord High Artificer in Matthew's hand, but a Deep Cavern Bat.
So good.
So Talisman, Tinker, Urza, followed by Tropical Island, Scalding Tarn, and Urza's Cave.
Yeah, non-land draw.
I assume that you have to take Tinker
I
here.
think you got to respect the Tinker.
But Urza's going to be an issue.
Yes, yeah. The guy or the cave, or both.
All 3.
Yes.
Best of 5.
Best of 5. Yeah, that Tinker is some bad news bears, but, well, actually, Noel opting to take the Urza leads me to believe that maybe he has a Duress?
Or another piece. Yeah, or he has a Shatter, potentially, to delay the Tinker.
Or he has Opposition Agent.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I think that's got to be it, because it's so risky to be like, oh, I got a Shatter.
He could also have... Oh, no, I think one of those medallions makes blue. I was going to say, you could potentially have Blood Moon as well.
Mm-hmm. It is just very awkward, right? Because, like, Matthew could draw, well, a Mana Vault, and then go, like, land Mana Vault.
I mean,
Tinker.
even a like a Chrome Mox does it here, right?
Yeah, Chrome Mox would do it. Mox Diamond could do it.
Well, actually, no. I just realized he doesn't have any other colored spells in hand. So
Oh,
Chrome Mox doesn't do it. But
Chrome Mox doesn't do it. Mox Diamond would do it, but he's not playing Mox Diamond. Interesting. Matthew Grier. Didn't know you as a coward, Matthew.
wow.
I love the Mox Diamond in these lists. I mean, I'll give him a point because he's playing Chrome Mox, which there are Paradox players that are like, I can't play Chrome Mox. I don't only have so many colored spells. It's like, dude, that's a 0 mana artifact. Just play it because it's Darksteel Relic. Anyways, that's my Paradox side tangent. Finding a Volcanic Island off the Scalding Tarn here.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Matthew's just going to play an artifact here. I'm really curious to see what Noel's next play is.
I think it's got to be Oppo. Like, it's got to be Oppo.
So the question is, if it's Oppo, do you play Oppo right now, or do you play it in response if Matthew tries to go for it?
I don't know. I feel like if I'm Matthew, I don't necessarily need to tinker. Like, there's a reason why my opponent let me keep this.
You aren't under a lot of pressure, so...
Yeah, he's just got this stupid bat.
I don't hate just playing the rings and passing.
Mm-hmm. Cycles Unearth. Interesting. Drawing a card. It's got to be Oppo. There are very few... You don't leave Tinker in someone's hand unless Noel Robin is a master. And
I was just about to say, is Noel on the next level and didn't take Tinker, leaving 3 mana open and knowing Matthew's just not going to
He's just like, I can't beat either of these, but I bet I can scare Matthew into not. And it's
he
working.
didn't cast it
All right,
again.
yeah, he's got the Oppo.
Okay.
The cave kind of puts pressure on this. Interesting that he didn't copy the Urza's Cave with the Rings of Brighthearth. That is the classic grind out potential of Rings of Brighthearth. Finding a Tabernacle. Ooh. Yeah, I think maybe not copying this may come back and bite Matthew in the ass a bit.
I don't know how impactful this Tabernacle is going to be here. Noel now actually has a reasonable clock, so yeah, he is tapped out for 2 extra mana per turn, but he's already developed a board state, has a bunch of cards in hand. We'll see.
You got Opposition Agent. That's pretty good.
If you copy Urza's Cave here, do you just get Academy, or do you get Inventor's Fair?
I think I would get Inventors. Well, Inventor's Fair is tough because it doesn't really work into the Opposition Agent, but
just gain some life.
Yeah, I think I would get Tolarian Academy or Fomori Vault.
Oh, yeah.
A kind of a spicy one that Matthew has that lets this deck dig without actually tutoring. Looks like a fear of missing out. Pitching a Detective's Phoenix. Oh,
Well, that's a combo.
we are so close to Delirium already.
Yeah, we have sorcery, enchantment, creature. If we have Delirium next turn, we do not have enough power to win. Citadel into Soul Ring.
Yeah.
This Oppo agent might just take Noel all the way. He just has to make sure he pays for Tabernacle.
I hate that card so much.
Oppo agent?
I hate Oppo Agents so much.
I think it's reasonable to hate Tabernacle.
Yeah, Tabernacle is also... Tabernacle is not a real Magic card in the sense that it was printed before some of the people in chat were even alive. But like, you know, it's wacky in the sense of like, this is not how you make Magic cards nowadays.
I don't hate getting rid of this fear of missing out. I think that's fine. Especially if the contents of your hand require you to have the extra mana.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just, you got to keep the Oppo, you got to keep the Deep Cavern Bat, and a Magus of the Moon!
Magus of the Moon.
Oh
That's
my God.
Very good.
Not only does that lock out Matthew from a lot of colors of mana here, but also keeps that Tabernacle offline. And we're looking at a Wargate, that's a tutor. We're looking at the Tinker, that's a tutor. We're looking at Buried Ruin, that's got no targets. I think you could also get Urza Saga off the cave, now that I've been thinking about it. Because that way you can at least build to the board. And Urza Saga with Rings of Bright Hearth is busted.
If you put your opponent on opposition agent, you're giving them a one mana artifact. At some point.
Whatever.
Wow, opposition agent in both of the games that Noel won.
Mm-hmm.
Very impactful. Taking the Urza, obviously a heads up play there. Matthew sniffing out the opposition agent, playing the rings instead, but ultimately not able to do anything about it.
Yeah, sometimes you see a spot like that and you're like, yeah, I know what you got. I'm going to play around it. And it just doesn't matter. Like, it just, you know, either the cards you draw don't line up, Oppo just locks you out of the game enough. It's not great.
All right, so will we see Noel lock it up in this next game, or will Matthew take it to the final game, the full best of 5? What are you hoping for, Ben?
Well, I had a bet that we'd be done by 6, so...
What time is it now?
It's 4:52.
Oh.
I mean, I ultimately... Sorry, let me give you my commentator answer. Trenton, you know me. Of course, I want to see the most Magic possible. Let's get another game here, another W for Matthew, and then let's see come down to the 5th game.
If I'm Noel, I'm feeling pretty good. I have two more chances to take a game, and I know I'm playing on the play for one of them. And so far, you've been really good at drawing opposition agents.
Yours or your opponent's. Yeah, it is worth mentioning. This is going faster than previous years. A product of the matchup, the players really knowing not just what they're doing, but also what their opponent's decks are doing, right? Kind of cards on the table in that regard. But this matchup, it is so how you play out the first couple of turns is entirely make or break. So even though it is like, as far as timing goes, I mean, we're already on the 4th game, but like every single step of that counts. If these players decide to play something else, tap a different way, fetch a different land, like it can be make or break in this kind of matchup. Yeah. And,
I don't believe either of these players is particularly practiced in this matchup either. Noel is playing Rakdos, but I don't think he's playing against Paradox Academy all that often.
Buddy, let me tell you this: when people are getting the testing session going, the Canlander jam sesh going, they're not happy when you say like, "I got Paradox built." They go like, "Can you build a different deck?"
From personal experience, Ben.
From personal experience, Trenton.
That reminds me of Storm and Legacy. Sit down. Want to play some Legacy? LED.
I mean, I don't know, man. Brett tendrils me out God knows how many times. I had to sit across Spencer elf comboing God knows how many times. But we were sickos. We were young men. God, we were so young.
When you're young, you have the gusto you need to fight through.
I'm a 23-year-old guy. I got nothing worth doing. Like, yeah, I might as well play the Rug Delver Ant matchup for like 5 hours. Yeah, I might as well spend my day, playing for Power 9. I still think about our match, the Cataclysm, the Tarmogoyf. It was a good one.
It was a good match.
good one.
I still think about how I paid extra life for Toxic Deluge because I was scared I was messing it up.
Yeah. All right.
All right.
It sounds like Matthew is going to 6. Not that big of a deal for this deck again. It's to be expected. You don't want to mulligan too much against the deck with hand attack, but this is the format we play. This is one of the cost of these decks, because if you are not super familiar with Highlander, even if you just watch and don't really play, Paradox is a deck that can look like
a vintage deck.
or like an Angels on your shoulder and is like, no, draw this one instead, right? Like, are helping you along the way. And that's just how the deck is built. And you don't see or remember the times where you're like, well, I mulled to 4 and then I got hand attacked and lost.
Yeah, and we see that right now. Matthew's going to 5, I believe.
Ooh.
And that is the cost that you pay when you register these types of linear combo decks. You know that just some percentage of the time you have to mulligan hands that aren't fast enough, or they have a lot of mana but don't necessarily have a payoff in a matchup where you need a good mix of them.
Right.
And because you're running on like mostly a single axis, you have games that you're just going to lose to, like, for example, Fiery Confluence.
Right. Yeah. They're an archetype that looks incredible at a weekly. Pretty good if you map out your results and your stats over like years or something. But when you think about it over the course of, say, a month, you're like, damn, this deck sucks. Like, I just went 0-2 twice in a row, and I don't know, somebody played like a collector roof that had nacho cheese on it, and I just like lost. Or some grimy, grimed up card that they're like, my buddy said I should play this. I don't know what it's good against.
Well, and I think that extends to other types of linear combo decks too. Like, I used to play a lot of Craterhoof. At some point, I think I had played the most matches of Craterhoof of anyone on Earth. And sometimes you just kept hands and you lost to, Fury, Pyrokinesis, Arc Trail, etc. Or you had hands where you just had 4 and 5 drops in hand and no mana elves, right?
Judging by the exhale in my headphones, I believe Matthew is going down to 4. You hate to see it, especially at this point in time.
I will say to give the people out there some hope, the people who are rooting for Paradox Academy, if any deck can handily win on a mulligan to 4, this is one of those decks.
One of the top, not even top 5, top 3 decks in the format to just like mulligan. You're a deck with Mishra's Workshop, Time Twister, Tolarian Academy. Like, you can find a hand that just undoes your mulligan before your opponent even takes a game action.
And Matthew's on the play, so if he does, say, play a land, play a Mox, play a Signet, untap, play a draw 7, Noel's only has a 1-turn window to stop that.
Yep. It's tough. We're not going to act like it isn't. Mulliganing to 4 always sucks. But there's a deck.
Matthew has a Wheel of Fortune in hand.
Ooh. Oh, what has he got? It looks like
Wheel of Fortune Mountain?
Wheel of Fortune, Whir of Invention, and Deserted Temple.
Oh, but Noel has the Thoughtseize.
Yeah, this is
and
the
that's
part.
huge.
Yeah. But it's not over yet.
Noel still has to present a credible threat, and Matthew has a lot of draws. So it's definitely not over, but it does. I think his game plan starts with he needs to draw almost exactly Time Twister now
Yeah.
since the wheel's gone.
Soul Ring into Time Twister. Soul Ring into Tinker.
I'm waiting for it.
Mishra's Workshop into the One Ring.
The people want it.
Yeah, it can happen. You just got to believe it's going to happen. You don't become a combo player if you go, what if I don't get it? It's like, no, you become a combo player because you're like, yeah, I'm going to have it.
Yeah, because you're always going to have it.
Yeah, of course. I didn't come here to not have it. Plays the Deserted Temple. Is that a Darksteel Citadel? In hand.
I see it's a Deserted Temple, Whir of Invention in his hand, and one other card.
The unknown card.
I mean, to go to Noel's point of view, I'm pretty happy if this is how it turned out. I think ideally, in a perfect world, you want good games where you end up winning, because obviously you want to win the event. And maybe let's harken back to that game that you and I played, and that match was very good.
Yep.
And I loved it because I ended up winning. But
Oh my God. Thanks, dude.
But you take these if you can get them. It is what it is. It's unfortunate. You would rather play good Magic with the result being that you ended up getting there. But, I mean, if you're going to win the year end, you'll do it any way you can.
Well, for what it's worth, too, Noel knows that this isn't a free lunch, right? Like, this could still go the wrong way, and he kind of just did nothing on his turn.
He doesn't have any credible threats, so Matthew's actually got a bunch of draws. The Darksteel Citadel here, Voltaic. I think Matthew's maybe like a land and a ring away from potentially
If he
getting back into
if he
this.
draws Tolarian Academy, I think he can win this.
Totally.
Oh,
Wow, a blood moon.
Oh,
Noel, he's already dead.
come on, man. Oh, Lotus Petal, though, the
Oh.
dream. Come on, Matthew.
Wow.
Come on, Matthew.
I'm on the edge of my seat. This is tight because Noel does not have any clock.
Nope.
Like, he's got a lock piece in play. He has a ticking Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Well, broadside bombardiers.
But Bombardiers is only 2 damage a turn right now. I mean, at some point you'll be able to throw the Overlord for 7 damage, but I mean, Matthew's still got a couple of draw steps before that's realized.
That's an Orcish Bowmasters. That's not nothing. You do have to use the Lotus Petal.
Yeah, I don't know if you can crack your Lotus Petal to Bowmasters this Bombardiers. I think you just have to take your medicine and hope you
Draw Tinker.
Tinker or Time Twister.
Yep. Avora, Insatiable Air hitting the table, making a blood token. More fodder for the Bombardiers.
This is the first time we've seen actual Blood Moon from Noel.
Yeah.
A big part of the reason why he played this deck is because he wanted to play Blood Moon. Wow.
Okay. So he does use the Bowmasters, is able to kill the Avora, makes the army token, and then the draw off this moon or the blood token is going to amass 1.
And I like killing the Avora there because now that you have a 2/2 Bowmasters token, you can just block this Broadside Bombardiers, and you're so happy to do that because all you want is extra draw steps. And this Bombardiers at some point in the next couple of turns is going to be able to throw an Overlord of the Baelmerk for 7. So if I'm Noel here, I'm not attacking.
Noel does have an Animate Dead, however, bringing back Avora, making another blood token.
Noel almost hellbent here, meaning that even if Matthew draws the mana that he would require to cast Time Twister, and then Time Twisters, Noel's going to get a lot of value from that.
Yeah.
And we know that the Bowmasters is dying because the Bombardiers gets to take it out with the blood token.
Draw for Matthew. Doesn't look like a land. Blood Moon is not the worst for Paradox combo, with a very large asterisk. Because if you're able to play out Mana Dork or Mana Rocks or whatever, you have colored mana, and most of your deck is colorless, like Walking Ballista, for instance. A colorless
But when you
card
mulligan to 4 and you don't have the ability to play those Mana Rocks, Blood Moon looks quite strong.
Yeah.
Walking Ballista, not exactly where you want to be if you're Matthew. Now the Overlord is coming off not suspend.
Impending.
Impending.
Yes.
Meaning that you are about to take a lot of damage potentially, or Noel's going to just start attacking with a big 5/5 and getting creatures back.
He serves up and looks to bombardiers before we go to blocks, presumably to allow the broadside bombardiers to get through. It's just deciding which one does he want to hit.
I think if you're Noel, you have to take out the walking ballista.
Just kind of respect that. How is Matthew getting back in this game? It's like, well,
The 2/2's not helping Matthew get back in the game, but
Right.
the ballista theoretically could.
Yep. Post combat, activating the Takanuma.
I mill 3 cards and I can return a creature.
He's going to mill some cards, get back a creature or planeswalker. Cards Interpreter, City of Traders, Smuggler's Copter. Opting to get the Evora back. That Evora is on the escalator again.
This Evora is has been in the graveyard and out of the graveyard a lot.
She has had a very hard life. Making another blood token. Impending, making the Overlord into a creature. Big draw. Is that balance? Oh my god, that's balance. It's balance.
Wow.
It's
But
balance.
Matthew doesn't have the mana, and he scoops. And that, to everyone watching, that is the end of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship.
Holy
Your
smokes.
winner, not Pro Tour Day 2 competitor anymore. Your winner, the winner of the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship, Noel Robin.
Wow. Holy smokes. Big congratulations to Noel Robin for taking it down. Well deserved. Shame, for Matthew having to go out like that, but had a great run for the rest of the day.
Phenomenally played from Matthew's perspective. These are the kind of the beats that you signed up for, like we said. You're running a linear combo deck. Sometimes it looks like a vintage deck. Sometimes it looks like a deck you made when you were 12.
Yeah.
But I will say this. Huge congratulations to Noel. Prepared a lot for this event.
Yes.
I've been talking to Noel for over a month, almost every single day. And he was looking at a lot of different archetypes, Czech, green-red, Blitz, and green-red monsters. He ultimately settled on red-black midrange. He believed in it. He felt the vibes, and he went for it, and it paid off.
That was, it is worth mentioning that both these players are going to be here again, right? Like, both these players have played in top 8s before. Matthew's going to play in the top 8 next year, most assuredly, right? They're good players. They're strong players.
Definitely.
They play often. They play good decks. And so while there's no trophy for Matthew this year, it's not like it's over. He's not washed like I am.
Absolutely not.
And Noel,
like
right?
we are.
Noel's been in this thing basically every single year, I want to say. And so, this has been a long time coming.
It feels like Noel was kind of due for a big run.
Yeah. And I'm happy he got to do it here with Rakdos, of all things.
I think it's cool to win with Rakdos as well. Like you said earlier in the cast, Rakdos just used to not be a thing.
Yes.
Like, people would come and ask, can I build a Rakdos deck? And you would just say, no, it's not possible. It's always going to be bad. But with the recent, I'd say 4 or 5 years of card printings, we've actually seen Rakdos gain a lot of credible threats, a lot of solid pieces of interaction, and it's a real deck now.
Great.
And that's exciting.
Well, this was an extremely exciting day of Magic the Gathering here, a day of Canadian Highlander. We are going to talk to the winner of the event, Noel Robin. We're going to bring Robin back into the booth to talk about the trophy and some other awards that we actually have.
Yep.
But before we say goodbye to you, Trenton, first off, thank you so much for doing this.
It's always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Do you have anything to plug? Anything you would like to pitch here?
Okay, so every year you ask me if I have something to plug, and every year I tell you no.
Yep.
I actually do have something to plug this year.
Okay.
Myself and my friends Jer and Liam, both formerly of the North 100 cast, as well as Highlander Legends in my eyes, we have created a YouTube channel for Canadian Highlander content.
Okay.
The YouTube channel is called LJTMTG. So if you want to come hang out and watch us play games against each other with a bunch of different archetypes, doing deck challenges, etc., come hang out.
Great. Fantastic. Well, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, Ben. It was great to be here.
Thank you for being here. It was great having you. Do you mind fetching me one Robin and one Noel Robin?
I got
Please
it.
and thank
I'll
you.
fetch you 2 Robins.
Oh, perfect. You only need 1 stone for that one. That joke's not that bad, right? That joke's all right. It's not bad. It's not bad. Joke's not bad. Heck of a day of Magic the Gathering here. Heck of a day of Canadian Highlander. We are going to get both the tournament winner, Noel Robin, in here just a second, as well as Robin Sorensen making a triumphant return. Hello, hello. Robin, if you would please take a seat here. Noel, come on in. If you would, if you don't mind, could you grab the microphone on that chair there, and then swing the chair around, and we'll get you talking into something.
There can only be one.
Closer. Here we go.
Tell you what, how about you talking to the microphone, and I'll block my head with this trophy for now.
All right, we're all friends here. We can
It's like he's sinking in the trophy. The trophy comes with Ben's severed head.
Oh.
Look like COP blue.
Well, congratulations, Noel.
Thank you. I didn't want to touch it until this happened. So
There you go.
Hey,
The king.
there we go. Right into the mic, if you would. Tell us,
for sure.
Rakdos, dude.
Yeah, we went to the Rakdos times today.
How did that feel?
I can't believe I made the right deck choice. I mean, I am a Gruul gamer since the day I started playing Highlander. My first win was probably back in like 2010, and I won a Bayou at Yellowjacket Comics, and that got me hooked on the format. Shout out to Tyler Woolley for getting me into the format. Big Papa Dubs.
Big dubs.
Yeah, I knew Sacha likes 4-color decks and combo decks, so pretty much my thought since the beginning was I want Hand Attack and Blood Moons and like Bowmasters and like Oppo Agent and even Shieldred to some extent. And yeah, I played some like bad small creature removal because I thought Jason would be on tokens, or I could have got paired against him potentially. And luckily I didn't draw too much of it. And I mean,
That arc trail got milled a couple of times.
yeah. Well, that was one of the selling features on the deck. You make a lot of blood tokens or like rummage, and you can kind of filter through the bad cards and try and find the good ones. And you know, I had kind of like a scam package or whatever you want to call it with like Grief and the Lord of the Rings cycling creatures, and it didn't come up too often. I did do like the Fanatic once, which was kind of cool with Vampiric Tutor. But yeah.
Any standout cards? Any deck cards that you looked and you're like, this can't be good, and then it ended up outperforming?
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sold in that Evora card.
Oh, yeah.
I like that card a lot. Like, I don't know if I'd play it in like Gruul per se, but maybe mono red, and just think creatures that come down and make 2 things when you've got like Gut and Bombardiers and stuff like that. They have a lot of value. So that card definitely impressed me in testing and playing.
Great. Robin, any questions for Noel?
Yeah, interesting inclusion with the Vampiric Tutor.
Yeah, that I went back and forth on that. Originally, Vampiric Tutor was an idea to A, you could get Metamorphosis Fanatic, and B, it's a second copy of Blood Moon or Bowmasters or Opposition Agent, whatever you need, right? Or even Fire Covenant, you know, in a spot. I almost played a Dirty Bonfire of the Damned, but I got talked out of it. So
Not too many times you would want to draw
Yeah,
it.
whoever told you to not play that, they get at least one of the parts of the trophy.
You can thank my Greg Van Horn and Trenton on commentary were my 2 muses who I was talking to, because they play some red aggro and they're pretty familiar. And yeah, so they seemed like good resources, and they weren't, you know, they didn't really have a conflict of interest with anyone else in the top 8.
Nice.
Normally I would chat with Spencer, but I know he chats with Sacha a lot, so I kind of kept to myself a little bit from Spencer until maybe the last couple of days. So yeah.
Great. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well deserved. Long time coming.
Long time coming.
Also, it's pretty special because I don't get to play a lot of Highlander these days, so this could be my last dance. I'm not sure, but you never know, right?
Well,
So,
that goes with the
I just wanted to
current
have fun
tradition
today and play. Yeah, exactly.
of winning the year end.
You win the year end and go off into the sunset.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, after you win the year end, you get all these job offers.
Yeah.
People are trying to get
Yeah.
you to do things.
The movies will
Maybe,
call.
maybe I'll come in the booth next year.
Oh,
Hey.
okay. Well, hold on.
for
You
your
know.
job.
No. Come on. But I need something here.
That's right.
Well, thank you so much, Noel.
Oh, I have one
once
more
again,
shout
credit-
out.
Oh, please do.
Sorry, before. Valentina and Hazel, they said I have to play Black Red or else they weren't going to let me come. So I think it was on them.
Family behind you.
Yeah.
You love to hear it.
But there's
King
no
of the
Hell Rider
dads.
tonight, but that's okay. Yeah.
Truly the king of the
Yeah.
dads.
Appreciate all the viewers tuning in and everyone who makes this format great.
Wow. He is good on the mic.
I try.
Highlander champion. No Robin, everyone.
I'd clap, but I don't want to. Yeah, there we go. We're clapping.
guys.
Yay!
Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Before I shoo you all away, Robin, you also have another award.
I have some awards to present to Jason Jobin and Cam Simons.
You got 2 awards. What do we have here?
Well, we could bring them in. You want to bring them
Nope,
in?
nope. We'll give them to them off screen. We don't have enough room, but we can tell them
You're
they're
next
still
on The
here,
Price
right?
is Right.
They're still here.
Hell yeah.
We have the Player of the Year, Jason Jobin, with
That's a big
10 wins, tying the record of all time, held by Josh Lane.
That is wild.
We have
Ooh.
the Crystal
Baby.
Ooh.
Solid Diamond,
Yeah, Jason. Let's go.
Oh, that's
Player
nice.
of the Year,
Damn,
with the
that's
engraved
nice.
maple leaf. Good job on Jason, bringing Mardu back. Mm-hmm. And we have another one,
Oh, another one.
similar, but it doesn't say Player of the Year on it. It says Rookie of the Year, a new category.
Rookie of the year.
Rookie of the Year, Cam Simons.
Let's go, Cam.
Let's go, Cam. Big shout out to
Jason.
Cam. Oh, there's Jason.
Here you go,
We can give
Jason.
it to him. Come in here for a sec. The Player of the Year, everybody.
You can come in and wave at the camera.
Yeah. Say hi to the millions of people,
That's right.
all jealous of the diamond.
Thank you so much. I'm moved. Congratulations, Noel. Well deserved.
Oh, thank you.
And then we
Appreciate
have,
We have Cam.
careful with the wires.
Go, Cam.
Yeah.
Yay.
Rookie of the Year,
Woo.
new category. He gets the
Jund
coveted
Player
jewel.
of the Year.
Jund Player, bringing Jund into Tier 1.
That's right.
Yeah.
Hey.
I feel
Unchallenged,
I feel
very
like there
clever
Them
player.
goifs.
Yeah.
Those goifs are pretty
there's
good.
not a single player in this top 8 that hasn't gotten their ass kicked by Cameron over the past year.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
been a force. Very clever player. Always thinking about
Oh, thank
Jund.
you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Congrats, Cameron. Thank you. All right, you 2 schmucks, get out of here. I got to close up the
all
show.
right.
But congrats
Can I
again,
take
Noel.
this? Yeah?
Yeah, take that one.
Oh, yeah.
They
Thank
can
you so
rinse
much.
it out before you drink champagne out of it.
Some sparkling apple juice.
Right. Do you want me to be there for a second?
Yeah, I'll
right, we
take
can-
your help for the sub
take it
read.
out.
Got to turn off this mic. Heck of a day of magic there, Robin.
A great top 8. I'm so happy I could be part of it. Far more watchable than last year. You know, it just went down like a well-aged scotch.
This one, I mean, honestly, like I liked last year's. This one was efficient. The decks were dope. The
Quick. The
plays
2 out of
were
3
great.
was good.
2
And
out
the
of
best 3 for the finals. I like that.
Yeah, it was great. Great year of Canadian Highlander. Great tournament. Many more to come too. You know,
Wild swings, emotions going crazy.
Yep.
People crying in the green room. Myself and Ben mostly.
yeah. Well, I come out of here and I find that somebody ate all of the spicy Hawaiian pizza.
That was me.
Oh, it was you.
I was hungry.
A2, Robin. Anyways, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for tuning in. If you want more information on Canadian Highlander, there's plenty of it. I'm
tons.
sure there is some link to the format information. There's a video where Serge and I describe what it is. There's obviously content out there that you can watch. Join the Discord, talk to people in your community, get playing.
You can be part of this too.
Yeah. And if you are like, well, there's nobody playing near me, there is. There is. Trust me. There is. There always is. Thank you to Trenton, to Serge, to Robin. Thank you for doing commentary and all of us doing card reader. Thank you to Paul and maybe a little bit of James and some Ben as well.
Yeah, big thanks to all LRR.
for helping run this. Thank you to all the players for being well behaved. Very few moons over our hammies this year.
Yeah.
Thank you to Spencer and Robin for helping coordinate all this throughout the year, and
Shen Lo for helping with the website.
Thank you to
Big
Shen
shout
for
out to
helping
Shen.
the website, for helping Chris through the stream too. Highlander is all about community, and we wouldn't be able to put on this show or give the format what it deserves in terms of broadcasting it to the masses without the community aspect of it. I will say this stuff ain't free. So patreon.com/loadingreadyrun is one of the ways that you can support us and everything we do here, especially if you want to see more Canadian Highlander content. We like doing these. I think they're a lot of fun.
Blast. I'd love to do more.
We'd like to do more. Yeah, we'll talk. We'll talk. So thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for tuning in. This was the 2024 Canadian Highlander Championship over here at Loading Ready Run for Yellowjacket Comics and Toys. And we will see you next year.
See you next year, folks.
Bye-bye.